We're about halfway through Thursday. I'm sure we're going to get more injury reports very, very soon, but what we've had so far has not been great. Where if we're going to go through and look at some of these updates, Romeo Doubs does not practice on Thursday. The Packers are going to be taking it day by day on his availability come week 5. Honestly, if Romeo Doubs is out and Christian Watson's out both at the same time, I mean, Jaden Reed at that point may project out to not only be a low-end wide receiver 1 in fantasy, but maybe more so to be a mid-wide receiver 1. And Dontavian Wicks will look like an absolute must-start player and not necessarily just like an interesting flex play. Now, obviously, we're assuming that you have no Christian Watson. That doesn't really change much. Taysom Hill diagnosed with fractured ribs. So if we are looking at Taysom, he probably can go ahead, just move on from him. Borderline streaming tight end in the first place. Not worth the roster spot. Khalil Shakir does not practice, so Shakir does miss. I'd be much more excited about Keon Coleman this week. Going over to Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson gets in a limited practice. He will be good to go. You definitely start him. But Malik Neighbors doesn't practice again on Thursday. Devin Singletary does not practice either. So it does look like the Giants maybe without their 2 top offensive players, if you want to count Singletary there. Obviously, Neighbors is everything in this offense. The thing with Neighbors is it's very black and white. If he does play, then he is in your lineup. If he doesn't play, then obviously, instead, he's on your bench. Now, the only thing that's interesting to potentially talk about here is if we have no Devin Singletary, do you start Tyrone Tracy? The correct answer is probably only if you're desperate. It's going to be a really bad offense. We haven't necessarily seen Tracy give us the ceiling in fantasy. He's like a 25-year-old rookie, essentially. Going over to what we have with Rashee Rice, he's going to get additional testing. Andy Reid says there is, quote-unquote, no greater sense of optimism in relation to Rice's knee injury. Now, I clicked on this thinking that we would get some clarity of people in the comments letting me know what this means. And the top comment is bro speaking in riddles, which is exactly what I feel like. I have no idea what the hell this means with Rashee Rice. Obviously, it's good news that it hasn't been a confirmed torn ACL, but it's not necessarily like we can sit here and say 100% Rice is good to go by any means. Devin Singletary doesn't practice. If you want to pick up Tracy, I think I would. And then Garrett Wilson, we quote-unquote want to make Garrett Wilson the focal point of the offense, but can't force him the ball. And Wilson ranks the 7th among receivers in targets this season in the NFL. So Wilson's had the target volume. This week, I do think it's going to be tough to confidently rely on Garrett Wilson, surrounding the fact that you have a really tough matchup going up against the Minnesota Vikings. Jonathan Taylor doesn't practice again on Thursday, most likely looking at a Trey Sermon week. McBride should be good to go. Obviously, we know everything after this. So I will keep y'all posted as we get more information regarding these injuries. I actually haven't made the flex rankings video this week, specifically because there's so much up in the air right now with the amount of players that are going to be missing. But let's move this over and let's actually look at some real fantasy football teams, look at some real fantasy football trades, and submit some starting lineups for this week. So our first team we're going to check out is going to be the Hey Hey team. Looks like they updated the team name, so we have it in here with the league analyzer at 4. And this is a team that just got a Bijan Robinson trade offer. This is one of those free team reviews. And of course, just in case you don't know, if you wanted to get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, you can always do so. If you ever want to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can. Just go over to the sites and click the little button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, team review. And even if you're not in the live stream, you can ask one of these. Even if you're not going to be in the live stream later that day, it's fine because we're actually going to send you the exact clip of me answering your fantasy football question. Once I hit it, you will get that email and you will go to the chat. It says it has the YouTube link. You just copy and paste that in. Should take you to the clip of me answering your question. So you can ask a question literally at any time. If you ever wanted to, I'd get it in ASAP. That way you're first in line. But if you wanted a free team review or at least a much cheaper team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you will be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard. If you sign up before the game tonight, if you sign up after the game tonight, will be a different free pick. But Underdog's rolling out a ton of promos literally every single day because it's October. You have a 30% profit boost token that just dropped, plus a gimme pick. I'm going to be using both these later on in the live stream for damn sure. But yeah, if you wanted that free team review, after using promo code FLOCK on Underdog and depositing at least $10, just go over to flockfantasy.com, set up an account with the same email address. That way the next day we're able to hook you up with that free team review voucher when Underdog gets me the list of emails. But looking at this team here, this is one of those free Underdog teams. This is a team where we got offered Bijan and Hopkins for Stevenson and Harrison. Knowing that Stevenson may be getting benched for Antonio Gibson, 100% you trade away Marvin Harrison Jr. and Ramondre Stevenson to go get Bijan Robinson. Absolute no-brainer. This is only a 10-team league as well, so we are optimizing to get the best player in. And you're saying you want to do it because we were scared to start Ramondre. I have to start Ramondre in the Flock League. I am freaking terrified about it, my guy. I do not want to. But going over and looking at what we have with the squad, we already made the trade for Bijan. Oh, thank God. Love to see it. Quarterback, we have CJ Stroud. With Stroud, I really like him in a 12-team format. 10-team league, maybe just a little bit tougher because obviously we're not going to expect to have a ton of rushing upside for CJ Stroud. So specifically in a 10-team league, maybe the ceiling is going to be a little bit capped. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Bijan, Breece Hall as two of the most disappointing running backs in fantasy so far this season. But two of the guys that I'd expect will be dramatically better going into the future than what they have been. I'm completely fine building around them as must-start running backs every single week. I still do think that they are top 5 running backs in fantasy in the long term. I'm not ranking Breece Hall as that this week because it is a very tough matchup going up against the Minnesota Vikings. But in a full PPR format, both these guys have a ton of receiving upside. We have these guys with upside down on the bench, such as Braylon Allen, Kareem Hunt, Eckler, and Algier. Where if Bijan were to go down, Algier's a must-start player. If Hall were to go down, then Braylon Allen's a must-start player. And then obviously here, Kareem Hunt may be a viable depth piece as now. And if you were to have an injury to Brian Robinson, if Robinson does miss this week, Eckler would almost be somebody you have to get in your flex spot here. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. We're currently sitting with Neighbors and Garrett Wilson. So we may be missing Malik Neighbors this week, but in the long term, obviously it's easy to project out Neighbors now to be a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy, surrounding the fact that this is somebody that is at the very top of the NFL in total target volume. Going over to Garrett Wilson, he's also been extremely disappointing, but if Wilson's the 4th best player on our team, I'm completely fine with that. If we were to redraft today and I could get Garrett Wilson in round 4, I'm all in. Obviously, the round 1 price tag that he probably went at in most drafts, not looking too hot right now, but Garrett Wilson is our wide receiver too. I think it will be much better in the future. The issue is this week going up against the Vikings, it'll be a tough matchup. Brian Thomas, George Pickens, Tank Dell, plenty of wide receiver depth. Going over to tight end, we have Laporta and Tucker Kraft. I think that both tight ends are top 10 tight ends rest of season. So looking at the league analyzer, there are 4 juggernaut teams. We are one of them. I think you have a very well-balanced roster top to bottom. There's not much we are looking to do. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would definitely recommend trying to trade away Pickens and CJ Stroud to go get a long-term upgrade at quarterback. However, with this being a league where instead you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, the depth here does matter just a little bit more. Obviously, if you feel very comfortable with Tucker Kraft as your tight end 1 rest of season, you could potentially go and target a tight end needy team, maybe a team that drafted Kyle Pitts, maybe a team that drafted Mark Andrews, and see if we could send them Sam Laporta and CJ Stroud to pivot over to a true elite quarterback that's going to be rushing the ball. See if we can go and get somebody, say, like Josh Allen. I think that could be interesting, but definitely not something that we are having to do, of course. But overall, I think it's a very good team where, to be honest with you, there aren't too many moves I am looking to make. I think that you're in a great spot to just kind of ride out the team as is. But of course, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And I really do hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over to Spironity, Unit 731. I actually think we looked at this team in the live stream last night. Would be happy to look at it against us. Here are some trade targets looking at running back. I should be offering. Trades aren't frequent in my league. but people aren't outright against them. So this is a top team in the league. If we are looking at the analyzer right now, we are the third team in this league. It is a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So yeah, looking at this team yet again, what we need to do, and I mean we need to do, in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it's a 10-team format where we have the best wide receiver room in the league, according to the analyzer, where we have St. Brown, Neighbors, Puka, Waddle, Thomas, JSN, Jordan Addison, is you have to sell some of these wide receiver depth pieces and go get upgrades at running back. We have to be looking to sell some of this depth. We have a ridiculous amount of it and 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades at the running back position. Now, the issue with this is, and real quick, Daniel, yes, we will be streaming until kickoff. We're going to be streaming for about 5 hours. I'll be streaming for the next 5 hours or so. But anyway, looking at this, the difficulty of it is you have no Amon-Ra St. Brown this week because of the bye. Malik Neighbors may miss this game. And dear God, we need to stop doing the thumbs up thing so the camera stops freezing. But you may have no St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, Puka Nacua. Jalen Waddle doesn't look startable in a 10-team league with the Tua injury. So across the board here, you are put in a spot where we don't have our top 4 receivers this week in particular. So honestly, to go through and sell like Brian Thomas, Jackson Smith, and Jigba this week, I honestly don't think we can. I think this week we're kind of going to be stuck holding on to this wide receiver depth just so we can get by. But next week, when we have St. Brown back from the bye, Neighbors back from the concussion, Puka Nacua a week closer to returning, Jalen Waddle a week closer to getting Tua back, then Brian Thomas Jr., JSN, Jordan Addison, all 3 of these guys immediately go on the trade block. And what we are looking to do with them is we are looking to try to package up from these maybe low ceiling RB2s, which we have a ton of. Like we always have a running back we can start, but nobody that we're excited about as an RB1. And so even we go through and make 2-for-1 deals where we trade JSN and Najee Harris and get the best running back that we can in return. Where we sell Brian Thomas and J.K. Dobbins and get the best running back that we can in return. Going over to what we have at tight end and quarterback, obviously in a 10-team format, have Anthony Richardson as our QB1. Not great. To have Mark Andrews as our tight end 1. I mean, in a 10-team league, Andrews definitely droppable at this point. Let's see if we have Tucker Kraft available to us. It looks like maybe nobody picked up Tucker Kraft off the waiver wire unless I'm blind. Yeah, I would actually go ahead and I would probably drop Mark Andrews to pick up Tucker Kraft. Start Kraft at tight end this week. Obviously, we may need to open up a roster spot to pick up a quarterback in place of Anthony Richardson if Richardson does miss. I can see if we have any additional practice reports on Anthony Richardson real quick. We do not. If Richardson plays, you actually have a 22-point implied team total in Indianapolis this week, so I think it would be an okay spot to play Richardson. And hopefully that we get the rushing upside in a plus matchup as well. But obviously, it may be a situation in which you are still incentivized to make that 2-for-1 deal right this second. That way we can go ahead and we can pick up another quarterback without having to drop Richardson. But I think long-term after this week, we sell some of the depth receivers in packages with running backs, go 2-for-1 deals to get an upgrade at the running back position in this format with the structure. And we also want to be dropping Mark Andrews to get Tucker Kraft if possible. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And overall, it's a team that you have a ton of value with. We're the 3rd best team with the league analyzer. Obviously, quarterback, tight end are worst spots, but wide receiver, we just have so much value. We need to be trying to use it to upgrade elsewhere. Now, let's move this over to a trade question coming out from 44 MSU. It says 2-2, should we send or hold on to Jordan Mason? We have Bijan and Jacobs. So Jordan Mason to David Montgomery, in my mind, I think this is a slight upgrade in the long term, obviously a downgrade in the short term. Sending DJ Moore to Mike Evans, I think that this is both a slight upgrade in the short and long term. So really it does come down to your personal belief on what we are going to see with the McCaffrey recovery. Or if you think McCaffrey's back in 3 to 4 weeks, then 100% the Mike Evans, David Montgomery side wins this deal, especially when we have great running backs like you're already mentioning. However, if you believe that you will not see McCaffrey back in 4-ish weeks, if you think instead that McCaffrey is going to be missing, say, another I don't know. If you think McCaffrey misses until the real NFL playoffs, then at that point, we have no business whatsoever in going through and trading away Jordan Mason. I think it's a very fair price point, and you can go ahead and make the move if you want to, but it comes down to your personal belief on McCaffrey. But looking at your team, I do think that you can afford it if you wanted. Okay. Now let's move this over. It's a team review coming out from Carts. Team is just joshing you. Here we are, number 3 in the league analyzer. It looks like a pretty even team overall. The top 6 teams are all kind of close to each other. The bottom 6 teams are all kind of close to each other. We're 4-0. We have the least points scored in the league. Oh my gosh. And think my players are frauds. Your league mates think. Here's what it is. I'm 3-1 in the flock league, and my total point score is very low. You just have to consistently remind your league mates that record's the only thing that matters, that you're a better coach than them, that you're better at defense than them, and they don't know what really makes a difference in fantasy football. That's what I'm doing with the league mates in the flock league, making sure that they understand that record is the most important thing. The famous quote, you are what your record is. You are your record. But anyway, my league doesn't trade on rest of season value. They see Higgins for only his production through the first 4 weeks. It's how a lot of people in the YouTube comment section are as well, my guy. And they also value the ESPN trade analyzer a ton. Should we make any moves with the 4-0 cushion? Well, really happy that we are 4-0 in this league. I think it does give you a lot of flexibility. This is a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So this is a league where depth actually does matter a bit more. And looking at depth mattering a little bit more, quarterback, tight end's going to matter a tiny bit less. Obviously, still absolutely love having the elite combo of Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid. No hesitation with this whatsoever, really. I mean, I think that we can safely say that with Josh Allen and Dalton Kincaid, you don't need to have a backup quarterback. You don't need to have a backup tight end. This will allow us to prioritize the depth that we have with the team with those 2 other positions. Now, moving this over to what we have with the running back room. So on a 4-0 roster, I think it's the one interesting spot to talk about the possibility of trading away, say, Jordan Mason. Looking at Jordan Mason, obviously this is a running back 1 in the short term. This is a running back that is absolutely crushing. However, in the long term, you do potentially have the concerns that if McCaffrey does come back, he turns into a pumpkin. And on a 4-0 build, we are thinking more so long term. So a trade that would really look bad over the next few weeks. But if you're telling me our league mates don't value rest of season production and they're just valuing what's happened so far and what's happening this week, I think if we're willing to lose the short-term trade by sending away like Jordan Mason and getting back a player like Devon Achane, obviously it crushes us over the next few weeks. But then when we end up seeing, say, I don't know, the addition of Tua back into Miami, the addition of CMC back in San Francisco, then obviously at that point, we would just be absolutely crushing the rest of our league. We can get by in the short term where we do have Jacobs, Dobbins, Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, where we do have the running back depth that it's going to be okay. I think that could potentially be an interesting move for us. And obviously, I would like to squeeze as much value out of Jordan Mason as possible. And I mean, I think Achane wouldn't be a bad call out for that. Going over to what we have with the depth at running back, I actually am completely fine. 12-team format, deeper starting lineup requirements as well. We can have Dobbins. We can have Chase Brown. We can have Bucky Irving. Let's roster all these guys. Raheem Mostert, definitely a little bit questionable, just knowing that Achane looks to have everything as a receiver. And obviously the touchdown upside in this offense is going to be severely capped in the short to immediate term. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire, we're just going to see what the usage breakdown is in Kansas City over the next 2 weeks. If we don't like it, then Clyde Edwards-Helaire is somebody that we can very easily go ahead and cut. And then going over to wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, Marvin Harrison. So we have 2 top 10 wide receivers in the long term. Obviously, in the short term, we're not going to expect the rookie. We're not going to expect the quarterback with Tyler Huntley as his QB. We're not going to expect those wide receivers to be phenomenal, but long-term, which is the approach that we want on a 4-0 team, I think we love building around these guys. I think T. Higgins and Rome Odunze get better as the season goes on here as well, as the player coming off the hamstring and the player that is a top 10 draft pick at the wide receiver position. I think that this is a great team. And on a 4-0 build, I think you have the flexibility where you are able to go through and you were able to see if we can pivot off of Jordan Mason and go target one of those players that will be worse in the short term, but better for this roster in the long term. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But let's move this over to our next team. This is Bed, Bath, and Bijan. Looking at the league analyzer, this is a dynasty format, or is it a keeper league? Actually, it's a keeper league. So to be honest with you, right now the league analyzer is pulling the dynasty values and the dynasty rankings to analyze the league. If it's a keeper format, it should definitely be treated a little bit more as if it's a redraft league. So the league analyzer is honestly just kind of broken. Don't use it for this league in particular. But anyway, thank you for taking away advantage of the free Underdog promo. Saying $120 using the Tyreek play last week on Underdog. Now we're getting the free team review. Love to see it, my guy. I'm trying to deal Stevenson plus one of the depth receivers for an upgrade at running back too. Well, this is a 12-team format where you can start 8 receivers weekly. So with this being we can start 4 receivers weekly. We have 8 starting lineup slots. So the depth here does matter a little bit more at the wide receiver position than it would in another format. So if it was a 10-team league, I think it's an absolute no-brainer where, the immediate gut reaction I have is, let's sell JSN and Ramondre Stevenson. Let's go get a better running back too. Let's make that move today, right now, right this second. But in reality, it's going to be much tougher to say that in a league where the depth does matter a little bit more. Second thing I want to focus in on as well is I do want to reiterate these rankings that y'all are seeing on this page here. This was set up for Dynasty, so ignore the RB1, ignore the wide receiver 5. Clearly, this is different than the league you're playing in. But looking at quarterback, Daniel's the QB that we can start every single week going into the future. No hesitation whatsoever. If we can go through and find a team that possibly needs some help at the quarterback position, like the Lamar team's fine. Like this team is Baker and Deshaun Watson. If they really wanted Brock Purdy, where we could potentially go through and send them Brock Purdy and Ramondre Stevenson to pivot over to a running back like Brian Robinson, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Just pivot off any of the potential concerns that you could have with Ramondre, seeing an expanded role for Antonio Gibson based off Ramondre's own fumbling issue. And also when we have Jaden Daniels here, really we only need one quarterback and we don't need to focus in on what we have beyond this. Going over to running back, we have the anchor with Bijan. Sorry, not sorry. I still believe that Bijan Robinson is a top 5 running back in a full PPR format. Still averaging close to 20 opportunities a game. Still has the role as a receiver. I think that you are in a good spot. Ramondre Stevenson, Javonte, Bucky Irving. So yeah, for sure running back 2 is a situation in which we are struggling. We would love to have a better running back 2 if possible. Now, it may be much easier said than done. Specifically because it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So when we go over to the wide receiver position, we have Harrison, Wilson, JSN, Godwin as the 4 guys that we are fine starting. Beyond that, you have Pittman and Christian Kirk as maybe some, depth options if need be. But in terms of wanting to get them into the lineup right this second, I'd feel very uncomfortable starting Kirk once Ingram does come back. Maybe if we see the target volume be consistent there, the issue is it's going to be a very low volume passing attack. Michael Pittman's going to be in a low volume passing attack. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I would say let's sell JSN and Ramondre Stevenson in a 2-for-1 deal. Let's go get an upgrade at the running back position right this second. Because it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, I definitely have a little more hesitation in that. Now, going through and seeing if we can find any teams that are potentially struggling at wide receiver for the time being, that team should be completely fine. That team should be fine. This team also doesn't really have much wide receiver depth, So, I mean, maybe this is another situation where you can offer them, say, Christian Kirk and Ramondre Stevenson, Michael Pittman, Javonte Williams, just really whoever, to go get Brian Robinson. Because this is a team where they have Jefferson, Ayuk, and Tank Dell, where you could very easily see them using that wide receiver depth piece as an option that is viable for the short term. Over here, we have a team that had the Rashee Rice injury, so they have no wide receiver 4 effectively right now. If we wanted to send them, say, Michael Pittman and Bucky Irving or Javonte Williams to try to go get to J.K. Dobbins, I think that could be an interesting play. But specifically with this being that deeper starting lineup requirement league, I am wanting to hold on to the combo of what we have with Jackson Smith-Njigba and Chris Godwin. And the guys that you'd be looking to pivot off of would be Pittman, Kirk. Obviously, if you could squeeze any value whatsoever out of Brock Purdy, we would look to do just that. But yeah, I agree with you. Running back 2 is a concern. I just think it's maybe going to be a little bit tougher to address in this league where the wide receiver depth matters a little bit more than it would otherwise. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. I'm sorry that the league analyzer was pulling in the dynasty values for this. But I think the team would be in a solid spot regardless. But thank you again. Really hope I was able to help you and really hope you got something from it. And we just got news, ladies and gentlemen, that Rashee Rice, officially placed on the IR, will miss at least 4 games. Russell Wilson limited in practice, as he is every day. Jalen Warren and Cordell Patterson both don't practice on Thursday. So this is probably setting up as a spot that Najee Harris is an absolute must-start RB. You need to get Najee in if you possibly can. Moving over, and Anthony Richardson was limited in practice as well. I think A-Rich probably does end up playing, to be honest with you. If I was Anthony Richardson, I'd be really pushing it, doing anything that I can to play, because you're not at a point where the coaching staff can like bench you in favor of Joe Flacco. But if Flacco comes out, looks great this week, the Colts win easily. You can already kind of hear the rumblings of people wanting Flacco over A-Rich. So if I'm A-Rich, I'm doing everything I can to get in the game to make sure that's not even conversation. Now, looking at this Go Utes Tommy, this is a longtime member of the flock. We are looking at Jordan Mason, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, Lamar for Devontae Adams, and Breece Hall. So Worthy to Devontae Adams upgrade. Jordan Mason to Breece Hall upgrade. Rice is almost nothing at this point. And then Lamar Jackson is a quarterback that is obviously an elite option. I think it's a very fair price tag. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have the Jordan Mason or the Breece Hall side of this? If you had like another quarterback such as Jaden Daniels, I think you could talk me into going with the Breece Hall side. If we were going to have to stream quarterbacks after this, I think it'd be tough to move off of Lamar here. I know Rice isn't completely ruled out for the year just yet, but we don't know. We do not know. Mason. Hall, bro, stressing over the A-Rich injury. I'm starting Purdy over A-Rich regardless this week, to be honest. Breece, Mason. For me, if it's a full PPR format and I have another elite quarterback like Jaden Daniels, in that instance, I go Breece Hall. But if I'm going to have to stream the quarterback position after this, I think it's probably Lamar. If you wanted to come up with a counter of this, you can maybe say, okay, well, at least let me keep Worthy. And if you can at least keep Worthy, then I definitely think it's a more encouraging trade is effectively trade Lamar, Mason, and any long-term upside that you possibly have for Rashee Rice if you're holding out hope for Breece and Adams. But my thing with Rice is Chiefs are 4-0. They will be a playoff team. Even if Rice is able to come back at some points, I do think that you're in a good spot to see probably him missing any fantasy football relevant games and maybe just coming back for the NFL playoffs. So I'd at least want to keep Worthy if we were doing this. But this is another trade from Go Utes Tommy here. This one is Harrison, Cousins, Steele versus Higgins, Jalen Hurts. So Cousins, streaming quarterback worth nothing. Carson Steele, worth nothing. We're trading Harrison and getting Jalen Hurts and T. Higgins. If we need an elite quarterback, I'm completely fine going and paying this price for Jalen Hurts. But that's because I value Cousins and Steele as literally zeros in this. I think you could pick up options on the waiver wire that are just as appealing. Okay, but real quick, if we hit 200 likes on this stream, we're going to pivot over and answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Now, Nate Oates coming out with a question here. This is the number one team with the League Analyzer. Says, team update, we've acquired Chase Etienne Jacobs during the year. Think we're setting it up for a good end-of-year push, repeat season. Anything to deal to make this team sweeter? Well, first thing I want to say is if we are looking at the analyzer here, this is pulling in dynasty values. I'm assuming it's a keeper format, and we are going to be treating it a little more as a redraft league. This is also a start 9 format. So this is a league where the wide receiver depth matters so much more than a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. You are actually highly incentivized to build around the top ends running backs and focus in on wide receiver depth if we can. Now, like I said, ignore the rankings attached to these players' names. They are pulling in the dynasty values. But anyway, quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels. Obviously, could not be more pumped to have Daniels, whether it's a keeper league, redraft league. You have all the rushing upside in the world. You have somebody that you are able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. We don't need a backup quarterback here. I mean, perfect spot to be in. Going over to running back with Devon Achane, we have a running back 2 in the short term. When Tua does come back in, we have an RB1 in the long term. So really comfortable situation to be with Achane. We have Brooks, Josh Jacobs here as an RB2, RB3 combo. 2 running backs that should see volume. I mean, Jacobs, I do believe, in a phenomenal offense. I think Jacobs is one of the best buy low candidates in fantasy right now. Brooks coming back into an offense that was much better than it looked at the beginning of the season. And at the same time, I mean, we've seen Chuba Hubbard be productive. I do believe that Jonathan Brooks is a better receiver, a better athlete than Hubbard as well. Now, going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Chase, Harrison, Nico Collins. So we have 3 top 10 wide receivers. We lose out on Rashee Rice, but we have JSN, Ladd McConkey as quality depth pieces. So now we're going to be able to move Rice down to the IR. Tight end, we can start Kraft every single week. I definitely need to move. We haven't updated the dynasty rankings in a couple weeks. Definitely focused on updating the redraft rankings during this season. I'll get better. I'll update the dynasty rankings today. Regardless, like I said, we don't care about the dynasty rankings in this league in particular, but it's just a side note. I need to move Kraft up because I think Tucker Kraft is set up to absolutely crush going into the future. Great offense. Looks like he is nearly an every down player at a position where it's been impossible to find production. You have the long-term upside of Hawkinson as well. I love this team. Even if we are pulling in the appropriate redraft values, this should be the number 1 team in the league. We want to be building more so about wide receiver depth here. So honestly, in this kind of format, I would rather have somebody like Wan'Dale Robinson at the bottom end of the bench than a player like Tank Bigsby, to be honest with you. Just one of those guys that as we go through the bye weeks, we have a startable option for one of the flex spots. So I don't think you need to be optimizing for as many running backs down at the bottom end of the bench. But I'm imagining right now, maybe it's just tough because we have Hawkinson on the IR. We have Brooks on the IR. We have Rashee Rice now to the IR. So I'm sure our IR slots are full and we actually have to have some of these injured reserve players on the bench, which absolutely sucks. Which if that's the case at the beginning of the year, I say we got to sell a couple of the injured reserve players so we have the waiver wire flexibility. But now that we are so close to getting Hawkinson and Jonathan Brooks back in, I think you're in a situation in which we actually kind of leave the team as is. We're going to get the players that are on the IR, but sitting on our bench in the lineup relatively soon. Depth's good. Top end is good as well. I actually think you're in a phenomenal spot for the end of the season. I don't think we do a single thing with this team. In a league where the context is we should be building around wide receiver depth. But I really do appreciate you, and I wish I was able to help you out a little bit more than we could. But I think if you sit on your hands, HN will be better in the future, Brooks will be better in the future, Jacobs will be better in the future, Ladd will be better in the future, Hawkinson will be better in the future, Harrison will be better in the future. It's going to be a team that naturally improves. But let's move over and let's answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please go down, drop them in the live chat. Also, if you have not done so already, hit that like button. We will be live streaming for 5 hours before the game. And then obviously we're going to be streaming right after the game as well, recapping everything that happens. But Leon says, would you do Shaheed and Singletary for Cup? I get Cup. I would make this trade and laugh my way to the bank. This is an absolute no-brainer. This is the perfect example of us going through and including Shaheed on the sell high list, pivoting over to Cup, pivoting over to a player that we've seen have a long history of actually giving you consistent target volume. Singletary, severely capped offense and severely capped ceiling in a garbage offense. Love this move. David says, hey, from Atlanta, go Falcons. I'm rooting for the Falcons today. I'm rooting for a big Bijan game. I was thinking about this. If Bijan is a big blow-up game, I'll be able to come to the live stream and I'll be able to sing and dance tonight and celebrate. But to be honest, the Bijan face plants entirely. The live stream will probably have a little more people after the game tonight, with everybody coming in and telling me that I'm an idiot, but it is what it is. Let's see. I saw a funny question here. Is Tyreek leaving Miami? No, Tyreek Hill is not leaving Miami. Tyreek is not getting traded out of Miami. Please don't think that. Derek says, would you trade Reed and Wilson for Cup and Mixon? Wilson versus Cup, give me Wilson. It's not that far off. Reed versus Joe Mixon. In the short term, I'd prefer Jaden Reed, especially now that Dobbs is banged up as well. In the long term, I think I probably prefer the 3-down back in the great offense. Kiss the Ring says, Hopkins to KC. By the way, don't trade Reed. Hopkins to Kansas City would actually make a lot more sense in my mind than like Tyreek Hill getting traded. Old vet that doesn't really have any future with this team. On a team that has no reason to try to contend this year. I think this trade would make a lot of sense. Christopher says, Mixon didn't practice today. Do we start Bucky or Addison at the flex? If Mixon didn't practice, you know what I'm going to do? It's the most disgusting thing in the world. Do I want to pick back up Cam Akers? Do we want to? Alex says Fields or Mahomes this week. So I was making our quarterback rankings. If you look at the implied team totals for these offenses, they're not that far off. Right now, sportsbooks are projecting out that we should see about 22 points scored in Pittsburgh in comparison to 24 points in Kansas City. Obviously, we'll imagine that Justin Fields monopolizes more of the fantasy points in his offense than Mahomes does in his own, given the fact that you do have Fields running the ball where Mahomes isn't going to be so nearly as much. I did put Mahomes at QB 7 in the ranks. Actually, I probably need to move Mahomes behind Stroud. Yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to update these rankings real quick. We're going to move Mahomes behind Stroud. We'll have Mahomes at QB 8. I have Fields QB 10. So I would still go Patrick Mahomes over Justin Fields, but obviously things are trending in a way where this is a close question. Billy says, signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK and use the same email for my Flock account. How soon do I get my team review and how do I use it? So if you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK and made at least a $10 deposit, what will happen is the following morning, every single day, Underdog sends me a list of emails of everybody who used promo code FLOCK and made at least a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy. The developers then go through and accredit all those accounts that have the same email address on flockfantasy.com with team review vouchers. So if you just did this, you will get it tomorrow morning, my friend. And if you were wanting to redeem your voucher, or if you ever want to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you go over to the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can do a start sit question, trade question, team review. If you go through the team review process where you go, okay, I want to submit my team for review. I'm going to blah, 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 fill all this out. We're going to link my team. Then you go, and once you hit to the page that says Mason Dodd, it should say $0 if you have that team review voucher. Or you can also go to your account page to make sure you have the team review voucher as well. But yeah, and if anybody wanted to take advantage of that offer, you can go over to Underdog Fantasy. Over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can check out any of these pick'ems for tonight. If you want to say, oh, Mason, Bijan's a bum, Bijan's not scoring a touchdown, you do you. I mean, I'm not condoning that kind of behavior. Bijan's not a bum. But yeah, you can find the link over to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat or the description. If you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Kirk Cousins pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard, and a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. But let's move this over to what we have with the questions on the sites real quick. Okay. So our next question is going to be another trade question from Let's Go Utes. This is Quentin Johnston, Najee Harris versus Christian Watson and Zach Moss. Najee versus Moss, give me Najee. Johnston versus Watson, give me Watson. I'd probably rather have the best player in the deal. I think the best player in the deal is Najee Harris at this point. Chase Brown expanding his role. Jalen Warren and Cordell Patterson both injured. So I'm going to go Najee. Now, EFAM 2 coming out. This is Brian Robinson, Brian Thomas, Drake London versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. We're trading 3/4 for $1 here. We want the best player. We want Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So, yeah, the depth's not going to matter nearly as much. Please just give me the best player with St. Brown. Go Utes Tommy with another trade question. This is Travis Etienne and Deebo Samuel versus Breece Hall. This is interesting. This appears to be a 10-team league, so the option on the waiver wire should be decent. I go Breece Hall here. I go Breece. I wouldn't fault you at all. If this was like a 12-team, 14-team format where the option on the waiver wire is going to be a little bit worse, then maybe we don't go Breece. But like looking at what this team that's getting Breece is having to drop to accept this deal, they have to drop Jacoby Myers, right? So in a 10-team league, you're effectively able to go to the waiver wire and pick up a player of the caliber of Jacoby Myers essentially for free onto the Breece Hall side. So yeah, a 10-team league, give me Breece. Now, Eric Greenberg coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Praise St. Connor. Now, looking at this is the number 2 team in the league analyzer. There's a little grouping of the top 3 teams, then 2 teams, and then everybody else below. So really the top 5 teams are kind of dominating this league. It's a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's a format in which the depth doesn't matter, and instead you are highly incentivized to build around some of the top options inside the starting lineup. Saying I've been trying to trade a starter in some of my bench for a better starter, but nobody is biting at the moment. So obviously 2-for-1 deals are by far and away the most appealing type of trades in this 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and a flex. But I mean, if your league mates are going, hey, I have no business trading for depth, you can't blame them. It may be a little bit tougher if your league mates know what they're doing. But starting off with quarterback, I mean, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. Obviously, if we have Daniels, we can start him every single week, pretty much regardless of the matchup. Don't really need a backup quarterback here. We have Trey McBride down here at tight end as well. Same situation. Looks like McBride will be back this week. So we have an elite quarterback. We have an elite tight ends. So we don't really need to have a backup at either spot. Going over to running back, we're currently sitting with Josh Jacobs and James Conner in the starting lineup. Looking at this from a 12-team perspective, I would be completely fine with Jacobs, my RB1. I would love James Conner as my RB2. And a 10-teamer, definitely a weaker running back room. Like in a 10-team league, right now the league analyzer has this as the 9th best running back room in the league. This team has Gibbs, Mixon, Najee, Hubbard. This team has Barkley, Etienne, Montgomery, Singletary. This team is Brees, Jones, Mason, Chubb, Braylon Allen. And since this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, especially in a 10-team format, I think we need to upgrade running back if we possibly can. Going over to wide receiver, we have the anchors that we start every single week. We have Lamb. We have Marvin Harrison Jr. So looking at the wide receivers in this lineup, really, it does make the depth options that we have down on the it makes the depth options that we have down on the bench expendable. The question is, like, what guys can we actually get value from? What guys will people be willing to trade for? Nobody's trading for Waddle right now. From what I've seen, not too many people are interested in Worthy even after the Rashee Rice deal. Obviously, nobody's trading for Tank Dell at the moment. I think the guy that we look to sell is we look to sell DJ Moore. If we can find a team that potentially needs some help at wide receiver, like this team, DJ Moore could arguably be their wide receiver 1. And we can take DJ Moore in a depth running back to go get an upgrade at RB. I think it make a lot of sense in a 10-team format. Like if you could go DJ Moore and Josh Jacobs or DJ Moore and James Conner and pivot over to Bijan Robinson, absolute no-brainer. Now, obviously, much easier said than done. What's probably a little more likely here is us trying to trade DJ Moore and Chase Brown to get to James Conner. If they reject that, honestly, you could consider DJ Moore and James Conner to get to James Cook in a full PPR format where we are prioritizing some of the long-term upside. This team, DJ Moore would for sure be in start consideration for them every week. If they are worried about the Jonathan Taylor injury, we could potentially see if we could send them DJ Moore, James Conner for Jonathan Taylor in the long term. We can play Trey Sermon ourselves in the short term. That's a completely fine spot. Or another possibility is if we're not going to start Trey Sermon this week and this team has no Jonathan Taylor, you could potentially see if we can try to sell DJ Moore and Trey Sermon and pivot over to a wide receiver upgrade and get somebody like Garrett Wilson. I think that could be a win-win deal for both parties. And then it just greater incentivizes us to try to sell the wide receiver depth pieces in 2-for-1 deals to upgrade at running back. But primarily the issue that you're going to have is nobody's going to trade for Dell right now. I don't really see many people trading for Worthy. Nobody's going to trade for Waddle. So the wide receiver pieces that make sense in moving away would be DJ Moore, T. Higgins with a running back piece to get that 2-for-1 upgrade. I actually think that Jacobs is a little bit undervalued at the moment. So instead, I think you're probably looking at James Conner in that 2-for-1 deal. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know. And yeah, thank you so much for using the Underdog promo for the free review. But let's move this over to Michael's trade question. It says 12-team at PPR. He wanted Ayuk and Charbonnet first. Got himself down to the 3-for-2. Should I hit accept? So going from Charbonnet to Rashad White, give me Rashad White rest of season. Going from Rome Odunze to Jaden Daniels, give me Jaden Daniels rest of season. We're paying Javonte Williams to get the job done. I think you go ahead and you accept this deal. This is a team where right now we have Anthony Richardson and Geno Smith at quarterback. So once we accept this, you probably go ahead and you probably cut Geno Smith because obviously the upside for Geno just simply can't match the rushing upside that you have from some of these other guys. And yeah, I mean, you just go through and you just start Jaden Daniels effectively every single week. But Derek Perales coming through with a starts a question, says Mahomes or Baker/Stevenson or Zach Charbonnet or Irving for the flex. I really do appreciate you, my guy. Going to be super excited to answer all these. Now, I will say, just for future reference, to make sure that's easier for you and you don't feel like you have to type all this stuff out, say you wanted to figure out 2 running back slots. what you could do in that instance is you could leave the running back slot empty and you could put the 3 running backs that you're considering underneath. And in that instance, 1, obviously I'll still answer you in the live stream, but 2, you'll actually get your starting lineup sent back to you all filled out, where now when I'm going to send you back, it's going to look exactly how you sent it to me. But really do appreciate you. And yeah, just going forward in the future, if you just leave that spot that you're considering empty and then put the players that you're considering underneath it, I can go ahead and I can fill everything out for you. And it'll probably be a lot easier for you to use the tool as well. Now, first off, starting with the easy one, I will go Mahomes over Baker Mayfield, primarily because I have a smooth lizard brain and I am not capable of complex thoughts. The second thing is, if we are looking at the projections, I do want to give credit to Baker, where right now I would not be surprised if Underdog actually has Baker for more fantasy points. 18.05 points for Baker Mayfield this week, going over to Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes only at 232.5 passing yards, higher or lower in comparison to Baker Mayfield, who is up at 243.5. So obviously the injury to Rice, the injury to Hollywood, Mahomes isn't throwing the ball as much as previously. A lot of things would point to Baker. I think that they're extremely close, but I have a lizard brain, so I'm going to go Mahomes. Also, Stevenson or Charbonnet. I'm going to go with Stevenson over Zach Charbonnet, even with these scary remarks around Antonio Gibson potentially being the starting running back here in New England. And then we're going to go Stevenson over Irving as well. And then Addison, Wandale, or Wicks. We're going to go Dontavian Wicks. Maybe Wandale could be interesting if you had no neighbors, but also Romeo Doubs may miss this week on top of Christian Watson for Wicks. And then Evan Ingram or Cade Otton. If Evan Ingram's fully good to go, which he did practice yesterday, I would go Evan Ingram. But Ingram did look like absolute garbage week 1 as well. But I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. Now, going over to this next team review, is one of those free Underdog team reviews from Toot Weezy. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. We are number 6 in the league analyzer right now. If you look at the groupings of this, really looks like there are those 3 top teams, 3 teams here in the middle, which we are a part of, 3 teams that are on the lower end, and then the absolute garbage squad at the very bottom. So we're definitely middle of the road team. It is a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we are highly incentivized to build around upside, sell wide receiver depth, get long-term pieces in that we like the ceiling with down the road. Starting off at quarterback, we have the elite QB with Josh Allen. If you have Allen, you definitely don't need to roster a second quarterback. The difficult spot is looking at what we have, say, with Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield is a quarterback that's worth the roster spot, but at the same time, in a 10-team league, you're not going to be able to get anything for him if you try to trade him. So if you're looking at the way that we can maybe maneuver this quarterback room, if Baker does have another really strong week and all of a sudden we could look to squeeze some value out of him, we would. It's just much easier said than done. I don't really know if anybody's going to be buying Baker Mayfield in a 10-team format. Nobody really needs the QB production. Now, going over to running back, you're currently sitting with Devon Achane. I think Achane's a running back 2 in the short term, running back 1 in the long term. We have David Montgomery. I think Montgomery's an extremely strong RB2, regardless of if it's a 10-team format, regardless of if it's a 12-teamer. We have DeAndre Swift, who looks like you're seeing a little more volume. We have Charbonnet as the desperation play. But more importantly, you have the handcuff appeal where if you were to have Kenneth Walker go down, then obviously Charbonnet does appear to be just an absolute must-start player in that instance. We have Trey Sermon as a short-term fill-in. So honestly, with this squad, if you think you would start DeAndre Swift over Trey Sermon this week, I'd probably go to the Jonathan Taylor team or probably go to a team that could use another running back and see if we can sell Trey Sermon and get an upgrade elsewhere. Just knowing that, I mean, if we have a running back that we are not using but does have that shelf life where you could see his value just poof, go vanish. If we can get any long-term wide receiver upgrade, I definitely think we would. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we're currently sitting with Deebo Samuel, Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf. Deebo Samuel in a 10-team league, I do not like as my wide receiver 1. I'd be okay with it in a 12-teamer. I'd love him as my wide receiver 2. Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf. I actually like them at wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, even in a 10-team format. Beyond this, we have the long-term upside of Puka. We have the long-term upside of Worthy. We have the long-term upside of Rome. So looking at what we have at wide receiver, I'm actually completely fine with this wide receiver room, specifically because the depth is structured in a way where we're not looking at short-term floors here. Instead, we are prioritizing long-term ceilings. And then going over to tight end, we have Zach Ertz in the short term. We have Sam Laporta in the long term. Once we get past the Laporta bye, I would just go ahead and I would cut Zach Ertz, roll with Sam Laporta through the rest of the season. But overall, I think it's an interesting team. Once you get Puka Nacua back from injury, I definitely think it makes a player like DK Metcalf expendable, where we would look to go ahead and we would look to sell DK Metcalf and one of our running backs to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. But for now, I don't necessarily know if that's something we are wanting to do. I think you probably just sit with this team as is, unless you can squeeze some value out of Trey Sermon for a team that potentially needs a running back this week. Like, this team misses Pacheco. They have Pollard on bye. So if you could send them like Trey Sermon and maybe Xavier Worthy to pivot over to Stephon Diggs, DJ Moore, T. Higgins to just get that slight upgrade. I mean, no harm, no foul in doing that. And also at the same time, could make some sense for them just given the fact that they are really desperate for the running back production and there's no way we start Sermon here. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But let's move this over to a start sit question for Dill Pill. Wide receiver, Lamb obviously is a lock every week. Deontay Johnson will be a lock here at wide receiver 2. Tight end, we are starting Kmet. If Kraft's on the waiver wire, I would prefer Kraft over Kmet. Running back, I think you have to start James Cook, 24-point implied team total in Buffalo. I think we're going to go ahead. We'll start one of the worst running backs. I mean, it's not one of the worst running backs. A running back, one of the worst offenses in the NFL with Devon Achane. You actually have a much better matchup for DeAndre Swift. And at the same time, I believe the Bears have a 23-point implied team total, but we've seen one okay week with DeAndre Swift all season now. One okay week. I mean, it was good. It was good this past week. But outside of that, it's just been an absolute dumpster fire. I am saying this as somebody who has to start DeAndre Swift in the flock league this week. I hope I'm wrong, but I think you do go with Achane over Swift. And then going over to what we have in the flex, this is where things get a little interesting. Since you have Evan Ingram coming back in, I don't know how excited I am to get in Brian Thomas. I think Thomas does see his work, actually, his target share in this offense come down a bit, but the offense does appear to be a little bit better in Jacksonville this week in a plus matchup. I'd probably go DJ Moore against Carolina. Just get the running back with the 3-down workload in. Now, King Glenn coming out with a team review. Massive dono with this team review. Thank you, my guy. Here, this is the 8th team in this league, so we are definitely near the bottom of the league analyzer. Saying, I don't know what to do. We've lost Puka, Pacheco, Rice. Okay, well. We figured out why we were near the bottom in the league analyzer. We have lost 3 of the best players or some of the best players on our team. This is just going to be brutal, my guy. And also, this is a start 9 format. So this is a league where the wide receiver depth matters a ton. I mean, okay, so quarterback, we have Lamar and Jordan Love. The first thing that we can easily say is, if we lose Pacheco, if you lose Puka, and we lose Rashee Rice, you're in a spot where we probably have to be selling a quarterback and bringing in wide receiver production, especially under the context that this is a league with so many starting lineup slots. So the first thing I do is I approach some of these teams with bad quarterback rooms. This team has Fields and Goff. 10-team format, probably not super exciting. This team has A-Rich and Brock Purdy. And to be honest with you, these teams probably aren't interested in trading for Jordan Love. I mean, it does suck. I mean, but it also sucks to lose Puka, Pacheco, and Rice in a league where the depth matters. But I don't think you have another option but to try to squeeze some value out of Lamar Jackson to get a locked and loaded starter that you can be excited to put in your lineup every week. Like going through and looking at this, I think if you could trade Lamar with one of these teams and get back a quarterback like Anthony Richardson, that obviously has a ton of downside, but at least gives you some rushing production. If you could go Lamar for Anthony Richardson, Travis Etienne, and George Pickens, I never recommend making deals where we're giving up the best player and we're getting multiple pieces in return. But we lost Puka, Pacheco, and Rice in a league with the deep starting lineup requirements. And also, if you look at the team with who we're currently rostering, who do we have to cut to make space for the combo of Travis Etienne and George Pickens? We cut Jordan Whittington and Jalen Polk. I'm fine doing that. Let's go ahead. Let's get them off the roster. And obviously, we are downgrading at quarterback. We're having to play between the matchups of Jordan Love and AR. Looks like it's going to be Jordan Love really easily at this point. But I think we can afford to do that. I think you have to sell Lamar because going over to running back, Aaron Jones, my RB1 in a 10-team league, I'm not excited about. Raheem Mostert / Emmanuel Wilson / Justice Hill is my RB2 in a 10-team league. I am terrified about. Terrified. So with this in mind, I think the easy play is you just need to get some depth pieces in. Another deal that we could look at like that, where this team has Fields and Goff, we send them Lamar, we get back Fields or Goff in return, doesn't matter. We also get Najee Harris, Garrett Wilson. So we go Lamar for Goff, Najee, Wilson. We have a quality running back too we can start every week. Wilson really, really helps out this wide receiver room given the league settings. And going over to tight end, I probably wouldn't be looking to sell Kelsey just yet because I don't know if his value is fully rebounded. But ultimately, with this being a spot where Rashee Rice going down opens up a ton of target availability for Travis Kelsey in this offense, I think that Kelsey is an elite tight end yet again. And this may be a league where we can't afford to roster the elite tight end. And instead, we have to sell Kelsey and get in an additional running back wide receiver spot start. Because it's a league with extremely deep starting lineup requirements. We had 3 serious injuries. So it sucks, but I think you kind of have to go through and you have to get some players in that can move the needle for you. But yeah, going over to wide receiver, I don't know what I can say here. I mean, we have Jefferson, Puka, Addison, Myers, Mike. This wide receiver room can't get it done. Obviously, I like the fact we're rostering a lot of wide receivers in a league where wide receiver depth does matter. But like, am I going to tell you, go sell Puka? Not getting anything. I think you need to sell your elite onesies. We have to sell Lamar. We have to sell Kelsey. We have to downgrade at these positions while backfilling a bunch of running back 2s and wide receiver 2s to bolster the depth with this team. That's the main thing that I'd be looking at. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. Wish you the best of luck. Obviously, it's going to be extremely difficult to overcome the loss of 3 of some of the best players in fantasy. But yeah, thank you again for being a member of the flock, and I hope I was able to help you out. Well, let's move this start sit question over to Max Shaheen. And real quick, if we hit 400 likes in the stream, we are going to be pivoting over and answering some of the free questions in the live chat. So go hit that like button if you have not done so already. Max Shaheen says, need help picking 2 running backs in a flex this week. I'm getting Chuba in a trade for Shaheed. Thanks, man. Thank you. So if we have Chuba Hubbard, then obviously Chuba Hubbard is the player that we are starting this week. We start Chuba Hubbard and probably Kareem Hunt. If you look at Hunt versus Ramondre Stevenson, I don't feel super comfortable projecting out either running back's usage, but I feel a lot more comfortable about having a piece of the Browns offense than I do a piece of the New England offense. So we're going to leave this other spot empty for Chuba Hubbard. And then for the flex, I hate to say this, he's been garbage. He's been worse than garbage. He's not had 10 fantasy points all season. I think we go Brandon Ayuk. If you look at Ayuk, a 28.5 point implied team total for the Niners. Great matchup against Arizona. He is pretty much an every down player at this point. I know people are going to hate me for it, but if you really hate Brandon Ayuk, you can go take the lower than 69 receiving yards on Underdog. I don't know if Ayuk's gotten this once this season, but my thing is the matchup's there. The projections are there. I think you need to go ahead and you need to take Ayuk. Kevin says, how do we get a free team review? I use the same email for Underdog and Flock. So real quick, if you use promo code Flock on Underdog and promo code Flock on, you use the same email address on Underdog Fantasy with promo code Flock, it made at least a $10 deposit. And at the same time, you have an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. Underdog the following day will send me a list of those email addresses that we need to credit with free team review vouchers. The next day, we will credit those with free team review vouchers. So if you just use promo code Flock and Underdog and you just made your $10 deposit, essentially tomorrow morning, I'm going to get your email address. I'm going to hook you up with a free team review voucher. Then you go to the expert advice at the top right corner. You hit team review. You go through the process and it should say $0 for Mason Dodd. So yeah, if you just use promo code Flock on Underdog and you just set up your account on flockfantasy.com, just be a little bit patient with me, my guy. But I promise you'll get it. Now, Olave Garden coming out with our next start set question. Here, wide receiver, I think you have to go ahead. You have to probably play Olave and Harrison. If you actually look at the projections with Harrison this week, they are very low. They are lower than the projections that you have with Brandon Ayuk. Underdog is Harrison, higher, lower, 54.5 receiving yards. Obviously, very tough matchup that you have going up against the Niners. But I'd feel more comfortable with the target share that you've had in the Arizona offense with Harrison. And then going over to the flex, the most appealing options that you have are Ayuk, Flowers, Amari, and Keon Coleman. And out of those guys, I will go Brandon Ayuk, and I will just take the player in the good offense with the good matchup. Go good offense and good matchup. Now, moving this over to our next team reviews, one of those free Underdog team reviews. Joshua Patrick Allen is the team name here. 1 and 3, we just traded Ayuk, Goddard, Dak for Kupp, Wan'Dale, Geno. Dak to Geno, slight downgrade. Ayuk to Kupp, slight upgrade. Goddard to Wan'Dale, obvious downgrade. I am fine. I love this trade if we end up getting Cooper Kupp coming back in really early. Now, obviously, the issue is we don't know when Kupp will be back in. And also, with that being said, we're 1 and 3. Specifically on a 1 and 3 roster, this is a spot where I think that we need to be prioritizing production in our starting lineup right now, not necessarily in the long term. But anyway, I'm assuming that we have a solid tight end if we sold Goddard. We have Kittle. Yeah, so the trade does make a lot of sense. And you had Josh Allen. So honestly, who cares that we traded away Dak? This is a great squad. So sitting with Josh Allen, we have a quarterback we can start every single week. Makes a lot of sense to cash out on Dak Prescott. You're never starting Dak over Josh Allen, given the rushing upside you get from Allen weekly. So beautiful. Love to see it. Don't need a backup. Going over to running back, we have Bijan, Kyron Williams. I do personally still believe both of these running backs are top 10 options going into the future, and I can honestly say that with really not much hesitation. We have Zach Moss as a quality RB3 that was seeing volume in a very good offense. Now, of course, maybe that's going to be a little bit tougher now that you have the expanded role for Chase Brown, but I'm still okay with Zach Moss here. Going over to Trey Sermon, we have the short-term fill-in if need be. This is a little bit of a deeper starting lineup requirement, so I understand going for Sermon. We have Algier, Emmanuel Wilson as running backs that are absolute desperation plays. But if you were to see an injury inside the starting lineup, then obviously they can step in with almost a 3-down workload. Pretty damn close to it. So running back room, I absolutely love in this league. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth does matter a bit more. We have Cup in the long term, which we're really excited about. But obviously in the short term, it's kind of tough to be. We have DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Christian Kirk, Keon Coleman. These are the perfect example of wide receivers that simply would not matter if you played in a league where you only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, but specifically in a format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. These wide receiver depth pieces actually will move the needle for us. Wan'Dale Robinson, Juwan Jennings, just depth plays that, I mean, maybe you end up throwing Wan'Dale Robinson in if Malik Neighbors does miss, but not inherently guys that we are super excited about here. We have George Kittle as a tight end that we can play every week. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would definitely want to try to consolidate some of these receivers and make a 2-for-1 deal if possible, where we could potentially go ahead and sell, say, Kirk and Keon in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at wide receiver elsewhere. But specifically with how this team is structured, where you can start 4 wide receivers, where the depth of the wide receiver position does matter a bit more. And at the same time, this is a situation in which we don't have Cooper Kupp for the short term. I actually think that it does make a lot of sense for you to instead just kind of sit on your hands here, not really look to do anything at wide receiver. And honestly, I think you could find yourself throwing Trey Sermon into the flex here as well. So I don't necessarily think that you need to be looking to sell Sermon either. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the Flock Sport on the channel. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, I wish I had more for you, but I think you've already structured this team in a way that we really like. And I like getting the value for Dak Prescott where we did based off the roster and based off the league settings. But let's move this over to the CUM Missioner. My guy, appreciate you. Going to be excited to check it out. This is the 4th team here looking at the league analyzer. Top 4 teams are all in a similar tier, right? We have kind of a tier of juggernaut squads. Said, hey, Mason, I feel like my squad is solid, but there are stacked teams in my league. How do we turn my above average squad into a juggernaut? Yeah, we're already in that group of 4. Now, this is a 14-team format. So options on the waiver wire are definitely going to be a little bit worse. Options on the waiver wire aren't going to matter nearly as much. And 2-for-1 deals in a 14-team league are maybe just a little bit less exciting. Not necessarily something we need to say we don't care about, but we just need to be a little more careful in just spamming 2-for-1 deals, 3-for-1 deals to try to get the best player in the lineup. His depth will be harder to backfill. Going over to quarterback, we have Kyler and Goff. 14-team league, you probably actually could get some value for Jared Goff here. Going through and looking at some of the teams, this team starting Matthew Stafford. The issue is obviously nobody's going to want to trade for Goff on the bye right now. So we're probably chilling at quarterback. I definitely think that Kyler's the top 14 QB easily. I think he's high in QB1 in this league. And also if we're looking at what you have with Jared Goff, I think Jared Goff could be a borderline top 14 quarterback. So potentially in my mind, we have 2 QB1s. And if we do get another massive spike from Goff, then at that point, you could potentially go ahead and move Jared Goff in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. I think we would if we can pick up another quarterback off the waiver wire, because I do know in a 14-team format, of course, it may be a little bit tougher to do so. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Brooks, Zach Moss. Obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs is, a top 14 running back very, very easily. High-end RB1 in this format. I believe Jonathan Brooks and Zach Moss are both top 28 running backs as well. So we are in a really comfortable position here in that we are able to go through and we are able to kind of like safely rely upon this running back room. Spears is actually a great RB4 to have in a 14-team league. I'm excited to have Tyler Algier here as well. So we have the top in production, we have the depth, and we have the upside as well with some of these faces, if their situations were to change, obviously they become that much more exciting. And yes, we had 400 likes on the stream, so we will be pivoting over and answering some of the free questions in the chat. Just give me a second. And going over to wide receiver, we have Nico, top 14 option. Wide receiver 2 is maybe a little bit questionable, but we do have a considerable amount of depth. If McBride does come back this week, I think you go ahead. I think you cut Tyler Conklin. You pick up a wide receiver off the waiver wire that you like the potential upside with. Actually, I just labeled both of the Dallas Cowboys secondary receivers in Jalen Tolbert and Brandon Cooks as guys that we are potentially looking to drop. But to be honest with you, now that you're in a situation where Brandon Cooks is going to be missing a considerable amount of time, I think you could actually go and look at a player like Jalen Tolbert, and he may have some relevance, especially with the injuries that you have to the defensive side of the ball as well for Dallas. So potentially, Dak Prescott has to air the ball out a little bit more. So I think we cut Conklin. We pick up a wide receiver off the waiver wire. That's just a suggestion of who we could be looking at. A wide receiver this week, we start Nico Collins, Jordan Addison. Running back, we're starting Gibbs, Moss. Flex, you're probably throwing in Roma Dunze. I'm sorry, we don't have Gibbs. We have to go Moss and Algier at running back. With no Brooks, with no Spears, with no Gibbs, running back's going to be really gross. Just this week. Obviously, in long term, we really do like it. And in terms of trying to make a trade here, I don't particularly see one. If you can target one of those teams that are desperate for a quarterback, like that team here, like we said, they pretty much just have Stafford. If you could send them like Jared Goff and Addison to pivot over to like Devontae Adams, we would. That team has love. They have no business in trading for Goff. The issue is going to be tough to get any value for Goff realistically. So I think you would need a massive spike week for Jared Goff. You're going to expect that we get much from him. So love the team in a 14-team league. I think that there's a reason why we are so high with the league analyzer here. If it was a 10-team, if it was different league settings, I would want to make moves. I just think it's a perfect squad for a 14-team league. I love the way we're optimizing the roster. This week's going to freaking suck with the players on bye, with Jonathan Brooks not back in just yet. But in the long term, when we get Brooks back in, when we get through the Gibbs bye, when we get through the Spears bye, I think you're going to be in a great, great situation. And honestly, in a 14-team league, I think you just kind of sit still here. I think the team's going to get better as the season goes on. I wish I had more for you. I wish I had better advice for you. But I think you've already done a great job with the squad. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out a bit. But let's answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. TMH says, hey, chat, who should we drop? Jacoby, Dobbs, or Wicks? Thanks. I would drop Romeo Dobbs. If you look at Dobbs, he actually did miss practice this week. So it looks like he may be missing some time here. And at the same time, what he is projecting out, I don't think it's a guarantee, but he is also projecting out to potentially be the third option in this offense. So you're looking at the wide receiver 3 in his offense dealing with an injury versus Jacoby, who is, yes, in a much worse offense, but at least the wide receiver 1 and fully healthy. Jeffrey says, do we drop Dallas Goedert or Juwan Jennings for JSN? We have George Kittle. I would 100% drop Juwan Jennings for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Obviously, if you look at what Juwan Jennings has done over the past 2 weeks, he's been incredible. He did lead this team in receiving this past week as well. Do I think that's super predictive going into the future? Probably not. I think I still would prefer JSN. JSN's also been seeing a ton of volume in Seattle. The Notorious One, always happy to see it, says, hey, Mason, so no one wants to trade. Should we trade Aaron Jones instead of Moss to pick up a nice receiver? So I had Aaron Jones as a sell high candidate at the beginning of the season, looking at the underlying usage that we had with Tyler Algier. And the assumption that we were making was the Minnesota Vikings offense did scale back as well. But to be completely honest with you, it looks like that was just an absolute horrible call where I think it's difficult for me to say to sell Aaron Jones at this point. The Vikings offense looks legit, so you have the touchdown upside with Aaron Jones. And at the same time, with Aaron Jones, he is taking more work from Algier at the moment. I'm sorry, Ty Chandler at the moment. And obviously you have the receiving upside. A Mister says Bucky or Singletary this week. It's a difficult spot because if we knew that Singletary was going to be playing, I'd very easily prefer Devin Singletary over Bucky Irving. However, with that being said, I just simply have no idea. You have to play Bucky Irving tonight. Singletary did miss practice yesterday. Singletary did miss practice today as well. So it's a really tough spot. Jack says, thoughts on ETN rest of season? I'm currently 3-1 and a contender. I think that the Jacksonville Jaguars offense will be better than it has been. I'm not saying it'll be good, but I think it'll be better than it has been. Travis Etienne's had usage both as a rusher and a receiver, averaging over 15 opportunities per game. So I think Etienne is still a mid running back 2 in the long term. How I'm seeing him valued at the moment in the live stream with a lot of people panicking about this offense, obviously, understandably so. But I'm seeing a lot of people value Etienne as if he is like a low-end RB3. And in that situation, I'm not a low-end RB3, high-end RB3. In that situation, I honestly think that Etienne's probably a little bit undervalued. And I'm fine going in on Etienne, to be honest. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Adam says Mixon and Brian Robinson, no practice today. Obviously, I'm never rooting for anybody to get injured, but dear God, if Brian Robinson does not play this week, it will help me out so damn much. If we have no Brian Robinson and I can start Austin Eckler in the flex in the flock league, it may be exactly what we need. It may be exactly what we need to win this week. If we move to 4-1 with our team, you can't deny it's a team of destiny. H Soccer says, do we trade Najee and Kirk for Ramondre and Pittman? I'd rather have Najee over Ramondre. Kirk versus Pittman, probably give me Kirk. So no, I would not. I mean, I have Ramondre in the flock league, but I am very concerned about him getting benched for Gibson. I mean, we were talking about it early in the week with Ramondre having his 4th fumble. What I said at the beginning of the week is if Belichick was the coach for New England, Ramondre would have already been benched at that point. So I don't know. For me to say we would rather have Ramondre Stevenson over Najee Harris at this point when you have Jalen Warren injured and the Steelers offense looks a lot better than what you have in New England. I don't see how you could. Will says Diggs or Drake London rest of season. I do have Drake London ranked over Stephon Diggs. Obviously, Diggs has been better. And honestly, I did draft more Stephon Diggs in underdog drafts than I did Drake London. So I'd really hope I'm wrong. I hope Diggs keeps scoring touchdowns. He's in a great offense. But I mean, London has actually seen more targets in every single game he's played so far this year. Not than Stephon Diggs, but consecutively. He had 12 targets this past week. The matchup should get a lot better for the Atlanta Falcons going into the future. So while, yes, he's been very bad, I do think that Drake London's actually going to be better in the future here. But let me show y'all the up-to-date reports that we have. Mixon doesn't practice. Tank Dell does get in a limited practice. So this is an important thing to monitor. Here's what I need to ask y'all. Do I pick up Cam Akers yet again? What work did Akers have last week? The issue is it's a tougher matchup this week for Cam Akers than it was last week. Players. If I were to drop somebody for Akers, I'd be dropping Jaleel McLaughlin. If I was starting Akers over somebody, I'd be starting him over Connor, Swift, Ramondre, or Eckler. Which honestly, I don't think I'm doing. So I'm not going to pick up Akers. I think that ship has sailed. But let's move this over to the questions that we have on the site. Obviously, you can always get a guaranteed answer from whatever questions you want over on flockfantasy.com. Just hit that little comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you're wanting. And when we answer it, it's actually going to get sent to you through the live stream as well. So you're going to ask any questions, even if we're not live streaming, or you can ask them if we're live streaming, but you have to ask and leave right away. You're still going to get to see your answer. And if you wanted a team review, I would definitely recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you actually get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you will get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review promo. And you can find that link in the description and comment section and live chat. But Ja Worst coming out says, Chase Brown versus Shaheed. So obviously Shaheed, I would project him, honestly, from a week-to-week perspective, probably higher than I would Chase Brown. But if we are thinking of the underlying upside that these two assets have, Zach Moss goes down with an injury. In my mind, Chase Brown is immediately a league-winning player. Chris Olave goes down with an injury. What expectations do we have with Shaheed? Is he a league-winning option at that point? Probably not. I don't think he'd be that much different than how he looks right this second. So to be honest with you, even if maybe this week I'd rather start Shaheed over Chase Brown, thinking about the top 1% outcome for both of these players, I think I would prefer to just go ahead and take Chase Brown. I think I would rather just have Brown. Now, moving over to somebody always asking questions with massive donuts as well. Ty Chicks out here yet again. My guy, obviously we're meeting with the developers of flockfantasy.com every day. One thing I need you to do is shoot me an email, mason.flockfantasy.com. Or actually, whenever I complete this, you get the email address says, hey, Mason completed your team review or whatever. Respond to that email. I'll be able to see that it's you and say, hey, Mason, you reminded me to reach out. I want a free hat. If you live in the United States, hit me up. I'd be happy to hook you up with a free hat and a free shirt. My guy, thank you so much for always hanging out with us in the live stream and showing us that support. Saying, hey, Mason, sorry for spamming questions. I traded Debo or Walker earlier today. I think my team's looking pretty good now, but should we be looking to improve anywhere? Currently 4-0. No, my guy, again, thank you so much. Really hope that, assuming you're enjoying the site with all the questions that you're sending in, I would love to hook you up with something like a hat, a shirt, probably both. So just please respond to the email for me completing this for you. That way we can get you some stuff. And we're actually going to be rolling out a ton of loyalty stuff on the site very soon as well. So you should be getting additional stuff, but I at least want to hook you up with a hat and a shirt first. But anyway, this is the number one team in the league analyzed. We've looked at this a couple times. This is a monstrous squad, right? Right now there are these top 3 teams that you can be really excited about. Then you have a significant drop off to everybody else. It's a 10-team league where you insert 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we already know that the wide receiver depth, not going to make a super big difference here. And instead you are highly incentivized to have the top end quarterback, the top end running backs as well. Here we have Josh Allen. Immaculate. Love to see it. If we have Josh Allen, you don't really need to be rostering a backup quarterback. You already know this. You've already heard me say it 1,000 times. We traded Deebo Samuel for Kenneth Walker, which honestly, I'm surprised that you were able to do. I figured based off the Kenneth Walker performance this past week, scoring 3 touchdowns off of 13 opportunities, something ridiculous. I figured that Walker may be an untouchable asset. But the fact that we are able to get him here is incredible in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. And going through, obviously, now that we have this kind of running back depth, the name of the game is looking at a player that maybe has a high floor but a low ceiling. Sorry, 1 second. So if we can maybe move like somebody like Rico Dowdle, because realistically, Dowdle does look like the starting running back for the Dallas Cowboys. There could be a team in your league that actually could see some value out of Rico Dowdle, where just simply for us, he's never hitting our starting lineup. Like Javonte Williams as well. Obviously, Javonte has a guaranteed amount of touches every single week that for a garbage team with injuries maybe could use in their lineup that we aren't going to get anything from. So any chance we get to potentially sell like Javonte or Dowdle and get an upgrade elsewhere in the lineup, these are the players we're looking to move. I want to hold on to Brooks. I want to hold on to Chase Brown because I do think that they specifically have a ton of upside here as well. Going over to what we have specifically with the wide receiver position. We are currently sitting with CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase. So we have the two anchors. Having the two anchors here, you're not in a spot where you need to go through and really focus too much in on depth. Obviously, Deontay Johnson, wide receiver 3, Brian Thomas, wide receiver 4 is nuts. Tight end, you have Ferguson that's commanding a ton of. Let's go hunt some of these teams that have bad running backs. This team loses Pacheco, so Jaleel McLaughlin's their current running back too. This is the perfect team that we sell both Rico Dowdle and Javonte Williams to. We go to them, say, hey, clearly you need running backs. We send them Rico Dowdle and Javonte Williams, and we try to get an upgrade at wide receiver. I go, hey, we'll give you Javonte Dowdle and Brian Thomas. Give me Marvin Harrison Jr. If they say yes, cool. If they say no, we ask for Chris Godwin. If they say no to that, maybe we even ask for Jaden Reed. They have a ton of wide receiver production here. Getting together that like 3-for-1 deal, going and getting that upgrade there, I think that makes a lot of sense. Finding another team that needs running back. This team only is rostering James Cook and James Conner. So you could very easily see this squad needing to go through and this team really needing to address the running back depth concerns. So if we can go send them, say, hey, I'll give you Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, build out their running back depth for them. And we'll also give you Brian Thomas, this 3-for-1 deal. Give me Tyreek Hill. They may look at that and go, no, Tyreek's not, that much better than Brian Thomas right now. We get the running back depth. Be an absolute no-brainer for us here. Going over and looking at another team with a bad running back room. This team probably doesn't need it. I think it's, really the only move to be made at this point is targeting those two teams we mentioned previously. Jonathan's scary team and Fettuccine. Actually, no, Fettuccine's fine. What was the other one? Jonathan and Brian's teams. If we can sell them these depth running backs that give you the floor but not the ceiling, and 2-for-1 deals to get an upgrade there at wide receiver, I think that we would love to get that upgrade. But I really do appreciate you. Like I said, it's obviously a monstrous squad. We are the number 1 team in the League Analyzer. Thanks so much for hanging out in the live stream with us so often. Please just respond to the email of me sending you this with, say, hey man, this is my address. I'd love a hat. Here's my size. Love a, not hat for size. I want a shirt. Give me a hat. Here's my size for the shirt. I'd be happy to hook you up with my guy. But yeah, thank you again. And really appreciate you hanging out with us so much. But let's move this over to a trade question from Isaiah. We have Terry, Chase Brown, Marvin Harrison. So should we do this next week after Barkley's bye? This will bolster the wide receiver room until Rice comes back. If Rice comes back, we'll see, my guy. I think Rice could very easily come back for the Kansas City Chiefs for the playoffs, while maybe not necessarily helping you out in particular. But looking at what we have, we are upgrading from Harrison to Neighbors. We are upgrading from Terry to Godwin. And we are downgrading from Chase Brown to Tyler Algier. 100%, I think you make this move. To be honest with you, in most spots, I would figure that Malik Neighbors would kind of be a little bit too expensive for me. And I probably wouldn't want to trade for Neighbors, but I think this is a very reasonable price to pay. But we'll mix in a few questions in the live chat real quick. Drop them if you got them. Christopher says, with Mixon not practicing today, do we start Bucky or Addison in the flex? I'm going to plan on Addison just in case Mixon is good to go. Because I do think that Bucky and Addison are very close. So if we have the outside chance that you end up getting Mixon playing this week, I don't want to roll the dice that, oh, we started Bucky Irving, so we're not able to get Joe Mixon in. Dylan says Dak or Geno. I'm going to go with Dak. Evan says underdog play for tonight. Actually, I don't know if, I'm assuming underdog dropped these tokens for y'all as well. Let me see. So underdog has dropped a couple tokens that I really actually wanted to take advantage of. Underdog has dropped a gimme pick, where with the gimme pick, it's a $250 max, but it essentially makes one of your picks free. Like you can choose a free pick 'em and have a massive max on it. So I know this is maybe going to be a little bit of a boring one, but what you boys going to do here? And don't hate me for it. We're just going to use the gimme pick on Baker Mayfield. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson to score a touchdown. Obviously, this has been losing. But with that being said, the Falcons are favored in this game. They have an implied team total of 22.5 points. This is a rushing and receiving touchdown, and there's vulture protection on this as well. So if Tyler Algier steals the touchdown from Bijan Robinson, we get refunded. Immaculate. Obviously, it's really only on Underdog. I don't think any other platforms are doing that. So definitely understand the platform you're on. It's one of the many reasons I like Underdog. But we're going to be using the free pick'em, the free token on Baker Mayfield. So what we're able to do here is we're able to go 250 on this, which any promos I have, I typically try to go with the max. And this is 250 to win 750 for a Bijan Robinson touchdown. So let's go. This is what we're rolling with for tonight. And obviously, if you are on Underdog, even if you're only going to throw $5 on something, highly recommend using the free pick promo. Use the free pick promo. That way you effectively only need to hit one thing and you get triple the odds. But yeah, and you can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat in the description. Also, if you use promo code FLOCK and Underdog and you are new to Underdog, you're going to get an additional Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard. You get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. If you wanted that free team review, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. And yeah, this is a free team review with that Underdog promo from the Mark Andrews team. But thank you again. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. This is a team where we submitted a screenshot rather than linking the league. My guy, you should very easily be able to link your ESPN league with flockfantasy.com, even if it is a private league. If you're having any issues in figuring out how to do that, please just shoot a message over in the site issue section of the Discord, which you can find the link to the Discord in the description of this live stream. That way, one of the developers can help you out. But that way, I can also look at all the other teams in your league. And at the same time, we can you can play around with a ton of the free tools on the site. But anyway, starting off at quarterback, you have Sam Darnold. Looking at Darnold, this is a quarterback that effectively is just a streaming option. Obviously has been great so far this season, but no real rushing upside. Don't act like he's a locked and loaded starter. So yeah, if you like the matchup for Darnold, we can play him. If not, I'd probably go through and stream. It is a tough matchup going up against the Jets, to be honest. Going over to what we have at running back Jerome Ford, Bucky Irving, I do not like at RB1 and RB2. Not a fan, to be honest. If Brian Robinson misses and Austin Eckler does play, I think you have to dramatically move up Austin Eckler and you play Eckler over one of these other options. We have Tyler Algier, so the running back room is severely lacking. Wide receiver, we have JSN, Dontavian Wicks, Michael Pittman in the starting lineup. To be honest with you, my guy, I really do not like wide receiver either here. I would actually play Brandon Ayuk over Michael Pittman this week, assuming that Anthony Richardson is the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. So I would go Ayuk in the flex over Pittman. I would honestly go Ayuk over JSN as well, to be honest. I think you have to get Ayuk in. 28.5 point implied team total for the Niners this week. We have Tucker Kraft at tight end. I actually do like Kraft. I do view him as a top 10 tight end rest of season. This is a team where you have to sell McCaffrey. Like some McCaffrey teams, I think, oh, wait, we can just hold on. We can wait for the long-term upside. If we're starting Jerome Ford and Bucky Irving this week, if we're starting Michael Pittman, JSN, Dontavian Wicks, if we're streaming quarterback, you have no other option but to go through and sell McCaffrey. I'm sorry, but I think you have to see if we can get a 2-for-1 upgrade elsewhere. It sucks to say, but this is a team just depleted of talent. Really almost across every single position. We're rolling out like Bronco says this is probably like a 20-team league. You know what? That's probably what it is. I wish you included a comment so I can know the context of this. But the reason it's probably not linked is it's probably like a 32-team league or a 20-team league. And in that context, obviously it could be a much better squad. But it's just very hard to know without you leaving a comment and telling me anything here. The main thing I think you have to do with a team like this is unless we have a winning record, like if this is a 20-team league, if this team's 1-3, you need to go through and you need to sell CMC to get an impact player in the lineup right now. But I appreciate you for your sake. I do hope that there are at least 20 teams in this league. If there are 10, if there are 12, dear God, I don't know how we got here. But appreciate you. And definitely, I think you start Ayuk over some of those receivers this week. But David coming out of the trade says 4-0. Should I have tried to get T instead of Flowers? I would have rather had T Higgins over Flowers. Najee to Jacobs upgrade. Jameson to Flowers lateral move. So honestly, really like this trade. We're going to go Jacobs and Zay Flowers here. Jacobs and Zay Flowers. Now, Eamon coming out with a start sit question. Here, our best wide receiver to get in the lineup would be Tutu Atwell. We have A.J. Brown on the bye. Obviously, we're starting Tutu Atwell over either of those receivers. We don't really have a running back that we can pivot to. Tight end, we have David Njoku in the lineup. Obviously, we start Allen over Baker and Fields. So really the question is, do we start Tutu Atwell, Wicks, or Wandale? Based off Neighbors dealing with the concussion, I think we go with Neighbors over Atwell. I think you go Wicks over Atwell as well, under the assumption we have no Christian Watson and potentially no Romeo Doubs. I think you definitely leave this team as is. Now, moving this over to our next start set. This has been trying to trade Ayuk. You're not going to get anything for Ayuk. You can't trade. I'm 1-3 playing against a strong team. Should I start Kirk or go in on the Niners? You start the Niners, to be honest. We have Neighbors, Olave. Obviously, we have to monitor Neighbors. Looks like he may be missing. We're starting Auden over Sam Laporta, which makes a lot of sense. Quarterback, I have Purdy and Anthony Richardson. Can y'all please... I know what everybody's going to say. I know everybody wants to start Brock Purdy. I think it would be an interesting spot and a good matchup for Anthony Richardson if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format to bank on the rushing upside of AR and potentially start AR over Anthony Richardson this week. Not in... God, it's going to be something I'm dealing with myself over the next few days. I probably end up going Purdy. You have a 28.5 point implied team total. I know, I didn't even want to ask the chat. Now I'm looking at the chat, and yeah, everybody does have Purdy. Yeah, it is a great matchup, but A-Rich has a great matchup. I currently have Purdy in my starting lineup in the Flock League over A-Rich. Going over to the flex, you play both Niners. Actually, that's a lie. We go Chuba over to Brandon Ayuk. You go Hubbard, and then you go with Deebo Samuel. And if Neighbors misses, you pivot over to Brandon Ayuk. But yeah, in terms of like Ayuk versus Christian Kirk, I take the player that should be in a top-end offense with an implied team total, 28.5 points. And I do think at the same time, you may be in a situation where Christian Kirk sees his target share fall just a bit in this offense with the addition of Evan Ingram back in. But moving this over to Mills, says Ayuk's been killing me and shipping him hasn't been easy. Johnson is scary versus Chicago. Can't wait for TJ. Well, we're sitting here with Tucker Kraft. No worries. Cut freaking Isaiah Likely. We have Kraft. Tucker Kraft's the top 10 tight end rest of season. Tucker Kraft may be the best waiver wire tight end that you've had all year now. Going over to running back. We have no Pollard this week. So we're looking at Jaleel, Roshan, Braylon Allen. I think we go Braylon Allen. Obviously, it's a tough matchup against the Vikings. Quarterback between Lamar and Jaden Daniels. Obviously, both quarterbacks look like elite options, guys that we are starting every single week. I would honestly say that you probably need to look to sell one of these guys. But to be honest with you, Lamar is going to be my QB1 this week. He has an implied team total of 26.5 points against Cincinnati. And I think you may see a little more Lamar and a little less Derrick Henry if this Bengals game ends up being close. And then going over to the flex, I understand Ayuk has been horrendous. Ayuk has had a total of, I want to say, 0 games with 10 or more fantasy points, even in a full PPR format. But if you're looking at this week, I think Ayuk's going to give you a bounce back. I don't think you can sell him right now. I think you have to go ahead and you have to play Deontay Johnson. Deontay did miss practice, but at the same time, same thing happened last week, and he was fully good to go. Now, let's move this over for LJ Paris coming out of the massive dono. This is Paris Inc., the #1 team in the league analyzer. Reigning champ, thanks to you. Currently 1-3. Let me know if there are any package deals you think we should be looking to make. Well, this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, so definitely a spot where you don't need to start just spamming 2-for-1 deals at wide receiver, where typically 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, and a 10-team league. As soon as we pull up the league settings and go, okay, we sell wide receiver depth, sell wide receiver depth, sell wide receiver depth. Here, definitely going to be a much tougher spot to tell you to do just that. Looking at what we have over there at QB, we have Josh Allen and Jaden Daniels. Obviously, it makes so much sense cash out on Daniels here. Jaden Daniels has been phenomenal. Daniels clearly looks like he is a top 5 quarterback rest of season. Looks like he is a must-start guy every week. But if we can go over to the Anthony Richardson team and go, hey, man, you want a real quarterback? Send him Jaden Daniels. Be an absolute no-brainer. Go over to this team that has Baker and Aaron Rodgers, 2 quarterbacks that don't have the rushing upside that Daniels does. Send them Jaden Daniels. Be an absolute no-brainer. Now, of course, the question comes down to what does that deal look like? This is a team where at running back, we have 2 top 10 RBs. This is a monster squad. We're currently sitting with Kamara and Derrick Henry, 2 running backs that are very comfortable to build around, both in the short term and rest of season here. We have Braylon Allen as a premium handcuff back. Carson Steele pretty much looks like somebody that can be dropped, especially now that it seems like Clyde Edwards-Helaire may be back in the mix. There are just a ridiculous amount of running backs in this RB room. Going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Jaden Reed, Brandon Ayuk, Amari Cooper, Roma Dunze, Keon Coleman. So we have the long-term upside with guys like Roma Dunze, Keon Coleman. These are the best kind of players to be keeping down at the bottom end of your bench. The young stud round 1 rookie wide receivers that we're going to assume continue to get better as the season goes on. We don't need their production right now. And since we don't need their production right now, we can kind of just chill with them at the bottom ends. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk's going to be almost impossible to trade away. I do think that Ayuk's probably one of the big reasons why we are currently sitting at 1-3. But if you could go send like Amari and Jaden Daniels to get to an elite wide receiver, if you currently believe that Amari will not get dealt to a different team, like Daniels and Amari to somehow get some elite neighbors would be an absolute no-brainer if we could possibly do it. Jaden Daniels and Amari, I don't know if we would want to get just Godwin in return. But possibly if you could go like Daniels and Amari and get to Godwin and a long-term option like Puka Nacua, I would love to do that as well. I would really prefer doing the 2-for-1 deal, though, so we can pick up another, maybe instead of picking up another receiver there, we pick up a running back. Like you go Daniels and Amari, we get back Godwin and a depth running back like either Brian Robinson, Zach Moss, or Zach Charbonnet. The big thing is I want to make that 2-for-1 deal, open up a roster spot so we can roster another running back here as well. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 500 likes in the stream, so please go down there and drop a like in the stream if you have not done so. But yeah, I think that honestly would be a very interesting trade to essentially tier up from Amari in that 2-for-1 deal, open up another roster spot. If you open up another roster spot here, then at that point, it does become an appealing situation for us to just go ahead and pick up another running back off of the waiver wire. If Evan Ingram does come back this week and you decide that you want to start Evan Ingram over Pat Freiermuth, you go ahead and you just cut Pat Freiermuth, especially if we have the long-term upside of TJ Hawkinson in as well. But obviously, we're assuming that Hawkinson on the IR, so we're not necessarily having to waste 3 roster spots on tight end right this second. But yeah, so main thing here we're looking to do 2-for-1 deals involving Jaden Daniels, a wide receiver for a wide receiver upgrade. If you're starting Evan Ingram, you cut Pat Freiermuth. That should open up 2 roster spots for us. We should be able to go to the waiver wire and pick up 2 additional running backs off waivers. And a 10-team league, there's an outside chance that there's a pretty strong option to have over Carson Steele as well. So I think we could consider that. It's just hard to know without seeing the waiver wire right this second. I will say we're actually about to drop something on the site where going into the future, I should be able to see your waiver wire best available players over there and where that pick section usually is. So, yeah, next time, hopefully I can look at like Carson Steele and go, okay, yeah, we dropped Carson Steele and we go pick up, Bucky Irving's no longer available, but we drop Carson Steele, we go pick up Kareem Hunt. We can see that Kareem Hunt is there, which obviously we can say all these hypotheticals. It's just hard for me to suggest 30 potential waiver wire moves when we just simply don't know if any of them are actually available to us. But really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move this over to Bussy J. Says, I St. Brown in my pants. It's definitely the first time that I've seen this team name, my guy. This is the number 1 team with the league analyzer, but honestly, if you look at all the teams here, the top 5 teams are all extremely close. So it's not like we have the number 1 team in the league analyzer and we're able to say nobody's going to be able to come close to us. We are just going to dominate absolutely everybody here. It is definitely a more balanced setup. But anyway, this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we can spam those depth wide receiver trades where we can look to make 2-for-1 deals to get improvements inside the starting lineup. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Josh Allen. When you have Josh Allen here, we're able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Absolutely love to see it. Obviously, no hesitation. Don't need to roster a backup quarterback here either. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with James Conner, Travis Etienne, Braylon Allen. I would be very excited to have James Conner as my running back 2. I'd be very excited to have Travis Etienne as my RB3. Honestly, Conner is my RB1. I'm not feeling great. And to be honest with you, it's the spot that I'm in the flock league. I have James Conner as my RB1, and I do not feel good about it at all. Looking at what we have with Pacheco's injury, it does put us in such a tough spot. Running back, we're definitely underweight here. And since we have the Jaden Reed breakout, I would like to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade here at RB. Because going over to wide receiver, we have the best wide receiver room in this league, right? I mean, you're in a spot where we are looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chris Godwin, Jaden Reed, presumably 3 wide receiver ones in the short term. I think Jaden Reed's maybe a little more of a wide receiver 2 in the long term. But obviously must start players, and we can build around this little trio of receivers. We have the long-term upside of Rome Odunze. So Jordan Addison was that wide receiver we had as a buy low candidate last week. And with that being said as well, he is one of my most drafted players in underdog drafts. So I really do hope he continues to score touchdowns. I really do hope he continues to go out there and crush it for us. But the reality of the situation is the target volume's not consistent. It probably does fall backwards just a bit. So what I would actually really like to do is if we could take Jordan Addison and make a 2-for-1 deal to tier up over James Conner, I think that would make a lot of sense to upgrade there at at running back. And then honestly, we would open up another roster spot where we would be able to pick up another running back off of the waiver wire as well. Just going through and trying to figure out what team possibly needs a receiver. This team could be starting Jordan Addison. Like I would be very, very willing to go ahead and sell them, say Jordan Addison and James Conner. If that meant we're not going to get to Kyron. If we can get to Kenneth Walker, I think it would be an absolute no-brainer. I would be very willing to sell them a Jordan Addison. And yeah, we're not going to be able to. Maybe Jordan Addison, Braylon Allen, and if we can get back Pollard and Chase Brown, I would really like that 2-for-2 swap to effectively sell some of the wide receiver depth that we have, balance out the two positions. Going over to another team that potentially needs a little help at wide receiver. This team currently has Leggett as their wide receiver 3, so they presumably would start Addison. If you could go like James Conner and Jordan Addison to pivot over to Devon Achane and get the long-term upside at running back, I think would be very interested in that. This team has the injury to Puka Nacua, so right now Wan'Dale Robinson's their wide receiver 3. If we can go James Conner, Jordan Addison to pivot over to James Cook, I'd be very interested in that. And then obviously we're in a spot where we would open that roster spot. We'd pick up another running back. We have the top end wide receiver production. We can hold the fort down with them. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter too much. And then going over to tight end, we are just effectively streaming tight end options at this point, which is completely fine to do, of course. I would say if our running back room was better, we could prioritize going through and trying to pick up a tight end upgrade. But I just don't know if we can be doing that right now with running back being the reason we're falling behind. I mean, we're definitely still extremely strong. We are the top team with the league analyzer. I do think that just running back is the biggest weakness that we have with this team. And I think you can afford to make that Addison trade and try to get that upgrade at running back. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, thank you so much for taking advantage of the Underdog promo. And I hope I was able to help you out with the review. But let's move this trade over for Murphy Owen. And we're going to get to some free questions in the live chat right after this. We've been live for about 2 hours. Murphy Owen, says, I know you told me to stay with Kyler, but it got offered and I figured to ask you. So Kyler to Lamar upgrade, Godwin to Adams downgrade. I think this is really just one of your personal preference type moves. I think I probably give a little more value to the Godwin and Kyler side, but that's because I do think that Kyler's going to be a quarterback with a consistent rushing upside where we have seen the rushing yards be there through the first 3 weeks. Week 4, they definitely dipped, but still, it's not the worst thing in the world. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would you rather have here? Would you rather have the Kyler or the Lamar side? But I would rather have Godwin over Adams the rest of the season. So Kyler or Lamar, what are y'all going with in the chat? Jacob says, any news on Neighbors this week? He did not practice today. And he does look like he may be trending towards missing on Sunday. We'll see. Lamar, Kyler, Lamar, Kyler. Kyler, Lamar, Kyler. Lamar, if Devontae goes to the Jets, we just have no idea if that's going to happen. Kyler. Doesn't matter, even trade. This is kind of where I'm at. It looks like everybody in the chat's 50-50 as well with this. I think it is down to your personal preference. If you are very much worried about Kyler Murray, you can definitely go through and make this play. But we don't know when we're getting Adams back. Okay. Now, moving this team review over to Breezy Beard. We're actually going to answer this, and then I completely forgot that we said we were going to get to the live chat after that one. So let me dive into this team now that we started the timer, and this is like the clip that they're going to get sent. And then we'll get to the live chat questions. But this is Team Chat GPT. Are we getting this team review for Sam Altman? Last minute at our draft party, I made a joke that Chat GPT could outdraft everybody and win. So this year, almost all my moves have been ran through AI for the lulz. Not doing bad at 3-1. Been very happy with the team so far. Just looking to see where we can improve after the Rice injury. Okay, I was going to say, we are kind of middle of the road in the league analyzer. Or 3-1, impressive. This is like literally the exact spot I'm in. I think in the Flock League, I'm currently 7th with the league power rankings, but I'm 3-1 as well. But I did have injuries, not a Rice injury though. So team probably would have been absolutely crushing if we had Rice. But the thing is, this is a league where we can start a bunch of players. It says start 9 format. So with this being a start 9 league, you are highly incentivized to actually build around the depth here, and 2-for-1 deals do become less appealing, especially with this being a 12-team format at the same time. We are sitting here with the elite level quarterback with Jaden Daniels, a quarterback that you are able to start every week regardless of matchup. Definitely in a deeper lineup like this, I am probably wanting to go through, and I'm probably wanting to only roster one QB. So love to see Daniels. Running back, we have Henry, Connor. So we have a locked and loaded RB1, locked and loaded RB2. We have the depth pieces of Charbonnet, Javonte Williams as, desperation plays if we really needed a flex, but obviously you do have higher ceiling than just how they project weekly. We have Kareem Hunt with some upside here in KC. I actually love this running back room. I'm surprised that this running back room's down here at 4. Full BBR format. Obviously, a couple of the guys at the top, like Derrick Henry and James Conner, probably not going to see a ton of target volume, but still players that you can rely upon. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are sitting with Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams. Devonta Smith, I apologize. DK Metcalf. So after the Rice injury, the issue that we have with this team is, honestly, one of the very few times I will ever say this. This is a team that probably could go out there and bolster the wide receiver depth post Rashee Rice injury. With these league settings, wide receiver depth is actually going to matter a decent amount. So looking at what you could potentially do, I think we could go ahead and see if we can upgrade a wide receiver 4 by sending away maybe Kareem Hunt, sending away Dallas Goedert. These positions where we don't necessarily need the production, we're actually maybe ranking Tucker Kraft over Dallas Goedert this next week in week 6. Obviously, Goddard's on bye this week, depending on what Kraft does in week 5. And there should be a couple teams that are desperate for this. Like this team has Mike Gesicki. So if we could potentially send them, and they have Roshan Johnson at running back as well as their RB3. So, if we could presumably send them, say like Dallas Goedert and Kareem Hunt to pivot over to one of their top end wide receivers. Obviously, we would do it in a heartbeat for Tyreek Hill, but they're probably going to say no. So instead, we're probably looking at Mike Evans. But if we can go like Goddard and Hunt to get to Evans, I would love to make that move. This team at running back has Brian Robinson, Tajee Spears, Raheem Mostert as their top 3 guys. Pivoting over from like Kareem Hunt and Tyler Lockett to get to Brandon Ayuk, I think would be a no-brainer in this league as well. This team has Kyle Pitts at tight end, especially if Pitts face plants yet again this week. Sending them Dallas Goedert for like Devontae Adams or Amari Cooper, I think would be an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, we're expecting the majority of these trades to get rejected. We only need one to say yes, though. This team is Singletary or Madre, Bucky Irving is their top 3 RBs. So if we could presumably send them Kareem Hunt for either Roma Dunze, Terry McLaurin, Brian Thomas, and give us the long-term wide receiver upgrade. I think specifically with your league settings, you kind of can optimize a little more for wide receiver depth, which we had plenty of in the first place. But now with the Rashee Rice injury, It does thin out the room, and it is a position of importance with your league settings. So I think adding in that additional receiver with the expendable asset that we have, whether that's Kareem Hunt or Tucker Kraft, would make a lot of sense in my mind. But really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, it does suck to have the Kareem Hunt injury here, but let's move over and answer some of the questions that we have in the free chat. So if you have any questions, please drop in the live chat right now. I'd be happy to try to get to as many as I possibly can. And Kiss the Ring says, good luck to all fantasy owners going into week 5 and to the winless teams. Keep fighting until you can't fight anymore. If you are 0-4, you need to win this week. To fall to 0-5, you still have a shot to make the playoffs, depending on your league settings, but it would be just the most uphill battle that I've ever seen. And if you fall to 0-5, at that point, you're probably just playing spoiler. Which, if you're in a league with a bunch of people that you really care about and y'all talk a bunch of trash, obviously playing spoiler can be fun. But if it's like a random league that you join with random people online, or you were just trying to win money and that was your only interest in it, then there's no real fun in playing spoiler at that point. Not saying not to submit starting lineups or anything, but it just becomes a lot less interesting. Okay. But Ravi says, Wan'Dale or Josh Downs in a full PPR format. It's very difficult to answer this question right now when we don't have the confirmation on who the quarterback will be in Indianapolis, and we don't have the confirmation on if Malik Neighbors will be playing or not. If we knew that Malik Neighbors was playing and you had Joe Flacco in Indy, we go Josh Downs. But honestly, it's just impossible for me to answer this right now. If Anthony Richardson plays, pretty much it doesn't matter what Neighbors does. I go Wan'Dale Robinson. And if Wan'Dale Robinson misses, it doesn't really matter if Flacco plays. Then I go with, if Malik Neighbors misses, it doesn't matter if Flacco plays. We go Wan'Dale. Frolicking Ever says Bucky or Chase Brown. I personally go Chase Brown. Obviously, both running backs in similar environments. With Chase Brown, I do think he's just going to be in the better offense. Where I understand, yes, maybe it's hard to say that with how good Tampa's looked so far this year. But looking at the implied team total that you have for both teams here, you do have a projection of 24 points for the Cincinnati Bengals against the Baltimore Ravens, where I believe the implied team total in Tampa is 21.5. And I honestly think that Chase Brown may be a better running back, just maybe, at least at this point in their respective careers. Josiah says start Deebo Samuel or Chris Olave. I think you have to get all your Niners in your lineup this week. I think Jordan Mason obviously is a must-start player. Looking at George Kittle, obviously a must-start name. Deebo, must-start name. I even think that if you have Brandon Ayuk, you probably need to be starting Brandon Ayuk. So for me, it's not that tough. For me, I am just going to go ahead and take Deebo Samuel. Hugh says, am I dumb? Traded away Laporta and Montgomery for Achane. I'm 3-1. I don't think so. I have a ton of Laporta. And obviously, I mean, the most upsetting thing we did to people this year is when we came out and when we said to sell high on Achane after the Tua injury. People were pissed. People were saying they were unsubscribing. People were saying blah, blah. But realistically, if we are looking at Achane for the moment, full PPR format, I do think he's a running back 2 until Tua comes back in. But once Tua is back in, I think you have a running back 1. So if you picked up like a tight end, that's very exciting. If you add somebody like Tucker Kraft, then I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Do I love the trade? Probably not. We definitely paid a premium. Are you dumb for making the trade? I don't think so. Okay. Alexander says JSN or Dontavian Wicks this week. I think it would have been close until you had Romeo Doubs looking like he was potentially going to miss as well. And now that Romeo Doubs may be out, And even if he does play, he's probably going to be a little bit banged up. I think we probably have to go ahead and just say Dontavian Wicks is a must-start player and a great matchup against the Rams. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are over 2 hours into this live stream. Of course, we'll be live streaming all the way till kickoff to answer as many free chat questions as we can, as well as all the questions through flockfantasy.com. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream. Would greatly appreciate it. And if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you can always do that through flockfantasy.com. You can always ask a question whether we're live streaming or not, and it just puts you in line to get an answered in a stream. And when we answer it, it gets you sent that answer through the site. But you can get a team review, a trade question, a start sit question, whatever you are looking for. If you wanted a team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it will be to go through our promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get an additional free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. And you can find that link in the description and the live chat. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be from Trying My Best, massive dono here. My guy, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Really going to be excited to check this out. Saying, I'm not sure what to do. We are currently sitting at 1-3. So looking at this, we are right in the middle of the road if you are looking at the league analyzer. I mean, seeing how this is broken down, you have the juggernaut team at the top. Then really beyond that, teams 9 through 2 are all about the same. And then you have the garbage teams at 11 and 12 down here. But yeah, we are one of those teams that are right in the middle. And this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it is a format in which the wide receiver depth isn't a super big priority. And our primary objective is trying to sell depth receivers that we can include in 2-for-1 deals to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. So it's very easy to see why this team is 1-3. Very difficult start to the season with how bad Joe Burrow was. Joe Burrow probably just tanked us through our first 2 weeks. And on top of that, we had the Cooper Kupp injury as well. So this is a team that's had to overcome a decent amount. Now, obviously, going into the future, it may be in a better situation. Where Joe Burrow, I do project out as a top 10 quarterback rest of season. Because this is a 12-team format, I really do like having Burrow here. I think Burrow is a quarterback that we can start almost every single week, regardless of the matchup. I don't want to say that with 100% certainty, because with Burrow, obviously, the drawback is you don't have the rushing upside. So Burrow is your QB. I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks, but definitely completely fine with Burrow as my quarterback 1. Now, going over to what we have with James Conner, Travis Etienne as our RB1 and 2. Not a fan at all here. Like, to have James Conner as our running back 1, it is a really tough spot. I have Conner as my running back 1 in the flock league as well. I mean, reasonably, you don't have the receiving upside. And at the same time, I mean, Trey Benson may expand his role later in the season as well. So it's definitely a scarier spot in general to have James Conner as our running back 1. Travis Etienne, RB2, I'm okay with. I'd just rather have Etienne attached to like a running back like Bijan. And then beyond this, we have Chase Brown, Tyler Algier, Alexander Madison, Tank Bigsby. So really like the depth of this running back room. I think the depth is built out. The issue is maybe we just don't have that true alpha wide receiver 1. Going over to running back 1, we do have the alpha wide receiver 1. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have a very exciting wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 combo with Cooper Kupp, Jaden Reed. Obviously, when Kupp is back in this offense, this will be arguably the best wide receiver room in this league. And with that, typically we look at, okay, this team has the wide receivers at the very top that we're very excited about. Let's go ahead and let's take a depth receiver and let's go send him in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade over James Conner. But as we look at this, we simply can't, we can't make that deal. Nobody's going to buy Tyler Lockett. Nobody's going to buy Jordan Whittington. Nobody's going to buy Kendrick Bourne. I can't see the exact options that are on your waiver wire here, but I can almost guarantee you that you will have a better option on your waiver wire than Kendrick Bourne. So to be honest, I probably drop Bourne and go ahead and look to pick up maybe a high-end running back handcuff, somebody that's an injury away from actually all of a sudden turning into a very valuable piece. Whereas like Kendrick Bourne, that just simply can't happen. Obviously, it's assuming that we're using a roster spot on him. Going over to tight end, we have Dallas Goedert as a tight end that we can presumably start every week that he is healthy. Definitely going to be a lot worse when we get A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith back in to this offense in week 6. We have K. Dotton to cover for the Dallas Goedert bye week right now. So, I mean, this is a team that I do think is lacking that top end running back. And if possible, I would love to go out and try to address that need and get that upgrade over James Conner. However, the issue is if we look at the expendable pieces that you're able to trade, we can't sell Amon-Ra St. Brown. We can't sell Jaden Reed on this team. We need them at wide receiver. If we are selling Cooper Kupp, I mean, you are selling him at very much a low point under the assumption that you may get Cooper Kupp back in. I mean, at some point here, I'm assuming maybe next week or the week after. Obviously, Kupp did dodge the IR. He's been out for 3 weeks now. The depth receivers have no trade value. The only thing I think this team can do, which we're already doing, is continue to churn the waiver wire. Once we get through the Dallas Goedert bye, I would cut Cade Otton and pick up another running back that's a injury away from being a locked and loaded guy. Because say like we find the next Jordan Mason with this team, then all of a sudden we probably have the best team in the league. Obviously, it's much easier said than done, but we want to at least give ourselves the shot in rostering as many of those running backs as we can. I think structurally, there are not many deals that can be made with this team. It's going to be a lot better with Jaden Reed now looking like a wide receiver 1. But I think the move is to possibly cut Cade Otton and to pick up a running back off the waiver wire. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to help you out in some way with this. I know, obviously, all we effectively said is, let's make a waiver wire move. So I know it doesn't help out much. But yeah, I think you're structured in a way already where we'll be better and once we get cut back in, we're chilling. Once we get cut back in, we're chilling. We just have to survive till then. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next team, or this next question is going to be a trade question from Jason. We're 1-3, need some trades. Trading away Pollard for JSN. This is a linked team. So the analyzer is tagging this as if it's a start 9 format. If this is wrong, where instead it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I would rather have Devonta Smith. If this is a league where you start like 3 wide receivers and 2 flex spots, then I think you want the depth package. So standard 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, give me the best player with Devonta Smith. If it's a league where you can start up to like 5 wide receivers weekly, then you go Pollard and JSN. But I think it depends on your format. We got Zach stopping by, Eckler or Bijan tonight. All I got to say is Brian Robinson not at practice. The game of the year for me so far this year is going to be taking down Avery. I've already been getting into Avery's head. We've been already playing the defensive tactics. And now all of a sudden you're telling me we maybe get Austin Eckler with no Brian Robinson? My guy, R.I.P. Avery. We already know my defense is on point. If my offense gets it together, we can be dangerous. Now let's move this over to Christopher Rick. This is Rico Dowdle and Dak Prescott versus Joe Mixon. Very easily, this is going to be Joe Mixon for me. I think Dak Prescott is slightly ahead of the tier of quarterbacks that you would look to effectively use as streamers off the waiver wire. If you are looking at Joe Mixon, you have a 3-down workload in what should be one of the best offenses in the league. Rico Dowdle, yes, he's the RB1 in Dallas, but he's effectively splitting that backfield 3 ways. So I think you go ahead. I think you take Joe Mixon. Now, Sherm coming out with the start sit says, hey, sadly got outbid by $1 on Wicks. Brutal. Deciding between Tolbert with no Cooks or Chase Brown. 100% Jalen Tolbert is a lot more appealing now that you have no Brandon Cooks. But I do think I still go with Chase Brown based off the usage that we had last week, based off Tolbert having a tough matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. You have an implied team total about 24 points here for the Cincinnati Bengals, where I believe you're at 21.5 for Dallas. And Dallas will spread the ball around to a bunch of like miscellaneous players as well. It's not a super concentrated target share outside of the top two guys with Lamb and Ferg. Now, next start sit question coming out from Jonathan. Here, wide receiver, we have no A.J. Brown this week. I think we go Zay Flowers. Obviously, Flowers has been very disappointing over the past 2 weeks in game environments where Baltimore was able to just run the ball over and over and over again. That may be a little bit of a different scenario now that you're going up against Cincinnati, and the spread on this game is pretty close. You could end up seeing this be a spot where Lamar actually has to drop back to pass more often. And in those two game environments where Lamar did have to throw the ball consistently early in the year, you actually did have, I want to say 10 and 11 targets for Zay Flowers. And then going over to tight end, Bowers must start guy with no Devontae Adams. For running back, we're going to go with Joe Mixon, assuming that Mixon does play. Quarterback, we are going to be going with Burrow over Baker tonight. And then for the flex, you know what we're going to do? I'm just going to play the RB2. We're going to go Zach Moss because we don't know if Mixon's going to be good to go. If Mixon does play, you play Joe Mixon. If Mixon misses, we go Jordan Addison. So if Mixon's in there, you get Joe in. If he's out of there, you get Addison in. Very black and white scenario, but obviously Joe Mixon was practiced today, so it's no guarantee that he is going to be good to go this week. Now, Jonathan coming out with the start sit question. Here at wide receiver, we're choosing between Neighbors, Leggett, Higgins, Wicks, and Amon-Ra. If Neighbors plays, we go Malik Neighbors for sure. We're also going to be going with T. Higgins. Obviously, Dontavian Wicks looks very exciting here with no Christian Watson in a great matchup against the Rams where he's coming off a phenomenal performance. Running back, Mason, James Cook must start names over these guys. Jalen Hurts, obviously on bye, so we're going to go Baker Mayfield. And then down here for the flex, I think you can go with Dontavian Wicks. But you know what? I'm actually instead going to be putting Dontavian Wicks over Malik Neighbors because we don't know if Neighbors will play. If Neighbors does not play, we go Zach Moss in this flex spot with St. Brown and Barkley both on bye. If Neighbors does play, we go Malik Neighbors over Zach Moss. So obviously we'll have to keep you updated on these two players. And this is literally, never mind. For whatever reason, I was losing my mind. But anyway, yeah, Neighbors plays. We go Neighbors over Moss. If not, Moss is your backup. Now, Austin G coming out. Here, wide receiver, Nico Collins must start name every single week. We're going to go Deebo Samuel out of wide receiver slot. I want to keep Neighbors down for the flex just in case we can't go with them. Obviously, Darnold's the starter with Hurts on bye. Running back, you have to go with, oh, dear God. So we go with Bowers at tight end with no Adams. This is a nuts team. Running back between Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall. It's not the easiest spot in the world. We just updated our flex rankings. I did put Walker at 11, Breece at 10. We have them back to back. We're going to play both. We're going to play both Breece and Walker. We'll throw Walker in here in the flex. And essentially, if Neighbors does not play, our pivot option is Deebo Samuel. Obviously, we are just waiting for Malik Neighbors confirmation here. But if he does not play, you'd pivot to Deebo Samuel at wide receiver 2. Okay. Now, let's move this over to a team review for Garcia Bros. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. This is a Superflex Dynasty 10-team start 10 format for everybody watching. Obviously, if you are playing in a redraft league, not in Dynasty, when we look at the values with these players, which we do need to update, I think we haven't updated ours in 2 weeks. But anyway, we are in a very different world than your redraft league. But we started the year 0-4. We have one 2025 first, two 2025 seconds. Only 6 or so members trade in the league, and everyone has heavy recency bias but doesn't want to get rid of their future first. Trying to get my first back, but couldn't get it done. Playoffs look a little out of reach. This is the worst spot to be in Dynasty by far. And this is why I always recommend holding on to your future picks if you can before we get to the season and that you confirm that we are a contending team. Because if you're in a spot where we start off 0-4, 100% you have to pivot over to a rebuild. If you're 0-4, all of a sudden our mindset shifts not from how do we get production in this lineup this week, but instead, how do we maximize the most value in the future? And if we have our future first, it's very easy to do that. In which when we make that pivot, if we have no production inside our starting lineup, then all of a sudden we are in a spot where we can essentially guarantee ourselves that we get the 101. And if we are able to get the 101 here, then obviously we just get an elite asset immediately added to the team. So looking at this for a rebuilding squad, and also thank you so much for everybody going down there, hitting that like button. Looks like we just hit 600 likes on the stream. But looking at assets on a rebuilding roster, the question that we always ask is, will they be more valuable this offseason than they are today? If they are not going to be more valuable this offseason than they are today, then they are immediate sells for assets that we think potentially could be. So looking at quarterbacks, CJ Stroud, I think, could be just as valuable, if not more valuable this offseason than he is today. Obviously, a cornerstone piece that we can build around for the long term. Looking at a player like Jalen Hurts, it's a very unique situation in which I do not expect that Jalen Hurts is a worse player when it comes to his production in 2025 than he is right this second. But with that being said, with Jalen Hurts, he could see a drop in dynasty value. That is 100% in the cards. So if you could attack a rebuilding team, like if we could go through and look at a team with Jaden Daniels and pivot to get the younger ascending quarterback and maybe a smaller piece as well, I think that makes a lot of sense on a team that's playing for 2025 and beyond. Going over to running back 99% of the time will be hard to project out having more value in the future offseason than they do currently. Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs are very unique players, and that I would throw them on the trade block. If you could get, say, Jonathan Brooks for Bijan Robinson and a couple future firsts, 100% we're doing it. We would do that same deal involving Jahmyr Gibbs, but it's just much easier said than done. And this is a similar world to what we have with Jalen Hurts, where we're throwing them on the trade block, but you're only selling them if we get a premium. It's not like you have to sell them. Now, going over to wide receiver, looking at A.J. Brown, Ladd McConkey, Rashee Rice, Tank Dell, Leggett, Dontavian Wicks. A.J. Brown is a wide receiver that'll be worth less this offseason than he is now, almost regardless of what he does the rest of the year. So A.J. Brown is immediately a player that we are looking to pivot off of. We want maybe a rookie wide receiver this year and a little bit of future value. Like if you can go through and if you can look at potentially, say, I don't know, selling A.J. Brown for Jordan Addison in a future first in a 10-team Superflex league, that is an absolute no-brainer from a team that needs to pivot to a rebuild. Ladd McConkey, Rashee Rice, Tank Dell, Leggett, Dontavian Wicks, all these players can be worth more next offseason than they are now. You potentially say the same thing with Trey McBride. So I think you need a pivot to a rebuild. Obviously, we would love to get our future first if we can. I'd be willing to overpay for it because I think we can set ourselves up in a guarantee that we get the 101. You have to sell A.J. Brown for what you can get. Looking at Jalen Hurts, Bijan Gibbs, you throw them on the trade block. If you can get a great return, we do it, but not necessarily something that we need to do. But I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out. And honestly, it is very sad to see the Rice injury because honestly, if you had Rice fully healthy, I would say that we probably just want to be holding on to the team and seeing if we can bounce back from an 0-4 start because it's a monster squad. Now moving over to a trade question from Jake A. This is Jordan Mason, Garrett Wilson versus Justin Jefferson. We're 4-0. We wanted to profit off of Mason before the CMC news came out. Love the deal. If you're 4-0, yeah, we don't necessarily need the short-term production. We're thinking long-term. Let's go get Justin Jefferson here. Love the trade. Jason coming out says, I'm 1-3. We lose depth this week with Chuba JSN for Devontae, but long-term should be good. 100% long-term should be good. And while at the same time, yeah, you have the Devonta Smith bye week. It's not like Smith is injured. He's going to be good to go after the bye. So you still already have Chuba Hubbard and JSN going to have to deal with buys in the future. Hubbard obviously looks like he is going to be an absolute crusher in the short term. But issue is, as you get the long-term production in for Jonathan Brooks, I do think that we have to be concerned about what you're going to have with Hubbard. He's going to go from being a crusher to unstartable. So with Brooks returning soon, I think I would love to cash out on Hubbard and pivot over to Smith. Now, Headshot coming out with a massive dono. Thank you, my guys. Says, hey, Mason, was considering this trade to strengthen my team. Worried that it'll make my running backs too weak. So Jonathan Taylor / Trey Sermon to A.J. Brown. Honestly, I'd probably rather have the combo of the Indy guys, Tank Dell versus Zamir White. I'd rather have Tank Dell. Zamir White's an absolute zero. Zamir White may be the backup to Alexander Madison in the worst offense in the league. So we go with Jonathan Taylor, Trey Sermon, and Tank Dell, to be honest with you. Obviously, it sucks with the JT ankle injury. My assumption with this injury is Taylor's going to miss probably this week and maybe next. But next question coming out from Mikey. This is Chuba Hubbard versus Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin very easily. Says Godwin owner offered him for Chuba. On paper, looks good, but my running backs are depleted. I don't care if our running backs are depleted. To be honest with you, if you're sitting here in a league where we should expect that we are getting back in Jonathan Brooks either next week or the week after, Chuba Hubbard goes down and he's worth almost nothing. Chris Godwin looks like a low in wide receiver 1, high in wide receiver 2. You 100% go get Godwin. T Quick coming out says, I'm 4-0. We have Adams, and I'm nervous about the trade to the Jets. So what I've been telling a lot of people is you really can't sell Garrett Wilson, where if you are looking at Wilson, everybody is nervous. Everybody is panicking. He's been bad. You have the Adams Jets rumors. This deal in particular, I do think is an okay one. We are getting the best player in return in A.J. Brown. We are pivoting to an elite name. All we effectively have to do is sell the high-end wide receiver 2, Chris Godwin, for Tucker Kraft, which I do think that Kraft is a top 10 tight end rest of season. Can everybody spam the chat? What side would you rather have here? Would you rather have the Garrett Wilson, Chris Godwin side of this? Or would you rather have the A.J. Brown, Tucker Kraft side of this? What side are you going with? Are you going with Wilson, Godwin, or Brown, Kraft? Left side, left side, left side, left side. Left side, left side, left side, left side. Yeah, it does look like everybody is on the Wilson side. And like I said, if you are trading Wilson, you are really selling at that low point where it's not like we're the only, if you were connected somehow with the Adams camp and you were connected with the Jets camp, and you know for sure that this is going to be a deal that gets done where Adams is a New York Jet, then yes, you do it. But the information that we're operating with presumably is the same thing that everybody else is. And yeah, if you are selling Wilson, it is going to be at a really, really low price. Okay. Now moving over to Starvin Marvin. This is a start-sit question. Starvin Marvin, really appreciate you always being with us. Says, need a wide receiver 2 in a flex. It's between Harrison, Godwin, and Jaden Reed. Okay. So going over to wide receiver, Reed, Godwin, Harrison. This is tough because we don't know the availability of Dobbs. I'm not starting Harrison over Reed or Godwin. Dobbs may miss, so... Oh, we just have to bench one guy. We bench Marvin Harrison. Marvin Harrison is a brutal matchup going up against the Niners. I would rather have Harrison rest of season over both Godwin and Jaden Reed. But this week in particular, with no Christian Watson, with potentially no Romeo Dobbs, And at the same time, with us having a really tough matchup here for Marvin Harrison against the Niners, I think it's kind of an easy spot to take Godwin. But let's move over to a start sit question for Johnsky. It says, Sub Mason, you helped me win last week. Also, would you trade Shakir and Bucky for Kenneth Walker? 100% trade Shakir and Bucky for Kenneth Walker. That's an absolute no-brainer. I don't even have to look at the team. For the starting lineup, we go Terry McLaurin, Marvin at wide receiver. Running back, with the rumors that, actually, it's very easy. You had no Jalen Warren and no Cordell Patterson at practice this week. So with both Warren and Patterson being banged up, I think Najee's a must-start guy just off of volume and volume alone. And then going over to the flex, I probably end up starting Zach Moss over Ramondre Stevenson, surrounding the conversation that we've had in New England where Ramondre has been rumored to be potentially benched here for Antonio Gibson. So yeah, I do think you go with Moss over Ramondre. Here, I am going to run P real quick, and I'm going to come back and answer a bunch of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions in the live, if you want any free question answer in the chat, please drop them now. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out some of the free questions that we've had in the chat here. We went Pete, my guy. Giant Rock says, Godwin or Wilson? This week, I definitely go ahead and I definitely play Chris Godwin over Garrett Wilson. If you are looking at Wilson, it's going to be a brutal matchup that you have going up against the Minnesota Vikings. So in a really tough spot against the Vikings, which has been one of the best defenses in the league so far this season. I think it's easy to go with the hot hand in Godwin. Haji says, better have washed your hands, Mason. I have never and will never. Let's move this over. Joe says, hey, Mason, how would he contact you after we signed up for code FLOCK and deposit $10? You don't even have to contact me. As long as you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK and made a $10 deposit and set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address, you will get that free team review the following morning. Now, if you had an issue where you went, Mason, I didn't set up a Flock account till a couple days after, so I didn't get my team review voucher, then shoot me an email at mason.flockfantasy.com. Now, Diego says, Sermon or Algier? You had no Jonathan Taylor in practice this Thursday and obviously missed Wednesday as well. So I'm going to assume that we have no Jonathan Taylor in this week. And under that circumstance, I do think that you prefer Sermon over Algier. Okay. Alex says, Hunt or Jawan Jennings in the flex? So Jawan Jennings was the wide receiver one in San Francisco last week. I think the Niners are in a great spot again this week against the Arizona Cardinals. At least right now, sportsbooks are projecting them to be the highest scoring offense in the league. But with that being said, I honestly don't think we can... I don't think we can start Jawan Jennings. I'm sorry. Looking at this, he should be behind Debo. He should be behind Kittle. He should be behind Ayuk. He should be behind Mason. He's the fifth option in this offense. Kareem Hunt's potentially the starting running back with the receiving role in an offense that has Mahomes at quarterback. CPAS is Eckler or Rachaad White? This is a very difficult question to answer because we don't know the availability of Brian Robinson. If Brian Robinson was going to be playing this week, I would say it would be an easy spot for us to go ahead and for us to take Rachaad White. But with the possibility of Brian Robinson missing, or Brian Robinson did miss practice miss practice today and yesterday. With that, honestly, I think Eckler does become a very viable play. If I knew that Brian Robinson was starting, for sure I'm going to go Rachaad White. With the outside chance that Robinson misses, if you wanted to hold off the hope for Eckler, I think you can. Sahil says, do you think Kraft could be a viable starter rest of season? 100%. I do have a Tucker Kraft ranked as a top 10 tight end rest of season. I think it's a great offense. I think they spread the ball out to a ton of different players. Like, obviously, I'm not trying to talk down on Jayden Reed, but I know a lot of people have been mad that he's a wide receiver 2 for me in my rest of season rankings, instead of being a wide receiver 1, where he is absolutely crushed with the 2 weeks with Jordan Love. I mean, Jayden Reed's been a top 10 receiver this year in total points scored. And at the same time, 2 of those games you had no Love. But could y'all take a guess? What is the target share for Jayden Reed this year? What percentage of this Niners offense do you think that Jayden Reed has accounted for with his targets? Just to let you know, a typical alpha wide receiver would be about 30%. Ryan, I think Ryan gets the answer correct. 18%. Now, obviously, with how good Jayden Reed has been, you can be a top wide receiver with a very small target share like this. I'm not trying to talk down on Jayden Reed, but my entire point of it is Jayden Reed's not Malik Neighbors. He's not seeing every single target in this offense. Jordan Love spreads the ball around a ton. There should be other viable options here. Should be a very high volume passing attack, which is why we wanted to buy low on Jayden Reed, which is why we wanted to buy low on Josh Jacobs this past week. But I think that, honestly, with Reed only seeing 18% of the targets in this offense, Tucker Kraft is a top 5. So not a top 5, top 10 wide receiver. Top 10 tight end. I can't talk. Sorry, we've been live for almost 3 hours. We live streamed for about 6 hours last night, 5 hours the day before. So excuse me, but of course, we need to go through. We need to get all the questions answered on flockfantasy.com. So let's pivot over and let's make sure that we can get to the next question. And as always, if y'all wanted to make sure that you get a guaranteed answer over there on flockfantasy.com, you can always ask any question that you want. If you wanted to get a question in for that guaranteed answer, just go over to the top right corner, hit expert advice. You can submit a team for review, a trade question, a start sit question, whatever you're wanting. I will definitely say if you want a free team review, or the cheapest way to get a team review by far is by going over to Underdog Fantasy using promo code FLOCK on Underdog. You will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus promo code FLOCK on Underdog will also get you hooked up with a free Kirk Cousins pick, less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next trade. This is coming out from Kobo Bell. Says, is this a good move or should we go with someone else for the team? So Rachaad White's to Josh Jacobs, massive upgrade. Jayden Reed to Shaheed, downgrade. I think that, honestly, you can't do it. I think you have too much value with Jayden Reed right now. I love the idea of buying low on Josh Jacobs. I do see Josh Jacobs as a 3-down running back in what should be one of the better offenses in the NFL rest of season. But also, Jayden Reed is the wide receiver 1 in said offense. So, no, I think you have to go with the Jayden Reed, Rachaad White side of this. Maybe if it was like Jayden Reed for Shaheed and Jacobs, then we can do it. But I think going from White to Shaheed's a downgrade, to be honest. Now moving over to TFES Rob out in the chat. See him all the time. Says, Hey, Mason, need some help with my lineup for this week. We are 0-4 at the moment. Dear God. Good news is Travis Kelce should be much better post Rashee Rice injury. Hopefully, we get Tua back in sometime soon to save Tyreek Hill. Tight end, we definitely start Kelce over Pitts. Wide receiver, I do start Tyreek over Rome, Keon Yoshivash. Running back, it looks like we're going to be going with Sermon. And then for the flex, I think honestly, you go over to wide receiver. If Khalil Shakir does miss this week, we're going to play Keon Coleman. If Shakir does play, we go Rome Odunze. And honestly, we may end up having to start Roshan over Brian Robinson if Brian Robinson misses. Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot this week. And on an 0-4 roster, I'd actually probably look to sell the receivers like Rome and Keon that have the long-term upside, but maybe in the short term won't be great. But this is a question from the same person. This is Rob, says, hey, Mason, need some help now with my dad's lineup. 1-3, but optimistic and confident. Appreciate you, my guy. Wide receiver, we have London and Amari. Looking at this spot, Waddle would be the best guy to get in from the bench, but there's no way in hell we can start Waddle over either option there. Najee looks like a must-start player with the injuries to both Jalen Warren and Cordell Patterson. Going over to running back, we have Najee, Kenneth Walker. Quarterback, ooh, this is interesting. I think Lawrence has been very bad, but you have an implied team total of 24.5 points for Trevor Lawrence in this matchup. It actually should be the best game that we have had from this Jacksonville Jaguars all season on the offensive side of things. Going over to the flex, I think you probably flex Rico Dowdle over Jalen Waddle at this point. You had implied team total of 19.5 points for the Miami Dolphins offense to open up the week, but that's actually come down to 17 points as the week's gone on. So the Dolphins offense looks to be tied with the Raiders for the worst offense in the league, at least with projections currently. So I think you probably bench Waddle in favor of Dowdle, but I really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out here. Cool Man says Rashee Rice update, sent it in the Discord. So let's go ahead and let's check out what we have with the Rashee Rice update. Says most likely PCL. I don't see anything on the Underdog Twitter. Let me see if I can find something just by searching Rashee Rice. You search Rashee Rice on Twitter, top thing pops up is all about Rashee Rice's mom. Don't care. It's so funny. And this is a quick side note for me. Obviously, I love the NFL and I love fantasy football. Fantasy football is my entire life. But seeing like people care about this, like Rashee Rice's mom stealing a package, this is equivalent to my girlfriend focusing in on what celebrity is dating what celebrity. It's gossip that has no impact whatsoever. I don't care what the family member of an injured player is doing. Why is that a sports story? Does that not seem like the same thing of like my girlfriend coming to me and going like, oh, you'll never believe who Brad Pitt's dating right now. It's like, I don't care. Why, how is this possibly relevant? But I can't find anything with Rashee Rice. I know he went on the IR. I don't see any like Adam Schefter reports. I don't see any Ian Rappaport reports. So I'm not going to come out on the stream and like act like we have big news with Rice. Now let's move this over to our next trade question. This is going to be from Legend. Says, I have CMC, but I'm not sure if I'm willing to give up Jordan Mason. So Flowers to Terry McLaurin, upgrade. Jordan Mason to Breece Hall, massive upgrade. We get Sam Laporta for free. I don't care if we have McCaffrey or not. You sell Jordan Mason at this price. If McCaffrey misses the entire season, it's going to be a close deal. If McCaffrey comes back a month from now, you rob the man. So this is very easily the Breece Hall side. Marker Word coming out, asking about running backs. Says, I don't see Trey Sermon when I search for him in the queue. Sorry about that. So we have Sermon as the third RB we can choose from. This is just a tough spot because you have the receiving upside with Rachaad White. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather start Trey Sermon, Rachaad White, or Chase Brown this week? Would you rather have Trey Sermon, Chase Brown, or Rachaad White? Trey, Chase, Trey, White, Trey, Chase, White, Chase, Trey, Chase, Trey, Chase. I don't know. It looks like nobody's saying Rachaad White. I think that they're all very close. I do think it's up to you if it's a full PPR format. Non-PPR league, I'd be pretty confident going Sermon. Honestly, probably Chase Brown if Anthony Richardson plays. If Anthony Richardson misses, where we don't have to worry about rushing touchdowns, getting vulture, Trey Sermon. Zachary coming out with a start sit. We are going to go with, I know people will hate me for this. I get it. I'm going with Brandon Ayuk over Moore, over McLaurin, over Brian Thomas this week. 28.5 point applied team total for this offense. Going through and looking at the projections you have on Underdog, you can go take the lower than 59.5 receiving yards if you really think that Ayuk's going to be horrible. You have Ayuk higher, lower, 59.5 receiving yards. Terry McLaurin higher, lower at 51.5. DJ Moore currently is higher, lower, 51.5. Brian Thomas is our other guy. I don't know if Thomas will be out there yet because you are waiting. No, Brian Thomas 51.5 as well right there. Ayuk does project out to be in a much better offense than these guys. His Underdog picks higher as well. I think I go with Ayuk pretty easily, to be honest. Going over to quarterback, if Anthony Richardson plays with an implied team total like 22 points in the rushing upside, I would go Anthony Richardson over Geno Smith. And then with the injury that you have to Brian Robinson, to be honest with you, I think that you could very easily pivot over to one of the receivers here. Even if Brian Robinson does play, you potentially expect him to maybe just be a little bit limited. And honestly, I'd probably go Terry McLaurin in that instance if you pivoted to a receiver. But all the receivers would be very close. Okay. But Rab coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Going to be excited to check this team out. And we are in a rough spot. We are the worst team in this league, according to the league analyzer. You're saying, love the content, currently 0-4, so we're 0-4 as well. Made a move to get Jordan Mason, thinking about shuffling some more players around, but I am worried about not getting much in return for Tyreek or Josh Jacobs yet. So if we're looking at an 0-4 team, you absolutely have to. And I repeat, have to sell future production and future value to get points into this starting lineup right now. So going through and making a trade for Jordan Mason makes a lot of sense. Because if you are getting Jordan Mason here, we are getting a running back where maybe we are capping our long-term upside and McCaffrey does manage to come back. But at the same time, we have somebody that we're actually excited to start every single week. I think Jacobs is a 3-down running back in one of the best offenses in the league. So I personally have no plans to sell Josh Jacobs. A wide receiver that you are going to have to sell for pennies on the dollar, which sucks. I have Tyreek Hill ranked as a top 10 wide receiver rest of season because I personally expect that Tua is going to come back. You have to sell Tyreek to get some points in this lineup right now. We can't afford to wait for Tua to come back. We need to get the production in. Now, of course, the question is like, okay, well, what exactly does a move like this look like? I think you can just go over to the rankings on the site and see some of the wide receivers that are ranked alongside Tyreek Hill and just pivot to a slightly worse option that is fully healthy. Sort by Mason Dodd. Like if you could pivot from Tyreek over to Marvin Harrison, if you could add to Tyreek to get a receiver ahead of him, like looking at maybe Brian Thomas. Thomas is a young rookie wide receiver who looks like he has so much upside in the long term. If you could sell Brian Thomas and Tyreek to go get Nico Collins, to go get Justin Jefferson, to go get Jamar Chase, to go get CeeDee Lamb, you have to make that play. I think if we get news that Rashee Rice is only going to miss like 6 or 8 weeks, in that instance, you're probably looking to go through and trade away Rashee Rice with Tyreek Hill to pivot over to one of those elite receivers. Because you could very easily see a team that's sitting here at 3-1 going, oh yeah, we'll get the upside. We'll have a wide receiver. We'll have the wide receiver one overall for the playoffs and another wide receiver one in the playoffs, having both Tyreek Hill and Rashee Rice. But specifically on your roster, we cannot afford that. Another thing we could potentially look to do is sell Tyreek for an elite quarterback / tight end combo. Going through and looking at this QB room, I mean, if you could sell Tyreek if you can go sell Tyreek and Rashee Rice to get back Jalen Hurts and Travis Kelce, give this team the long-term upside at wide receiver, we can get a quarterback and a tight end that we can start right this second and give us a chance to win. That would be something that we're looking to do. Hold on to Josh Jacobs. I think structurally the team's fine. The main thing that you have to do is you have to be trying to make some of these trades where we're selling the long-term value and instead you are getting the short-term production, even if it is meaning we're losing overall value long-term, but we can't think about the long-term value, or at least we can't afford to think about the long-term value when it's so important that we have a player that we can actually start in the lineup and get some production from right this second. But I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my guy. But moving this over to a start sit question from Kyle says, AJ Brown, Puka, Brooks, Taylor are all out. Running back situation isn't great. We need to know which receiver to sit as well. So wide receiver, people are going to hate me for saying this, but we're going to go T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk. I think you have to go right back to the well with Ayuk. I think you have to start him this week, even if he has burned us for 4 weeks straight. If you're super, super worried about Ayuk, you can go take the fewer than 59.5 receiving yards over on Underdog. Going over to running back, we have Rachaad White, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Chase Brown. I think you take Rachaad White and Chase Brown. They should see more touches than Braylon Allen and Charbonnet. Make an argument that you really like Braylon Allen and Charbonnet rest of the season just based off the injury were to occur to the running back in front of them are definitely significantly more appealing, like they have a higher ceiling than someone like Rachaad White. And then going over to the flex, we're going to go Zay Flowers with the expectation that you may have some more passing volume in this offense for a game that you only have a 2-point spread. You may have Lamar Jackson being forced to drop back just a little bit more here. And then for the other flex spot, I think we're probably going to go ahead and take Keon Coleman. If Khalil Shakir misses, if Khalil Shakir plays, we're going to go Jordan Mason. So it really is up to Shakir on what we're doing at wide receiver. I think the rest of the spots you kind of have to go with, though. Now, Lave Garden coming out with another trade question here. Says, hey, Mason, 1 and 3. We need some advice. I like Jacobs. Okay. Ooh. Saying you hate Ayuk. Jacobs versus Mixon. If Mixon's fully healthy, give me Mixon. Ayuk versus Debo. Looks like it's Debo clearly at this point. So we are going to go ahead. We're going to take the combo of Debo Samuel and Joe Mixon. I think you go with the combo of Debo and Mixon here, my guy. Now, moving over, this next team is Laporta Potties. It's coming out from Sleepy FF. Here, this team where we are currently 4th with the league analyzer. We just lost Rice. I was wondering if it'd be a dumb trade to get a good receiver or just slide Brian Thomas into the starting role. So this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So it is a league where the wide receiver depth does matter just a bit. We have quarterback and Sam Laporta on lock with Jordan Love, as well as Sam Laporta. Do I want to sit here and act like we have the best QB in the... No, I mean, we don't have rushing upside here with Jordan Love, but I'm very comfortable starting him. I'm very comfortable starting Sam Laporta. Laporta may not be the tight end 1 overall that I thought he was going to be coming into the season, but you still should have just a consistent work in what should be a very good offense here in Detroit. And then obviously after we get Laporta back from the bye, then at that point, you are going to go ahead. You're just going to cut Zach Ertz. Now going over to what we have at running back, we have 2 top 10 backs. I can say this with confidence. Yes, not giving up on our guy Bijan. We have Bijan and Derrick Henry. Love to see it. Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, quality depth pieces. It's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, so it's not like we just need to spend every roster spot on our bench chasing high upside running backs. No, I do think that this is a very well-balanced spot that we find ourselves in. And then going over to wide receiver, we have Godwin, DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas, Jamison Williams, Dontavian Wicks, Mike Williams, Rashee Rice. So if we were looking at making a trade for a high-end wide receiver, what would that deal look like? Are we going through and are we trading Brian Robinson and Chris Godwin to try to get A.J. Brown? I think that could be a very exciting play if this was a league where you started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. My hesitation with that specifically for this league is this is a situation in which you can start 4 receivers weekly. So like looking at the lineup right now, like Jamison is in play for us to be in the flex spot every week. So if I were to do something with this team to address wide receiver, especially if we get some positive news regarding Rashee Rice, where it doesn't sound like Rice is all of a sudden guaranteed to miss the rest of the season. What I would probably be looking to do is I think we're looking to potentially just do a small 2-for-1 tier up at wide receiver, where if you can go like Jamison Williams and Dontavian Wicks and go get a wide receiver that people are full-blown panicking over that has been horrible this year, and if we can go out and get maybe, say, I don't know, Brandon Ayuk, Garrett Wilson, I think that could be a viable trade. And that just 2-for-1 tier up where we're selling the depth receivers to get that upgrade. We open up another roster spot so we can go through and we can churn the options down there on the waiver wire. I think you can upgrade at wide receiver. I would just rather go about it by trading the 2 receivers for 1 better version rather than selling the running back pieces, where I really like the running back room as is. And we're not having to roster a ton of running backs right now because we are so strong. But if all of a sudden we were to start giving up depth like Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, I think you'd have to fundamentally change your bench to roster a ton of running backs. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Let me know. And definitely sucks with the Rashee Rice injury, but I think you have a very solid squad anyway. But let's move this over to our next. Let's actually get some free questions going in the live chat. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Joey says, trade Bijan now. Yeah, everybody and their mom is panicking about Bijan Robinson. I view Bijan as a running back that's averaging close to 20 opportunities a game. As a running back that has the usage as a receiver. where Tyler Algier is at absolutely nothing in that realm. So, I don't know. Ryan says, what is the CMC trade value if you have Jordan Mason? It really is going to be dependent on the team that you're moving with. Like, I have McCaffrey ranked as a mid RB2 in our rest of season ranks just because there's such a wide range of outcomes. Boston says Waddle or Jackson Smith and Jigba rest of season. If I was submitting my starting lineup this week, I would prefer to have JSN. If I'm looking at rest of season here, I am operating under the assumption that we are going to have Tua coming back in. Not only are we going to have Tua coming back in, but at the same time, Jalen Waddle has given us the ceiling that we have never seen from JSN before. Not to say JSN can't do it, but personally, Waddle's given us the ceiling that JSN hasn't. I think Waddle's such a safe play if you assume that Tua comes back. Kiss the Ring says Jaden Reed over Tyreek Hill all day. We did update the flex rankings with the updated sportsbook implied team total that you have for the Dolphins, projecting out to only score 17 points. And in our flex rankings, we did move Jaden Reed up to 17 points. 17 overall, and we have Tyreek at 25 overall. So I think with the expectation that sportsbooks have the Dolphins at 17 points this week, where it opened up at 19.5 to start the week, I do agree. I think you want to go Jaden Reed over Tyreek. Not rest of season. For sure, give me Tyreek rest of season with the assumption Tua comes back. Jake Rule says, would you trade Laporta for Devontae Adams? I have Laporta in the Flock League. That's a 2 wide receiver, 2 flex, and I would trade Sam Laporta for Devontae Adams. If you played in like a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so wide receiver is super easy to come by, then at that point, I don't necessarily know if we would like it as much. But it really does depend on your league settings, as most questions do, which is why I really like answering the questions to the side, because I can see league settings. Steelpin says Bucky Irving or Rachaad White. I believe Rachaad White's played more snaps than Bucky Irving every single week this year, and I think Rachaad White has had more opportunities in almost every week this year as well. So definitely it's trending in the direction of Bucky Irving, possibly rest of season. But if you're submitting a starting lineup this week, I'm for sure going to go ahead. I'm for sure going to take White. Johnny says, what's a defensive play this week? So some of the top defenses we have this week, the tier 1 of defenses that I have ranked are the Broncos against the Raiders, the Vikings against the Jets, the Patriots against the Dolphins, the Seahawks against the Giants, the Chiefs against the Saints, and the Dolphins against the Patriots. Those are the main defenses that I'd be looking at. And Cure says, for my flex, we're going to go Braylon Allen, Jerry Jeudy, or Jacoby Myers. I would go Myers for your flex in a full PPR format with no Adams. I'd rather have Braylon Allen rest of season because I do think that Allen has a ceiling that simply Myers cannot reach. But for this week, that doesn't matter as much. But let's move this over. We've been live for over 3 hours. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there and hit that like button. We're trying to answer as many free chat questions as we can every single day. And obviously, we're answering all the questions through flockfantasy.com every day as well. But if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you always can do so through flockfantasy.com. Just go over to the sites. You can find the link in the description. Hit this little comment button that says expert advice. It will jump you over here where you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. I'll definitely say if you wanted that team review, the cheapest way to get it by far is taking advantage of the Underdog promo that we have, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick for tonight's game, more than less than half the total yard. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. You just have to make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next team. This is C. Chevalier. It says Rashad Bucky or Trey Sermon. You also look like just like DK Metcalf. Can't tell you apart, honestly. I actually get mistaken for DK Metcalf a lot. I actually traveled to Seattle 2 years ago to go on an Alaskan cruise. And honestly, like I couldn't go anywhere. Like we went to like the Seattle market and everybody came up and was just trying to take pictures going, DK, DK, DK. It was really confusing at first because I hadn't heard that I resembled DK Metcalf so much previously. I mean, I knew physically I did, but like I felt like from the neck up, we looked different, but apparently, yeah, people have a hard time telling us apart, which maybe it's the hair, but anyway, between Rashad Bucky or Trey Sermon, I do think I'd probably go Trey Sermon. The issue is obviously if we don't have a backup option to pivot to, and Jonathan Taylor is a surprise active, then at that point, I think you have to, as long as you have a backup play, we go Trey Sermon. If you have no backup play where you say if Jonathan Taylor plays, we're screwed, then you probably just take the receiving upside that you have with Rachaad White if it's a full PPR format. And I do want to reiterate, I'd definitely go White over Bucky if we had to choose between the two. Now, Odell Alex coming out says, hoping for the thoughts on the team. On the waiver wire, we have Kraft, Dowdle, Dobbs, Leggett, Chase Brown, Javonte. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. I would want to pick up Kraft if we can. I would cut David Njoku and pick up Tucker Kraft, play Kraft this week, to be honest. I would cut Wan'Dale Robinson in favor of picking up Chase Brown. I think Chase Brown has a higher ceiling rest of season, and that's what we're looking for at the bottom end of our roster. Obviously, we play Malik Neighbors if he's good to go. If he's not, we go Christian Kirk. And then for the flex between Kareem Hunt and some of these other names, I think you probably do go Kareem Hunt. But yeah, again, drop Wan'Dale Robinson and pick up Chase Brown. And then also, if Malik Neighbors plays, you go Neighbors. And if he doesn't, you go Kirk. Okay. But Jeremy coming out with a start sit question. Here, wide receiver, the guy that we want in is Neighbors. Obviously, we have to play Evans tonight, though. Going down to the flex, we have no Montgomery, no Taylor, so we're choosing between Brown, Dowdle, and Charbonnet. I'm going to go with Brown. I don't love the spot for Rico Dowdle this week. I think they're very close, though. And then going over to the flex, obviously, if Malik Neighbors does play, you go Malik Neighbors. But if you have no Malik Neighbors, you're going to go Rico Dowdle. And then we're going to go Kyler over Geno Smith, even with the tough matchup against the Niners, with Kyler having the rushing upside. Okay. Now move this over to J-Hacks. And Keegan says, Chad, how do we have Mason do a start sit for me? Go over to flockfantasy.com. You can submit a start sit question. Just hit the button in the top right corner. That's a little comment button that says expert advice. But looking at this from J-Hacks, says thoughts on the trade I just made. Also, have Lamar and Daniels thinking of moving one of them. Gibbs to HN downgrade. Christian Kirk to AJ Brown. Massive upgrade. We're paying Chuba to get it done. Long term, this is a great trade to get AJ Brown and Devon HN. Long term, phenomenal move here. Absolutely love it. And then, yeah, I would agree. If you have two elite quarterbacks, might as well throw one of them on a trade block if it's a 1 QB league. Phoenix Lance, longtime member of the flock, says 12-team full BBR. Assuming no Neighbors, Jonathan Taylor this week. Thanks in advance, my man. No, thank you. So if we're assuming no Neighbors and JT, wide receiver, you go Dontavian Wicks. You have Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson both banged up. Watson will most likely miss. We don't know about Dobbs just yet. Going over to running back, we have no Gibbs on the bye. We're assuming we have no Taylor. And if we have no Taylor, I think you go Trey Sermon over Rico Dowdle. And then going down to the flex, obviously, if Neighbors plays, we go Neighbors, but we have no Gibbs. We have no Rice. We're assuming we have no Neighbors in this instance. And in that instance, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Rico Dowdle for the flex spot, my guy. Okay. Now, our next question is a trade question coming out from a myth. This is Zach Moss, Jahmyr Gibbs versus Saquon Barkley. I think based off the usage that we had with Chase Brown this past week, it's a really clear pivot to get that upgrade with Barkley. And I say this as someone who ranked Jahmyr Gibbs over Saquon Barkley coming into this season, saying, hey, so I wanted your opinion on this trade and wanted our take on it. So afterwards at running back, we'll have Barkley, Montgomery, and limited depth. So we definitely have to go through and we definitely have to pick up a running back off the waiver wire after we make this move. But yeah, I think it's too much value to pass up on, and we're going to be struggling. to find running backs this week with everybody on bye. But anyway, my idol says I'm currently 0-4 and we are struggling. If we're 0-4, we don't really have the reason to be trading for CMC and Avonte Adams, two players that are playing right now. Sorry, not playing right now. On an 0-4 team, I think that you are most likely... Oh, you're still taking the McCaffrey and Adams side just because there's too much... I take the McCaffrey and Adams side if you think that you can flip them for more. But on an 0-4 team where we just need points in the starting lineup, it's going to be very hard for me to tell you Adams and McCaffrey. Because unless you can flip them for production right this second, it doesn't matter if in week 8 McCaffrey comes back and he's the RB1 overall in fantasy. If we lose the next 2 weeks and we fall to 0-6, we're already done skis. So, I think in that instance, you may have to go Harrison. Now, you suck, I don't coming out with the trade question. This is DJ Moore versus Davante Adams. If you look at my rankings currently, I have Davante Adams wide receiver 23, DJ Moore wide receiver 24. I have them ranked effectively back-to-back. If you really need a production right this second, I think you go DJ Moore. If you can look for the long-term upside, I think you go Davante Adams. Now, Sahil, always out in the live chat. This is Achane and Flowers versus Malik Neighbors. Why should we do this trade? Could flip Zay for Ayuk right away. Please look at the team format. This is a start 13 league. Start 8-13 format. So here's what we got to do. Let's compare this to a 12-team 2 wide receiver 1 flex. 12-team 2 wide receiver flex. There are 84 total starters. If we ignore quarterback and tight end, you have 60 total wide receivers and running backs being started every single week in a 12-team league with 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. In a 2 quarterback start 13 8-team league, we have 80 players being started every single week at running back and wide receiver. So the depth matters more in this format than it would in a regular league. And if you are able to pivot from Flowers to Ayuk immediately in a league where the depth matters more, people are going to hate for me to say this. Obviously, Malik Neighbors looks so much better than these other options right now. But I think I pivot over to Achane and Ayuk, specifically in the league where the depth matters a ton. While Achane's garbage in the short term with no Tua, Malik Neighbors ain't even playing in the short term. So we're just looking long-term upside here pretty much regardless. If it was a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league, I agree. You go with the best players. You go with the best player. Malik Neighbors is the best player in this deal. You can look at that based off my rankings. But when these specific league settings, which are very unique to Sahil, you want to go with the package. Now, Antonio coming out says, we have Richardson already, but I feel like the value is too good on this trade. Plus, we have the receiver depth. 100%. If you have the receiver depth, we just go ahead and we get Jalen Hurts. Josh Downs, you just picked up off the waiver wire. Barely better than a other player you can pick up off waivers. And then going from Jalen Waddle to Jalen Hurts, I definitely prefer the Jalen Hurts side of that. And I say this as somebody who has Jalen Waddle and Anthony Richardson on my own team, but if I could tell, if I can go sell Jalen Waddle to the Jalen Hurts owner in the flock league right now, I'll do that in a heartbeat. Seal says, thank you, Basin. I can afford to the weight on Achane. I've been leading towards yes, since depth is needed. Yeah, in that league, as long as we're pulling in those league settings correctly and we're not looking at a little bit of a bug there, I think you're good to go with the depth. Now, D-Lane coming out with a trade question. This is Connor versus Najee and George Pickens. I'd rather have James Conner rest of season over Najee Harris, but James Conner's not catching the ball right now. And at the same time, in the case of Najee Harris, you have both Jalen Warren as well as Cordell Patterson banged up. So under that context, I think you can go ahead, and honestly, I think you can go with Najee Harris and George Pickens if you're a Pickens fan. I think it's a very fair trade. It's a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league, so I don't love the depth. It's definitely not something you need to do, but like for my team personally, if I could go trade Sal, James Conner to get Najee Harris and a piece back in return, I definitely would. I mean, we can go ahead and maybe you're giving me the idea to go make this trade in my league right now. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Trade. Where is Sal? I know he had Najee Harris. Maybe he traded away Najee. Did he? Sal traded away. Oh, no, he has Najee Harris right here. I mean, he wanted James Conner previously. See if we can give him James Conner, Najee Harris, and pick up a depth receiver. Dear God. I need to honestly use, before I send this, I need to use the trade calculator on the site. I literally do this for my own league, to be honest with y'all, and I'd highly recommend you do it as well for yours. If you ever have a trade question that you're going to make, go over to the trade calculator on flockfantasy.com. It's completely free. This is free. The trade finder is completely free as well. So say like, oh, I wanted to trade for Najee Harris. You can go ahead and go like, oh, what does a Najee Harris trade look like? And you can look at all trades that have been made in real fantasy football leagues for completely free on the site. But looking at this, we are wanting to send, say, James Conner, and in return, we get back Najee and Christian Kirk. Does say we would slightly win. What side would y'all prefer here? Would y'all rather have Christian Kirk, Najee Harris, or James Conner? Christian Kirk, Najee Harris, or James Conner? Don't do that. Connor. Najee, Connor. For your team, Najee and Kirk. Yeah, because I could use Kirk. Connor, Najee, Connor. So it does look like the majority of people are saying James Conner. Do y'all think it would be you know what we'll do? Instead of offering it for Christian Kirk, I'll offer it for Terry McLaurin. So I'll offer Sal James Conner for Najee Harris and Terry McLaurin. Full PBR format. Najee has the receiving role. You have 2 flex spots in this league. I need depth. We can go through and throw in a little depth piece for him. What player would we drop? We'd most likely drop Jaleel McLaughlin. I'll just throw in Jaleel. See if he'd be interested. And I'm going to shoot Sal a text real quick, and I'll let y'all know what he says. Offer inbound. I'm going to say people in my live stream said they wanted your side. All right. So, text shot. Let's see if we can get the deal done. And honestly, I could really use the extra starter this week. But all this goes to say that with your deal, I think with Najee, it sounds like most people would rather have the Connor side. My thought process is Connor's had nothing as a receiver. You possibly have to be concerned a little bit about what you have with Trey Benson late in the season. I don't know. We'll see. I think most people would rather have James Conner. I think it's a fair deal based off the Jalen Warren injury. If Warren was healthy, it's James Conner. Okay. Now, Lando coming out with a trade question. My team is Hurts, Barkley, Bucky, Jefferson, Wilson, DK, Kraft, with Waddle and Brian Thomas on the bench. Okay. So looking at this. Appreciate you, my guy. First thing, Bucky Irving to Brian Robinson, upgrade. DK Metcalf to Cooper Kupp, upgrade. It would really come down to, in this environment, if you are able to go through and if you are able to I don't know, if you're able to fill in for Cooper Kupp in the short term, and since you're telling me that we have Brian Thomas on the bench, I think this is a great deal for you. If you have Brian Thomas on the bench, then yes, let's go get Kupp. Let's go get Brian Robinson. Let's get the long-term upside. Now, ResDog coming out with the start sit question says, not sure who to flex between Bucky, Chase Brown, or Jalen Waddle. Thanks for all the info. Thank you, my guy. And I would not flex Bucky Irving, to be honest. I think it's going to be down between Chase Brown and Jalen Waddle for me. If I'm looking at my flex rankings this week, we did move Waddle down with sportsbooks, moving Waddle down with their own. Ooh, Sal said he's hopping in. Let's see what Sal has to say. Everybody tell Sal he wins the deal, for the love of God. Okay. Anyway, looking at this, with Waddle, the implied team total is down to 17 points here for the Miami Dolphins. So I think you have to be a lot less excited about Waddle than you would be otherwise, of course, with a healthy Tua. With that being said, you have a 24-point implied team total for Chase Brown in Cincinnati. So we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Chase Brown over Jalen Waddle. We go Chase Brown over Waddle. Now, let's move this over to our next review. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Thank you so much, Run Solo. And real quick, Sal dropping in the chat, hitting us with the Terry over Connor. Are you kidding me, my guy? People are trying to convince me that you win the deal. You're gonna hit us with the Terry over Connor. I'll hit you with the Jaleel McLaughlin over Najee Harris. Ever thought about that one? The reason, yeah, God, clown on Sal for not accepting the deal. I was letting you get one over on me, my guy. I am desperate for a starter to beat Avery this week. The team of destiny needs to move to 4-1. But, dear God. Joey says, no, go trade. Yeah, if I could trade for Bijan, I would. But let's move this back over to, thank you, Sal, for stopping by, of course. And sad to hear that we are, big fail by Sal. You had the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get James Conner. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chat letting you know, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I was trying to be a generous guy. It ain't always going to work. But anyway, checking out this free team review for Rinsolo. Thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo, my guy. This is a 8-team league. So this being an 8-team format, you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. The depth does not matter at all. The only thing that matters is the high-end production, the studs that you have in the starting lineup. The teams in shambles dealt with injuries in the beginning of the season. Any thoughts on how to better the roster? I have a decent team. Then we got smoked. Luckily, got a couple wins. Anything helps. Appreciate you, my guy. First thing is, with the league settings, with this being an 8-team format, our expectations are sky high for this roster. We are currently 8th in the league analyzer, so it is saying that we have the worst team in the league. Like, starting off quarterback, this is a great example. 12-team format. I'm pretty good with having CJ Stroud as my QB1. Specifically in an 8-team league, however, CJ Stroud's a low-end QB1 in this format. We're just getting by here. We're definitely not crushing. Going over to running back, Josh Jacobs, I'd be okay as my RB1 in a 12-team format. But in an 8-team league, I have Jacobs ranked at RB14 rest of season. That puts Josh Jacobs as a low-end RB2 in this format. J.K. Dobbins in this format's like a low-end RB3, and he's our RB2. So the issue is at running back, we have some of these guys that maybe give you the high floor in a 12-team format that you can get by with just based off a cheap volume. But at the same time, they're not necessarily players that we can just lock and load as 3-down studs. I know people are going to roll their eyes when I say this because these other guys haven't been. They're not Bijan Robinson. They're not Breece Hall. Going over to wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Olave, Diggs, Addison, Wicks. So we have the wide receiver depth here. Tight end, we have Ferguson and Hawkinson, so we're chilling at tight end. So here is what we are looking to do right this second, my guy. We are looking to squeeze out some value for Stephon Diggs, especially as we are going to be getting A.J. Brown back after the bye. You need to take the depth receiver in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. You need to sell Stephon Diggs and one of the running backs at the top to go get a running back upgrade. You need to sell Diggs and Jacobs to get the best running back you can. You need to sell Diggs and Dobbins to get the best running back you can. Sell Diggs and Moss to get the best running back you can. If you are looking at quarterback, honestly, in an 8-team league, I think you could drop Baker Mayfield. I think in an 8-team league, you may have Bucky Irving out there on the waiver wire. You may have Braylon Allen on the waiver wire. You may have these running backs that are an injury away from all of a sudden being locked and loaded starters in our lineup every single week. So I probably go through and move on from Baker, pick up a running back, see if we can move, say, Diggs and one of our RBs to go get that running back upgrade inside the starting lineup. We're chilling at tight end, but yeah, I mean, this is a team where, frankly, you just have to sell wide receiver depth. I think Diggs, coming off the touchdown performances, will be the guy to sell with one of our depth running backs to go get an upgrade there at RB2. It's the main thing that we're looking at with the squad. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help you out in some way, my guy. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat right now. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to answer as many as we possibly can. Cameron says, not letting me connect my Sleeper League to the site. If you have any issues linking your teams, please send them in the site issues section of the Discord, which you can find the link to the Discord in the description of this live stream. Obviously, I can't do customer support during a live stream. I'm not a developer, so I don't know either. But if you send the issues in the site issues section of the Discord, you should be good to go. Okay. Now, moving this over, JJ says, Garrett Wilson for Josh Jacobs in a full PPR format. I think that Josh Jacobs is a 3-down running back in a better offense than what you have in New York. I would rather have Josh Jacobs over Garrett Wilson at this point. The King says Achane for Montgomery. Full PPR format, very easily give me Devon Achane. And keep in mind, people threatened. I mean, people were so mad at us for being the guy to sell Devon Achane back after the Buffalo 30-point game once Tua got hurt, with the expectations that you were going to have a much worse offense in Miami with no Tua. But, I mean, Tua is now 2 weeks closer to returning. You still have the receiving usage for Achane. I think Achane's a running back 2 with no Tua. I think he's a running back 1 with Tua. Hassan says, Wicks, Shaheed, or Flowers at the flex. So here I'm definitely not going Shaheed. You only have an 18.5 point implied team total for the Saints against the Chiefs this week. I think it'd be a very tough spot to go through and start Shaheed, to be honest with you. Between Wicks, Flowers, I think this is where you have the conversation. If you have no Romeo Doubs, you have to go Dontavian Wicks, because obviously we're expecting to have no Christian Watson as well. But if you have, say, Doubs playing and Wicks is either the wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 in his set offense, then at that point you could potentially go ahead and look at Flowers, because I do think there'll be more dropbacks and more pass attempts for Lamar Jackson against the Bengals this week than what we've had over the past few. Devin says Bucky Irving or Javonte Williams. So obviously Bucky Irving's like a very appealing play in terms of the long-term upside if he continues to expand his role in this offense. But let's just be very realistic with like the expectations with Bucky Irving. Right now, Bucky Irving has a higher, lower 45.5 rushing yards. Higher, lower 55.5 total yards on Underdog. Like, this is a running back that'll be very difficult to get into your starting lineup. Javonte Williams, your higher, lower 74.5. I think you have to go Javonte over Bucky. You make an argument maybe rest of season it's a little bit different, but Rachaad White's still the running back 1 here for the short term. Now it's close, but still. Okay. K Serious says, would you trade Mason for Kenneth Walker to the McCaffrey owner? 100%. I mean, this is a trade where, like, if you trade Jordan Mason for Kenneth Walker and McCaffrey never comes back, we probably lose the deal by a little bit. If you trade Jordan Mason for Kenneth Walker and McCaffrey comes back a month from now, we make out like an absolute bandit. So yeah, for me, I think this is kind of a no-brainer. I think you need to go ahead. I think you need to take Kenneth Walker. Max says Bucky Irving or Chase Brown. I think Chase Brown's in a better offense. I'm going to go Chase Brown. I think they have a similar role. And we saw the ceiling last week from Chase Brown. It's been higher than anything we've seen from Bucky Irving all year. Brendan says Bucky Irving or Devon Achane. For the love of God, go Achane over Irving. For the love of God. Especially if it's a full PPR format. Please do not start Bucky Irving over Devon Achane. But let's make sure that we are getting through all the questions on the site, just because we guarantee that all those questions will be answered before kickoff happens. So definitely want to get through those, and then we'll go back to the free questions on the live chat. And obviously, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer over there on flockfantasy.com, you always can, right? All you got to do is go over to the site, go to any page, and at the top right of that page, you will see a little comment button that says expert advice. Here with expert advice, you can choose between a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting here. And yeah, if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, and what I would recommend more than anything else, is by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you will be getting a free team review voucher for one of the team reviews that we are doing every single night in these live streams. And yeah, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I'm able to know who to accredit that team review voucher with. But anyway, a Kennedy says, my team is really struggling. I will trade anyone. Who do I go for? So looking at the squad right now, 3-1 comeback. If we're 3-1, we're chilling. Looking at the league analyzer, we are 7th, but this is an extremely even league. Like the team at 12 is pretty far behind everybody else, but this is a spot where everybody is really even in comparison to some of the other leagues we're looking at. It's a standard ESPN league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth, not going to matter too much. Going over to quarterback, we have Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield. Obviously chilling with Love and Baker. We're able to just go through, play the matchups between them every single week. Not really much hesitation here whatsoever. Going over to what we have out running back, we are sitting with Devon Achane, Najee Harris, Braylon Allen, Emmanuel Wilson, Tank Bigsby. So in the short term, it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot. And the long term, obviously, I think you could be very excited about this running back room. Once we get to a back end, Achane yet again is a mid to high end RB1. Looking at what we can potentially do for the short term at running back, I don't necessarily see a trade that makes a ton of sense. While it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so maybe we could try to go through and sell some of the wide receiver depth. I don't necessarily want to be selling Najee Harris right now with the injury to both Jaylen Warren as well as the injury to Najee Harris. Sorry, to Cordell Patterson. I think that bumps Najee. So I think Najee is a player that we are looking to hold on to. We kind of need Dontavian Wicks to start over Jalen Waddle with the Tua injury. Going over to tight ends, it is a spot where we have Trey McBride to start every single week, regardless of matchup. So we don't necessarily need to have a backup tight end here once McBride is cleared, good to go for this game. So Once McBride's cleared, I'm definitely dropping Tyler Conklin, picking up another running back like Emmanuel Wilson. That is an injury away from potentially being a must-start option in our flex. If you could sell Baker Mayfield in a 2-for-1 deal elsewhere, like if you could sell Baker and Dontavian Wicks and go get a long-term stud wide receiver that we can play in the flex spot every single week, I think that would be very interesting. But I don't know. I just don't expect anybody to give you anything for it. I mean, it is a 12-team format, so maybe there are some bad teams at quarterback. And that team has Dak. They're probably not going to trade for Baker. This team has Rodgers and Richardson. They don't want to trade for Baker. So I think we're kind of stuck as is. We cut Tyler Conklin. We pick up the running back. If this team's 3-1, we're chilling. If this team's 3-1, everything is about waiting for Tua to come back in. Because this team went all in on the Miami Dolphins, which if the Dolphins are a top 5 offense, which they look to be the majority of the time when you have Tua in, we're really excited about it. You have HN crushing, Tyreek crushing, Jalen Waddle crushing. But with no Tua, obviously, it's a much tougher spot. And with no Tua, I think we just got to stay surviving, which we can with Najee with the Jalen Warren injury. We can with Dontavian Wicks over Jalen Waddle in the flex spot for this week. So I don't think this is a team where a trade makes a ton of sense. If you were 1-3 or if you were an 0-4 team, then yeah, we try to sell some of that long-term value to get short-term production. But on 3-1, we're chilling. Until Tua comes back. Tua doesn't come back, RIP, pour one out. But the team has no shot in that case anyway. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way here. And we have a bunch of start-sit questions and trade questions to get through. I don't think we have another team review to get through for quite some time. This is for Phoenix Lance. It's a half PPR, a 0.2 point per carry. No Gibbs. Rice hurt this week, so we're just trying to make ends meet. 0.2 point per carry format and half PPR. We are starting 2 running backs. 100%. I'm starting a running back over Jalen Waddle. Who are our best running backs here? I'm starting a running back over Leggett. I'm starting a running back over Tank Dell in this league. We have no Brooks right now. We have no Gibbs right now. I think our next best running back's probably Trey Sermon. If Trey Sermon does not play, then at that point, we probably pivot over to Tank Dell. But yeah, I think in a 0.2 point per carry format where you get half a point per reception, we want to make sure we lock in 2 running backs with Javonte and Sermon. Now, Dave coming out with a trade question. Here it's Brooks, Dobbins, Amari, and Braylon Allen, Marvin Harrison, one side versus the other. So going from Amari and Dobbins to Harrison, upgrade. Brooks to Braylon Allen, downgrade. I don't know if I love the deal. We're definitely getting the best player in it. But we're giving up the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th best player. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would you rather have? Would you rather have Amari, Brooks, J.K. Dobbins versus Harrison and Braylon Allen? Amari, Brooks, Dobbins, or Harrison and Allen? Harrison, 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 Harrison. Harrison, Harrison, Harrison. Harrison, Harrison. It looks like everybody's on the Harrison side effectively. Like I said, I think it's a fair deal. When in doubt, go with the best player. The best player is definitely Marvin Harrison. So we can't go in that direction. Now, a myth coming out with the start set. It says waiver wire options for running back are Javonte, Pirine, Roshan, Zamir. I would definitely pick up Javonte if he's on the waiver wire. I would play Javonte possibly over Chase Brown this week. Looking at my updated flex rankings, I have Javonte and Chase Brown in the same tier. You probably go Chase Brown with him being a better offense. I have Chase Brown a couple spots higher. Flex, I definitely don't play Javonte over JSN. But yeah, I cut Romeo Dobbs. I pick up Javonte. Or actually, if we have Evan Ingram playing, I'd cut Frymuth and get Javonte as well. I would actually pick up both Roshan and Javonte. Roster them on the bench just in case something changes by dropping Frymuth and Dobbs. Okay. Now moving this over for Kier, massive dono coming through. Says currently 3-1. We did a team review yesterday. Got offered Stroud, Waddle, Laporta, Cup for Chase, Burrow, and Njoku. Playing a guy taking an L because he has no Saquon, Rice, and others. Likely 4-1 if we did the trade. Okay. So Burrow to Stroud, upgraded quarterback. And Njoku to Laporta, upgraded tight ends. Chase to Cup and Waddle, massive downgrade. Chase is the best player in the deal. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to keep the Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow stack. I understand being 3-1 where we have the ability to go through and we have the ability to trade for the long-term upside that you have with Cooper Kupp, the long-term upside that you have with Jalen Waddle. Maybe if like the CJ Stroud quarterback was in the tier of like Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen, it'd be more appealing. I just don't know if we're getting a massive upgrade from Burrow to Stroud. And I think we are getting a big downgrade from Chase to Kupp and Waddle. And when in doubt, we're going to go with the best player in the deal, which is Chase. Now, Love Hurts says also traded Justin Fields, Garrett Wilson, Charbonnet for Hurts and Ayuk. Love that deal. Zach Ertz versus Cade Otton. My tight end rankings, I have them in the same tier. The honest truth is it kind of is up to you. Do we have underdog pick'ems out for these tight ends right now? Cade Otton, they have higher, lower 29.5 receiving yards. Zach Ertz, they have higher, lower 27.5 receiving yards. They have Cade Otton slightly ahead of Zach Ertz. Looking at my tight end rankings, I have Cade Otton at tight end 10. I have Zach Ertz at tight end 12. So Cade Otton slightly ahead of Ertz as well. So yeah, I think you go Cade Otton. But again, next time, my guy, if you wanted to ask a question here, what you could actually do instead is you could just leave an empty tight end slot and then put the two players that you're considering underneath, and I can click the guy and actually send the player to you I want through the side as well. But Ghost coming out with the start set says, tough week with the buys. Need help coming up with a running back 2, wide receiver 3, and a flex start. Thanks, Mason. Flock it up. Really do appreciate you, my guy. Wide receiver 2, I think we have no Puka, no Jameson. So it's between Mooney, Leggett, Shaheed. I probably go ahead and take Shaheed this week. I don't feel great about it with the 18.5 point implied team total going up against the Chiefs. Honestly, with how bad this offense projects to be, I think we go ahead. I think we, like, honestly, the Panthers project to be a better offense in Carolina than the Saints do this week, according to sportsbooks. And y'all know my opinion is sportsbooks know more than I do. They know more than you do. We have no Goddard, no Puka, no Jameson, no Dobbins, no Gibbs. It's going to be down between Rico Dowdle and Shaheed for this flex spot. I think Dowdle gives you a higher floor. I think Shaheed gives you a higher ceiling. I honestly probably go with Dowdle over Shaheed. Obviously, Shaheed had the best game of his NFL career last year with the volume he had. But if you look at Shaheed over the larger sample, pretty much every game that you've had is 4 targets, 5 targets, 4 targets, 5 targets. Now, the show coming out says Gibbs and Smith on bye. We need a running back 2 and a flex. We also have Sermon and need to drop 1 for DST as well. Okay. Let's just go straight to the flex options for who we would drop. If we have to drop somebody on this team, it's Javonte Williams. Or it's Dontavian Wicks. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather drop Dontavian Wicks or Javonte Williams? Running back 2, I start Javonte over Chase Brown this week. So you know what? Actually, no, I'm not doing that. We're going to get Chase Brown. Oh my gosh, it's just so much a better offense in Cincinnati. We have them in the same tier. I think we can go back and forth. For the flex, we don't know about Romeo Doubs just yet. It's either going to be JSN or Wicks. If Wicks has no Dobbs and no Christian Watson, you go Dontavian Wicks. If Dobbs does play, we go Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I drop Wicks, Williams, Wicks, Williams. I think I would rather start Wicks this week over Javonte, but if I'm thinking long-term upside here, I do think we probably take the starting running back over presumably the wide receiver 3 in his offense. So we probably go Javonte, but it's close. But here, real quick, I ran out of water. We need some more water. I'll be back in literally 10 seconds. Okay, we are back. Appreciate you, my guy. Hope we were able to help you out a bit. But moving this over to Peter. At wide receiver, we have no St. Brown this week. Obviously, we're playing Jefferson. Tight end, we go Kincaid over Kraft. I honestly don't think that they're too far off, to be honest. Going over to running back between Achane, Najee, Walker, Brian Robinson, Chuba, Zach Moss. We go with Kenneth Walker coming off the monstrous performance. And then a quarterback, we are going to go, if A-Rich plays, to go A-Rich. And no, I'm not doing it. We'll go Fields over A-Rich. Good matchup against Dallas with all the injuries that they have. And if you needed a second wide receiver, the second receiver is Drake London over Zay Flowers. If you needed a second running back, it's Devon Achane. If you needed a flex, it's Najee Harris. Okay. Now, Johnson coming out with the start sit question. Says, most important matchup of the season based on standings, need flex considerations. Appreciate you, my guy. Chase, Debo, obviously must start names. Kincaid, easy start. We go with James Cook here at running back to play alongside Breece Hall. Should be a very good Bills offense. We're all in on the Bills offense with Kincaid, James Cook, and Josh Allen. And then going down to the flex spot. So we're all in on Cincy as well. We have Higgins, Chase Brown, Zach Moss. I think I probably end up going with Najee Harris and T. Higgins based on the assumption that you have no Jaylen Warren. Not only do you have no Jaylen Warren, but at the same time, Cordell Patterson's banged up. If Warren ended up playing and you had no Romeo Doubs and you had no Christian Watson in Green Bay, you could pivot off, and instead of playing Najee and Higgins, you could go Najee and Wicks. But I think Higgins is going to be what we go with. Now, Jay Bird coming out says Chris Godwin, Jonathan Taylor versus Amon-Ra St. Brown, Travis Etienne. Taylor to Amon-Ra, give me Amon-Ra. Godwin to Etienne, give me Etienne. I think it's a fair deal. It's up to you. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Would y'all rather have Godwin and Taylor or Amon-Ra and Etienne? Godwin, Godwin, Godwin. Godwin, Godwin, Godwin. Everybody is on the Godwin-Taylor side. So, yeah, I mean, if you're not concerned with Taylor based off his ankle injury, it does seem like the vast majority of people, obviously, you're upgrading at receiver and you're downgrading at running back. It comes down to what you think with the Jonathan Taylor injury. I do think that St. Brown's the best player in the deal, but maybe the downgrade from the second best player to the worst player is too much. Okay. Now, J. Jig Erg says, this is JoJo and the Jettas. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. This is a 12-team league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So this is a league where the depth does matter. We are highly incentivized to build around depth receivers, and it's not like we need to go through and trade every wide receiver that we have on the bench in 2-for-1 deals to get an upgrade elsewhere. Like, we can be a little bit weak at running back too, and it can be fine in this league. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we have Mahomes and Geno. Obviously, Mahomes while he may be the best quarterback in the league, is far from the best quarterback in fantasy at this point. Very difficult to say otherwise. But with that being said, in a 12-team format, I'm still okay having Patrick Mahomes as my QB1, even if he's been very disappointing. I'm probably going to be starting him over Geno this week, even if you actually have a higher implied team total for the Giants than you do with the Chiefs. I just think that this is a spot where most likely we end up seeing a considerable amount of rushing attempts for Seattle going up against the New York Giants. So quarterback's fine, right? I don't want to sit there and act like, oh yeah, we have Mahomes, we're golden, but Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. Now going over to running back, we have Devon Achane, Chase Brown, Jonathan Brooks, all in the starting lineup. So with Achane, running back 2 in the short term, running back 1 in the long term. Jonathan Brooks can be a very exciting long-term play. Chase Brown, probably somebody that's starting this week. And the Rico Dowdle as just a quality depth piece. So running back as it stands today, not super strong. Long-term is just going to naturally get better as the season progresses. This is a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. We have Jefferson, Nico Collins up here at the very top. So 2 top 5 wide receivers. Love to see it. We have Brandon Ayuk, Devontae Adams, Dontavian Wicks. The Rashee Rice injury really does hurt, but if we get some positive news regarding Rashee Rice and all of a sudden he is a wide receiver that instead of missing the entire season is only missing 4 weeks, then honestly, this is a monstrous wide receiver room. The wide receiver room strong as is, and like we said, I think you're okay rostering these depth players, especially now that we have the Rice injury. The depth definitely matters a little bit more here. Going over to what we have at tight ends, we're currently sitting with Tucker Kraft. Looking at Kraft, I am projecting him out to be a tight end 1 from a rest of season perspective. I think that Tucker Kraft is somebody that you can view as probably a borderline top 10 option, specifically if you were looking at what you have with the passing volume in Green Bay and the injuries to Christian Watson as well as Romeo Doubs. Everybody spammed the chat saying that DK just got hurt. We'll check out the DK injury in just 1 second. But overall, I think that this is a great team with the way that it's structured for your format in particular. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would love to try to sell Dontavian Wicks and Chase Brown and go get a running back upgrade. Try to sell Dontavian Wicks and Rico Dowdle and go get a running back upgrade. But specifically as we sit here and look at the depth of this team in a league where it's a 12-team format where you can't start 8 guys weekly, where we just did lose Rashee Rice, we're probably more so incentivized to hold on to the depth that we have with this squad rather than go through and try to sell them. I think you have a great team here, and honestly, I'm not looking to do much. I think that we sit on our hands. Ayuk's going to be better in the long term. This week, we start Jefferson, Nico, Ayuk, Wicks, wide receiver in the flex. Running back, we go Achane, Chase Brown, or Rico Dowdle. Quarterback, we go Mahomes, and I think Tucker Kraft's going to smash. And yeah, the team's going to get better as we have Devontae Adams on a better team, and at the same time, as you have Jonathan Brooks coming back in. Okay, but let's move this over and let's figure out what's going on with DK Metcalf. Searching DK Metcalf. God, Twitter search is not. So it's a hand injury with DK Metcalf. So if it's a hand injury, in my mind, it's way less concerning than what you'd have with like the player popping up with a hamstring on a Friday. San Diego says DK is fine. Katie says, yeah, I think DK is fine. Yeah, looking at Twitter right now, I don't see any real reason to be concerned with DK. But let's go get another team review going for the Finesse Kid. It's also JGIRG. Much love, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out for you. So the Finesse Kid currently number 4 with the league analyzer. This is a different setup than it is in the other league. This is a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex at the very most. So this is a format where instead you're a little more incentivized to have the elite quarterback, a little more incentivized to have the elite tight ends, as well as potentially go through and see if we can sell wide receiver depth in 2-for-1 trades to get upgrades inside the starting lineup. It's the name of the game in a 12-team format. We start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Going over and looking at the squad, we have no tight ends. And it looks like a league where there are other teams also not rostering any tight ends here as well. So I'm going to assume that this is a league where we can actually start 4 receivers weekly and we don't have to start a tight end. So never mind. Maybe the wide receiver depth actually does matter a little bit more here. And yeah, if you don't have to start a tight end, like if your tight end slot's wide receiver / tight ends, we for sure don't want to be rostering one. Wide receivers are always going to crush tight ends outside of maybe the top 2 to 3 names at the position. Like the tight end 3 right now is about equivalent to a wide receiver 4 in fantasy. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we have an elite quarterback with Jaden Daniels. Obviously, Darnold has looked very good. But to be honest with you, if I had Jaden Daniels, I think it'd be completely fine to move on from Sam Darnold, cut him, and pick up a running back off the waiver wire that you would be excited about the potential matchup for. Going over to what we have potential upside for. Going over to what we have at running back. We have Kyron. We have Montgomery. Strong RB1, strong RB2. We don't have any depth behind it, though. And I think this will maybe the most concerning thing that we have with this team. Where if you have Daniels, I definitely think you're more so incentivized to go out and roster some more running back depth. Like this week, we're presumably having to start either Jaleel McLaughlin or Ty Chandler in replacement of David Montgomery. Obviously, with Montgomery on bye. But I mean, if you think about what happens if we get an injury to Kyron Williams, what happens if we get an injury to David Montgomery? This is a team all of a sudden that goes from an extremely strong roster to one that we are just floundering with. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Drake London, Chris Godwin, Garrett Wilson, Devonta Smith. So 4 wide receiver 2s / low and wide receiver 1. We have a bunch of low and wide receiver 1s, high and wide receiver 2s, which is completely fine if you can start 4 receivers weekly. And I'm actually okay rostering like Waddle for the long-term upside down here. Wan'Dale Robinson as well. Wan'Dale probably could be a play for us over Waddle. Over Devonta, and obviously we need to fill in for Devonta Smith with the bye this week. So actually I'm kind of okay with having Wan'Dale here. If we don't like what we see from Wan'Dale this week and Neighbors good to go in week 6, then I go ahead and cut Wan'Dale Robinson, pick up another running back off the waiver wire with how good the wide receiver depth is. And then at quarterback, and then you cut Sam Darnold right now, pick up another running back. Specifically, if you can start 4 receivers weekly, I don't want to be selling any of these wide receivers. I think you're actually great to build around the depth that you have at the position here. But instead, the main thing that we're probably wanting to do is if you can go through and if you could potentially just roster more running backs so we have the upside where if something happens to Kyron, if something happens to Montgomery, we're not entirely screwed. We want to try to find the next Jordan Mason here, of course. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this over to Anderson's question. This is Jameson and JSN. We have Evans, Ladd, Lockett, Jameson, and a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I would rather have JSN over Jameson Williams. I think you can make an argument that Jameson Williams is a better real-life receiver than what you have with JSN, but that's from the field stretching ability that he has to create space underneath for the other options in Detroit that doesn't particularly carry over to consistent production in a full PPR format at the wide receiver position. I think you have more upside with JSN long term. Now, that one guy coming out with a trade question. Here you're saying, what's up, dude? Full PPR. We're going from Jordan Mason to Josh Jacobs, downgrade in the short term, possibly an upgrade in the long term. We're going Brian Thomas to Drake London. I think that this is a very simple trade. If I was needing production right now, I'm 1-3. I want the Jordan Mason side. If I'm 4-0 and I'm looking for a long-term upside and I think McCaffrey's going to come back in, I think it's a very fair deal for the Jacobs side. So honestly, I think it's a very fair trade that could make sense for both parties, and it just depends on what your record is and what you believe is going to happen with McCaffrey. Now, Gator Nick says, got sent this. Thinking of countering since I'm losing until Tua's back. Would love Nico or Higgins. So yeah, at this point, I think you do have to go Kyren Williams over Achane, especially if you do get some of these offensive linemen / receivers back in Los Angeles. The Rams offense could go back to being better than it was previously. If you wanted to, get more with Devon Achane, I definitely think I would need more. You could go like Achane. You could go Kyren for Achane and Higgins if you really wanted to do this. Another thing you could look to do is they add Nico. We add like Neighbors. We'd maybe not even want to add somebody that good. We add in like Smith to get to Nico Collins. I think this would be my counter here. I think Kyren has more value straight up than Devon Achane at this point. So yeah, I think you go with the Kyren side unless you can get like, if you like Nico, you can go ahead and see if we can go like, oh, also, I want to tier up at wide receiver. I want to go from Smith to Nico Collins. Now let's move this over to Cam Joe. This is a 3-for-1 deal. Jerome Ford looks like he may not be anything if Nick Chubb does come back in here. We're upgrading from Chris Godwin to Jamar Chase. They're paying DJ Moore to get it done. Absolutely love the deal. Let's go ahead and let's get Chase. Let's get the best player in this trade. Now let's go over to one of these free team reviews from Grim. Appreciate you. This is a free team review with the Underdog promo. Definitely if you wanted to ask any questions, obviously you can always get a guaranteed answer through flockfantasy.com. If you didn't know how to do that, just go over to flockfantasy.com. You can hit that expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question. If you were wanting to get a team review, definitely the cheapest way to do it is by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK as well, you will get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game, and you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as the account that we have on Underdog, so I know who to get that free team review voucher with. But we are team easy wins here. My guy, this is an ESPN league. You should be able to link this with the site. But anyway, we'll be happy to check out everything for you regardless. This is a 2 wide receiver one. This is the craziest team I've ever seen. This is going to be one of those teams that what the hell can I possibly say? How many teams are in this league? Looks like there are maybe 8 teams in the league. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8-team league. Obviously, expectations are sky high. But still, we have the running back 1 overall and another top 5 running back. We have 2 top 5 RBs. Malik Neighbors, solid wide receiver 1, even in an 8-team league. Harrison, great wide receiver 2. Kyler Murray, top 8 quarterback. We have a QB 1. Ferguson, top 8 tight end. We have a number 1 tight end. Achane, top 8 running back when you get back in Tua. So we are looking at Achane here. I mean, elite flex. He's an RB1 when Tua comes back. Going down to the bench, definitely start Jaden Daniels over Kyler Murray this week. We have Chuba Hubbard. I mean, I would say, and of course, I mean, I'm not reinventing the wheel here or anything. It's an 8-team league. You have great waiver wire options, and we have one of the more nuts teams that I've seen in a long, long time. So if we were looking to do anything here, it's making 2-for-1 trades where we could potentially upgrade inside the starting lineup. Not even inside the starting lineup, just upgrade on the bench. Like you can go Xavier Worthy and Kareem Hunt and go get a wide receiver you're more excited about. Go Chuba Hubbard and Terry McLaurin and go get a running back you're more excited about. We can backfill with options on the waiver wire, I mean, relatively easily. It's a nuts team. I'm sorry that the review's definitely crappy, but I don't know what we can possibly do with the team. It's phenomenal. Tier up 2-for-1 deals with those guys on the bench. Like Chuba Hubbard's a great example of find a team that needs a running back, send him Chuba Hubbard right now. Because, I mean, if we're not starting him now, we're definitely not starting him when Jonathan Brooks comes back. But yeah, appreciate you. I wish I could have helped you out more, but I mean, just nuts. Now, Tony coming out with a trade. This is Drake London, Samaje Perine in a 4th for Garrett Wilson. Perine in a 4th have no value. It's do you want Drake London? Do you want Garrett Wilson? I'd probably rather have the Drake London side at this point, especially if this is Dynasty. I'm assuming it's Dynasty if you're including a rookie pick. But I'm honestly in redraft, I'd rather have London over Wilson. I mean, Dynasty as well. London, you have the long-term quarterback play with Penix. We have no idea what the quarterback play is going to be with Garrett Wilson there. Now, going over to what we have with our next question. This is coming out from Gio. I believe that's how we say this name. Obviously, my guy, I'm an idiot. I have no idea. Saying, hey, Mason, need tips, especially on running back for week 5. I am 1-4 and I believe 2nd in points for, 1st in points against. Well, my guy, you got to play better defense. Don't know what else to tell you. Looking at the lineup here, we have CeeDee Lamb, we have Deebo Samuel, so presumably 2 top 10 wide receivers. Super excited about it this week. Going over to running back, I think you have no Montgomery, so honestly, don't overthink it. You play Achane, you play Najee. Achane, you at least have the receiving role, even if it is a completely garbage offense. Najee Harris, obviously, is a running back where you have no Jalen Warren, so you will have the expanded role overall. If Anthony Richardson plays, I go A-Rich over Sam Darnold this week. You have the rushing upside. If you look at sportsbooks, they are currently projecting out these two offenses to score a similar amount of points. And then going over to the flex between Kirk, Sermon, Hunt, Mooney, Jameson. Obviously, Andrew's not in play. We're not playing Montgomery, not playing Jameson on bye. It's really between Hunt, Sermon, and Christian Kirk. If you look at my flex rankings this week, I'm going to have these players pretty damn close. I do have Christian Kirk, 41, Kareem Hunt, 43, and Sermon, 44. If it is a full PPR format, we probably just take the safety of Christian Kirk, where you actually do have the best projections we've seen all year for the Jacksonville Jaguars offense this week. Now, in dress coming out, this is a start-sit question. Tight end, it's Njoku versus Freiermuth. I would go David Njoku over Freiermuth if Njoku is good to go. Running back, we for sure keep Najee and Jacobs in. For the flex, it's really going to come down between what we have with Zay Flowers, Dontavian Wicks, and Christian Kirk, assuming that it's a full PPR format, which the League Analyzer says it is. So looking at what we could do here, I think we could break it down by ceiling versus floor play. Dontavian Wicks probably gives you the higher ceiling. I think Christian Kirk gives you the higher floor. Obviously, Zay Flowers is a wild card where it's just very difficult to project out the target volume. The passing volume you should have in Baltimore any given week here. So I think we probably go Christian Kirk. I think we're probably sitting with Kirk. Now, Marco's coming out with the start-sit question. Here, wide receiver, if Neighbors doesn't play, we pivot over to Brian Thomas. Going down to the flex, we're playing Jordan Mason regardless. So, yeah, I think you leave this team as is. Obviously, actually, no, never mind. You have to play Jordan Mason here at RB2 because Jonathan Taylor may not play. So, looking at this, I think the plan is we go Amari, Brian Thomas, Ferguson, Achane, Mason, Allen. And then the flex is you have to set up a prayer that one of Neighbors or Jonathan Taylor will play. Obviously, the main thing is you're probably going to have to go to the waiver wire. You're going to have to look for an option that you can pick up. Which, if Wan'Dale Robinson's sitting out there, I mean, you could plug and play him for Malik Neighbors if Neighbors were to miss this week. Obviously not expecting the same type of production, but should be a decent option. Going over to this trade question from Big James. Appreciate you, my guy. This is a 3-for-3 deal where we get the best player in it. We get Jalen Waddle. Going from Pittman to, we get Jonathan Taylor. Obviously, Taylor's the best player in it. So upgrading from Smith to Taylor. We're upgrading from Pittman to Waddle. Going from Bucky to McLaurin, I'd probably rather McLaurin. I think you upgrade literally all three slots here with Taylor, Waddle, and McLaurin. So 100%, I think we're going to go ahead and take the Jonathan Taylor side. Now moving this over to Aster Fantasy Master. Say man needs some tight end and flex help for tonight. P.S. Told you Walker was going to pop off. Appreciate you, my guy. And yes, Kenneth Walker with 60 Geno Smith dropbacks. Goes out there and absolutely dominates off of limited work. Insane what you add from Walker. But looking at this tight end room, I go Pitts over Fant. Pitts is averaging about the same amount of targets as Fant so far this year. I think Seattle, you probably see a decent amount of rushing attempts against the Giants. Going over to the flex, we have no St. Brown. We have no Brooks. We have no Smith. I think it comes down between Sermon and Rico Dowdle. If you have no Jonathan Taylor, I go Trey Sermon. If Taylor does play, we go Rico Dowdle. I think that's an easy way to split it. But let's pivot over and answer some of the free questions in the live chat. If you have any questions in the chat, please drop them. We'll try to get to just a few here. We definitely have some start-sit questions we need to answer before the live stream. Before the game kicks off. I was going to say before the live stream kicks off, obviously. That's already happened. But WC says start Kyle Pitts or Tucker Kraft. Definitely going to go Kraft over Pitts. Baker or Geno. I'm going to go Baker over Geno. Hawkinson or Chase Brown. Hawkinson will not play this week. I think it depends on your team if you're talking about a trade. Cal says start to Thomas, Terry, Ayuk, and Amari. I go Terry and Ayuk. Most people will tell you Thomas over Ayuk. MBH says Pitts or Evan Ingram with the risk. We go Pitts. Not 100% sure that Evan Ingram is going to be playing. And even the 1 week that we had with Evan Ingram, he looked like booty cheeks anyway. So I don't know if you're super excited. Brian says, does Keon Coleman get a huge boost if Shakir misses? 100% Keon Coleman gets a boost if you have no Shakir. I don't think it makes Keon Coleman like a must-start player by any means, but you definitely get a boost. But let's move this over and let's make sure we are getting through all the questions on the side. And of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you can always do so through flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to, just go over to the site, hit that comment button that says expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. And if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it and what I would recommend more than anything else is going and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also get a free Kirk Cousins pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you're going to get a free team review voucher for one of the live streams that we're doing every single day. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account so we can accredit you with that free review. But Trey says we're 0-4 and we need to change something up. If we're 0-4, we need production right now and we need to sell long-term upside. Ramondre Stevenson to Austin Eckler. Let's go Ramondre to DeAndre Swift, slight upgrade. London to Lamb, massive upgrade. We're paying Jacobs to get it done. We'll take the best player in the deal. We will get CeeDee Lamb. Hope that DeAndre Swift has turned the corner, but don't feel great about it. Definitely say that much. Now, Barton coming out. It says start sit. We're wide receiver. We have Christian Kirk probably is the locked and loaded play with no Jameson Williams and no DeAndre Hopkins this week, even if Evan Ingram does come back. Running back, we're going to be going with Dowdle over Tracy and Justice Hill. I'd still go Dowdle over Tracy, even if Singletary were to miss. Quarterback, we go Kyler in the tough matchup with the rushing upside. And then for the flex, if you have no Devin Singletary, you go ahead and you play Tyrone Tracy. If Singletary does play, I think you go Jordan Whittington, which is probably the first time that we've said that all week. Okay. Now, Denny's Hop coming out. This is a trade question where we're moving from Tyreek and Jacobs to McBride, Kirk, and St. Brown. So Tyreek to St. Brown, massive upgrade. Jacobs to Trey McBride, pretty damn close. I would rather have the best player in the deal. Give me Amon-Ra St. Brown. If Tua was fully healthy, clearly it would be the Tyreek Hill side. But yeah, I think this is a fair price point if you wanted to get out of Tyreek, especially if we need wins right now. Now, Macho Man coming out with a start sit. Running back, we need to choose between Najee, Chuba, Emmanuel Wilson. We go with Chuba Hubbard. While I do think that Najee is definitely a interesting start based off the injuries that you have to the other backs here in Pittsburgh. Chuba Hubbard, you have the receiving upside, and at the same time, the offense has been much better in Carolina over the past few weeks. Going over to the flex, we have Higgins, Najee, Shaheed, Worthy, Emmanuel Wilson, Dobbs, Chandler, Keaton Mitchell. I think Najee Harris will be that must-start guy if you have no Jalen Warren. If Jalen Warren does play, we probably pivot over to T. Higgins. If Warren does play, we pivot to Higgins. Okay. Now, Snubs coming out with a trade. Says, Wilson owner panicking and was able to get this deal done. Are we worried about Wilson? I am worried about Garrett Wilson. I do not think that he'll be the player that he was drafted in round 1 to be, or at least he hasn't been so far this season. But this price point, I think it's a completely fine spot to pivot from Najee Harris and T. Higgins to Garrett Wilson, especially if you have the running back depth. Looking at the team, we have Aaron Jones, we have Kyron Williams, and we have Singletary. So we have enough running back production to get by. I think we prefer Wilson in this instance. Now, McGrady coming out with a start set says, hey, Mason, am I crazy for considering benching Tyreek for any of these guys? So Tyreek versus, I would play Brian Thomas over Michael Pittman. Let's look at the projections that you have on Underdog for these players this week. Tyreek Hill, you have higher, lower 47 in receiving yards. You have Brian Thomas, higher, lower 51 in receiving yards. So the projections are higher on Thomas than Tyreek. With that being said, I have the brain of a monkey. I personally, with my own fantasy football team, would not be strong enough to play Brian Thomas Jr. over Tyreek Hill. I will play Tyreek, but to be honest with you, obviously we don't feel great about it. And then down in the flex, I think we go ahead and we take Brian Thomas Jr. So we play both of them anyway. Effectively, what we're doing is we're playing Tyreek over like Ramondre Stevenson and Chase Brown here. And then for the love of God, I know Trey Tucker was good over the past few weeks, guys. I would not start Trey Tucker. I would not. Now, Ashfro coming out of the start set says, needs some help. Started 1-3 after losing CMC and Puka. Dear God. Wide receiver, great news is we have the Jaden Reed breakout. We have 3 must-start guys with Debo, Nico, Reed. Definitely not getting anybody in here. Pickens would be the best option, but not starting Pickens over any of them. Running back, we have Kyron Aaron Jones. A great team. I think for the flex, you just take the running back that has the 3-down workload and an offense that's been massively improving, and you have the receiving upside as well. I think we're going to go ahead and take Chuba Hubbard here, my guy. But great team. Now, Ben Minecraft coming out. It's the same basis. Should we start Tucker Kraft or Evan Ingram? Next time, just a quick heads up. All you have to do is leave like one empty tight end slot, and then you can put the 2 players you're considering here, and then we can choose it and send it to you. But I definitely would go Tucker Kraft. I mean, if you look at the target volume that you had with Kraft, I think it's actually projectable going into the future based off the injuries that you have to the receivers in Green Bay. And I'm more confident with the Green Bay offense than I am with the Jacksonville Jaguars offense. So I go Tucker Kraft over Evan Ingram. Now, Cox by 90, long-time member of the Flux, is already a Bucky, so thought it might be a good idea to add in some wide receiver depth. What are your thoughts? I think if you look at our rankings right now, we have Rachaad White and Pittman ranked effectively back-to-back at 77 overall and 82 overall. If you think that Anthony Richardson is going to be missing any time here, you want Michael Pittman. If you think that Anthony Richardson is instead going to be back this week and be the starting quarterback going into the future, then at that point, I don't know if I love the trade for Pittman, just given the fact that the passing volume in this offense should be extremely limited. And with White, you do have some receiving upside. Now, Phil coming up says, in a tough spot with wide receivers, considering 3 of the 5 are on bye, what are your thoughts and any suggestions? First off, I think you have to play Kmet over Andrews this week. Last week, I told people to play Andrews over Kmet, and dear God, I cannot repeat that again. Second thing is going over to running back. We go actually, no, never mind. I mean, this is a great running back room. We go Hubbard and Brees. And with your wide receivers being on bye, it doesn't matter. We have three down running backs we can play. This is actually probably the best week we're going to get from Travis Etienne all year, not going into the future, but at least the best week that we have seen. Just because if you look at sportsbooks right now, they are telling us that this Jacksonville Jaguars offense is going to be significantly better than what we had seen in the past. You have an implied team total of 24.5 points. And then, wide receiver, I don't think you have to consider any of these guys. I think you're probably fine with London and Godwin. I think we're chilling. Now, going over to K. Shrew. Says, thank you, boss. So I'm assuming here what you need is 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, and a tight ends. I think if we're looking at potentially, I'm sorry, not potentially. I think if you're going to ask any question, go to the future, my guy, please just put 2 empty wide receiver slots, 2 running back slots, an empty tight end slot, and an empty flex spot if that's what you need. Wide receiver, my 2 favorite options here will be Drake London and Garrett Wilson, even if Wilson's not that exciting. Going over to tight end, I think we play Zach Ertz over Andrews and Gesicki. Going over to running back, we're going to play Brees and Chase Brown. And then for the flex, I think we go right back to wide receiver. And for the flex, I think you're either going to be looking at DJ Moore or Dontavian Wicks. If you have no Christian Watson and no Romeo Doubs, you go Wicks. If not, if one of those guys plays, which I think Doubs may, you go with DJ Moore. Okay. I'm very sorry. We're going to be getting back to the team reviews in just 1 second, but because the game starts in about 30 minutes, I definitely want to make sure we're answering only start-sit questions, trade questions right now. Mohammed, this is a start-sit question where we are needing to get in CeeDee Lamb, needing to get in Deebo Samuel. Absolute no-brainer. You go Tucker Kraft over Kyle Pitts. Running back, we're going to be starting Rachaad White and Jerome Ford and benching Trey Benson. And then for the flex spot here, I actually think you just take the safe target volume with Amari Cooper. Obviously, this has been a better Washington defense as of late. I still don't think we have to be super concerned about the matchup, though. And his usage has been more consistent than what we've had with JSN. Now, going over to Gloom's starts it. Says, who to start? It's been a rough 1 and 3. So we have the best option on the bench right now is Stephon Diggs. I would start Stephon Diggs over DJ Moore, to be honest with you. I'm going over to running back in the flex. We have Mason, Kenneth Walker. Obviously, if you needed to go pick up another running back off the waiver wire, if you need to fill out an RB2, we would. Actually, no, you just move Kenneth Walker to RB2. And then the guy that you look to throw in your flex spot would probably be T. Higgins in that instance. So move Walker to RB2 if we have an RB2 slot, I'm assuming. And then obviously we have to play Baker with no Geno this week. Now, Gene says, I don't know who to flex, Bucky or Wicks. We're going to go Wicks. But already have Reed in. I'll move Bucky to running back if so. So let's look at this. You play Bijan, you play Kenneth Walker at running back. You do not overthink that. We go Trey McBride over Kraft at tight ends. Wide receiver, I think, honestly, you're going to hate to hear this. I play Brandon Ayuk. You have a 28.5 point implied team total for the Niners. Ayuk's been absolutely garbage this season, has not had double-digit fantasy points. Obviously, it's a shaky spot, and you don't feel super confident with it. But I would go Ayuk, and I would go with Dontavian Wicks. If you wanted to pivot off of Wicks, it'd probably be for Jerome Ford, assuming that we have no Nick Chubb. But I would be benching Bucky Irving. Don't be moving Bucky Irving to RB2. Now, Cappy Betts coming out. Starts at question. Wide receiver, we have Chase Harrison. We have McBride at tight end. Running back, no Gibbs this week. So I think you are going to have to go ahead and you're going to have to play Jerome Ford and Chase Brown. I don't think Bucky Irving's like a no-brainer start. I think Bucky Irving's a very exciting player. It's not someone we're going to get in the lineup right away. 4-point passing touchdown format. We take the quarterback with rushing upside with Fields. And going down to the flex spots, we have no Gibbs. Waddle looks like absolute dust right now. We have no Smith. I think you go with Dontavian Wicks and Xavier Worthy, and we bench Waddle, and we hope that we get the other guys back soon, which we will, obviously. That's only a 1 week bye. But like I said, we'll get back to the team reviews in just 1 second. I want to make sure that we are answering all the questions that are start, sit, and trade before the game. But this is a trade where we send Tyreek and Brock Bowers for Tyreek Hill. I'm sorry, Terry and Bowers for Tyreek. We are losing this trade in the short term. But in the long term here, I think that this is a no-brainer. In the long term, we are going to go ahead. We are going to get Tyreek. I think Tyreek is a little bit worse or about the same as Terry McLaurin as of right now. And when you get Tua back in, Tyreek becomes the wide receiver 1 overall in fantasy, where McLaurin cannot touch that ceiling. Now, Ginger Baby out again. This is Bowers versus Pitts in early to mid 2025 first and Chase Brown. I probably go with the Pitts early to mid first and Brown. If it's a 1 quarterback format, it's definitely tougher. This is, from what I've heard, pretty exciting draft class. I mean, obviously, if you're a contending team, I could very easily see the argument for Brock Bowers. But I think you still probably have Pitts worth at least a second. Chase Brown worth a second in Dynasty right now. Brady coming out says, I got offered this deal. I'm 3-1. My other running backs are Gibbs, Jacobs, Brooks, Eckler. 7 teams make the playoffs. 7 teams make the playoffs. We go get Christian McCaffrey. We're pretty much locked into the playoffs, 3-1. Plenty of running back depth here as well. Let's go get the long-term upside of McCaffrey. Obviously, we are taking on a decent amount of risk. I do have Montgomery ranked 1 slot ahead of McCaffrey, but obviously McCaffrey is like the ultimate guy you value based off your league context. I think he's very valuable to you there. Now, Bryn Mitchell coming out. Wide receiver, we have Flowers, Wicks, Jason, Keon to choose from. If Romeo Doubs plays, I go Zay Flowers. Going over to running back, we have no Najee. We have no Barkley. We have no Pollard this week. So we go Najee with no Jalen Warren in his backfield. Obviously, we have to go Darnold at quarterback. And then for the flex full PPR league, I think we're going to go back to the wide receiver position. Probably going to end up being Dontavian Wicks. If Romeo Doubs does play, I think you could pivot over to JSN if you wanted. Now, Foley Sean coming out. This is Kareem Hunt versus Dontavian Wicks and Jonathan Brooks. It's a 14-team format where depth matters even more. My guy, this is a no freaking brainer. You want Jonathan Brooks. I'd rather have Brooks straight up over Kareem Hunt. The fact that we are getting Dontavian Wicks in a 14-team league where he will make a difference in that format, let's do it. Let's do it. No brainer. Now, Wall Carter coming out says, shallow league, half PPR, trying to sell DJ, sitting at 3-1. Absolute no-brainer here as well. Obviously, we're 3-1. We're looking at long-term upside. Doesn't matter if Elite Neighbors misses this week. DJ Moore is in an offense with serious target competition. Not a lot of passing volume. Love selling DJ Moore. I mean, if we can get somebody like Neighbors, it's a no-brainer. But let's move this over and let's see how many more questions we have and see if we can spend some time mixing in any of the questions in the live chat. Okay, we actually don't have too many more start-sit questions to answer right this second. So if you get a start-sit question on the site, it will 100% be answered. And yeah, of course, if you ever want to get a 100% guaranteed answered question, you can always do so on flockfantasy.com. Go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask a trade question, start-sit question, or a full-blown team review. Where if you do a team review, where it's not going to be done in this live stream, will be done after the game. And if you wanted that team review, by far and away the best way to get it, at least the cheapest way to get it, we'll be taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK as well, you'll be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard, going up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And you'll get that free team review voucher for a free team review over on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I know to credit with that free team review. But Cox by 90 says, hey Mason, hope all is well. Team is in the hospital this week. Thanks for some help. Go Cox. Hook 'em horns, my guy. Hook 'em horns. But much love. Really do appreciate you. Wide receiver, obviously, we're planning on probably having no Neighbors. Malik Washington is a no-go for us. Jamison Williams on bye. So it looks like Rome would probably be our man. We have no Montgomery. We have no Taylor. We go Sermon and Brian Robinson. If not, we go ahead and we hit the waiver wire for running back. There'd be no other option. And the wide receiver for the flex, Deontay and Brian Thomas are kind of locked in. It really does come down to this position here. If we get Neighbors, obviously it's great. We can play him over Rome. But if you have no Neighbors, I think you kind of are stuck going with Rome. But I really do appreciate you sticking with me for so damn long now, my guy. Now, Ron Solo coming out with a start-sit question. This is a Diggs, Godwin, Olave here. Wide receivers, the premium options. I'm going to be going with Godwin and Olave now that you have Dell back in Houston. Or running back, I think you go Chuba Hubbard with the 3-down workload in the receiving role. And then for the flex spot, I think we're going to go ahead and take Stephon Diggs. And an offense that does have a considerable amount of passing volume. And we have had the touchdowns with Diggs as well. Now, Papa Z coming out with a trade. Says, prevalent info, we're 3-1. Why are we so low on Christian Kirk? With Kirk, I'd expect that you do have more targets getting dispersed from the top 2 wide receivers in this offense now that you have Evan Ingram coming back in. Also, I'm going to assume that we end up getting a bigger role for the rookie ascending wide receiver in Brian Thomas going into the future. And this is a lower volume passing attack in general. Going from Kirk and Mahomes to Trey McBride, I think it's hard to call Mahomes an elite quarterback still. But for me, I think it's very easy to say that Trey McBride is still an elite tight end. So yes, I will take the Trey McBride side of this. Now, Shaw coming out with the trade question. So I just want to see if you think we're doing what's right. It's a 4-0 team. If you are 4-0, obviously, I understand wanting to sell Jordan Mason and getting in long-term value. I don't know if this is the move, though. From what I've seen in the live streams, I think Jordan Mason has more value than this at the moment. I love the idea. If this league's linked, maybe we can try to see what we would rather have. If we could get maybe Jaden Reed instead of Devontae Adams. If we could get maybe, say we trade Flowers and Jordan Mason to get back Jahmyr Gibbs. We trade Flowers and Jordan Mason to get back Nico Collins. That's kind of the price tag I would love to sell Jordan Mason at. Obviously, much easier said than done, but that's what I would try for sure first. And Jordan Mason's a top 3 running back pretty much any week that you have no McCaffrey here. Now, Ovo Phantoms, it says, starts at question. We're choosing between the 2 flex names. We have Myers is a very interesting player with no Adams. This is probably the first time that I'll tell somebody to play Bucky Irving. But to be honest, if you're playing Bucky Irving, remember, just in case anything does end up happening, you always play your Thursday night guys in your running back slot or your wide receiver slot. You never play them in the flex. So we'll throw Bucky Irving up there at RB2 and we'll move DeAndre Swift down to the flex just in case there's like an emergency inactive or injury later in the week. Now going over to B Petty says, JT and Brian Robinson are out. Do we play Bucky or pick up Javonte off the waivers once I put someone on IR? Okay. Running back, Najee Harris is a must-start name here. I don't know. Brian Robinson's probably out. I know both of them missed practice this week. We go Bucky Irving for the flex. I would play Javonte Williams over Bucky Irving, to be honest with you. So I'm going to rely on Brian Robinson. If he's not good to go, we pivot over to Javonte Williams. We go with Olave, Brian Thomas in the flex. So I'm not playing Bucky Irving tonight. If Javonte Williams is on your waiver wire, we plan on Brian Robinson, and if Brian Robinson's not good to go, you pivot over to Javonte Williams. Because I would rather have Javonte over Bucky Irving in my lineup this week, to be honest. I think Javonte has a really good matchup and a really good game environment here. But let's move this over, see if we have any more questions that came through the stream that are start, sit, or trade. We have a start, sit question coming out from Caleb. It says, I love Wick's ceiling now that he'll get targets. But also I believe that Flowers could be... I would love to know the people's opinion on this as well, because if I'm looking at my rankings, and who did not, God, did not mean to press that. If I'm looking at my rankings, I have Flowers and Dontavian Wicks very close to each other this week. I have Flowers 45 in my flex ranks and Dontavian Wicks 49. I think if you have no Romeo Doubs and no Christian Watson, it's easy to go with Wicks. Do we have underdog pick'ems out for these guys right now? Flowers, higher or lower, 49.5 receiving yards. Dontavian Wicks, same exact mark. They have Wicks a little more likely to score a touchdown. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you start Dontavian Wicks or Zay Flowers this week? Chris says Zay Flowers. Wicks. Flowers. Wicks. So it does look like the majority of people are taking Dontavian Wicks. Like we said, if you look at the underdog pick'ems, they do have Wicks more likely to score a touchdown in comparison to Flowers. They do have them for the same higher, lower yards, though. So I think it's very close. But especially if you have no Romeo Doubs, you have to go Wicks. If Doubs does play, I think it's close and up to you. But let's move this over. We'll get some free questions answered in the live chat real quick. So, of course, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll try to answer as many as we possibly can. And also, if y'all wanted to check out any of those pick'ems for tonight's game, or if you wanted one of those free team reviews in the live stream that we are doing every single night, you can take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where you can find the link in the description and the live chat. And if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, with promo code FLOCK, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team voucher. But MK Drozak says Rashad or Waddle. Go Rashad, but since he's playing on Thursday night, please don't put him in the flex. Move him running back 2 and move whoever your running back 2 is down to the flex. Clubby says Rome or Trey Tucker this week. I am not. There's a 0% chance I'm starting Trey Tucker. I am just going through and making this a hot take that everybody can come back to if they want to laugh at me. Going through and looking at Trey Tucker, higher, lower, 36.5 receiving yards on Underdog this week. You have the lowest implied team total in the NFL for the Las Vegas Raiders. Sportsbooks are currently telling us that the Raiders offense is going to be the worst in the league this week. Obviously, they probably won't be, but it'll be pretty damn bad. Jacoby Myers is the number 1 target earner. Brock Bowers, in my mind, will see more targets than Trey Tucker as well. So I believe that Trey Tucker is the third option in what should be one of the worst offenses in the league. Tommy says Tucker, Kraft, or Kyle Pitts. We're for sure going to be going Kraft over Pitts. Looking at Kraft, higher, lower, 36.5 receiving yards for this week. Pitts tonight is higher, lower, 31.5 receiving yards. I think Tucker Kraft's a top 10 tight end. K-Ton says AR or Baker this week. Go Baker. If we knew that Anthony Richardson was 100% good to go based off the rushing upside in a 4-point passing touchdown format, I'd probably tell you to go with AR. But you're having to roll the dice. You don't even know if he will be good. So, yeah, I think you go ahead and I think you take Baker. Blake says Alexander Madison or Tyler Algier. Alexander Madison has been said that he's going to have an expanded role. And at the same time, I believe you had no practice for Zamir White today and yesterday. So we play Alexander Madison. We play Madison. Amita says T. Higgins or Wan'Dale Robinson. We go T. Higgins. Even if Neighbors is out, I just think you should have significantly more passing volume in Cincinnati. I think Higgins is a better player. Higgins had 10 targets last week. B. Wall says Stroud or Baker tonight. I'm going to go Stroud. We're going Stroud. And let me just double check. What we have with my team to make sure we don't need to swap anything. I don't think we have anybody playing tonight. Looking at this, we have no Thursday night players going down to the bench. We have nobody on Thursday night as well. Does Avery have anybody playing tonight? Nobody playing tonight in my matchups at all. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Somebody says DJ Moore or T. Higgins. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take T. Higgins over DJ Moore. You have two main players getting targets in Cincinnati, and it should be a much better offense than where you have three target earners in Chicago. Carter says Javonte or Charbonnet. We're going to go Javonte over Charbonnet. Margaret says I'm benching Rachaad White tonight. Yeah, if you look at the projections for the running backs in Tampa tonight, not excited about Rachaad, not excited to play Bucky Irving. I don't think you're going to have a ton of rushing production in general, and they're going to split the backfield. So definitely going to roster both guys, but I want to be excited to start them. Right now, you have higher, lower 57.5 total yards for Rachaad White. Higher, lower 45.5 rushing yards for Bucky Irving. And 55.5 total yards for Bucky. Between the two of them, I would definitely prefer Rachaad White over Bucky Irving if I play in a full PPR format in my lineup tonight. But I'd probably rather not start either. Brendan says Bucky or Eckler, Hook 'em Horns. We're going to go Eckler, Hook 'em Horns. You may be in a good spot with no Brian Robinson this week. Okay. Eckler, Moss. If you have Brian Robinson playing, we go with Moss. If Brian Robinson misses, we go Eckler. Let me just double check to make sure we don't have any more questions coming through on the site. Want to make sure that we can get any of the guaranteed questions answered. And no, just team reviews, which obviously we'll get to these team reviews later. Just not going to do it right before the game. And yeah, of course, if y'all wanted to say, oh, Mason, Bucky Irving's very easily hitting the 39.5 rushing yards. If y'all want to check out any of these picks on Underdog for tonight, the link's in the live chat. The link's in the description. Use code FLOCK and you'll get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account, so I can credit you with a free team review. And also, Underdog is available in pretty much every single state. I know a lot of people think it's not in their state. It's in California. It's in Texas. It's in Florida. It's in New York. But let's move this over. And Raymond says DK and Bijan for Swift and what side? Wait, what? For Blank and Swift. I don't know what the other side is. I'll say Bijan's still a top 5 running back for me. And I am ready to watch Bijan dominate tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It looks like we are about to hit kickoff. Let's get a good Bijan Robinson game. I will be live streaming after the game tonight, talking about everything that happened, of course. So I really hope I get to hang out with you then. And yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me during this time period. And we'll see you after the game.